Chapter 424. The courtyard was tranquil with flowers and plants swaying in the air. Many colorful spiritual birds and butterflies landed on the ground, adding a sense of leisure to the place. However, no one dared to be careless now. Their faces were solemn, and a chill ran down their spines. Especially the people from the brilliant Moon Holy Land who came with the soliciting Moon Saintess. They could not help but tremble. Their faces were pale, and their souls were trembling. They almost knelt on the ground. They did not dare to imagine that the other party would decide the fate of the brilliant Moon Holy Land and destroy the forces behind them so easily. Usually they would not dare to believe that such a thing could happen in this world. The brilliant Moon Holy Land had existed for a very long time, overlooking the countless living beings in the Tianlan domain. The rest of the living beings and cultivators were filled with fear when they heard about the brilliant Moon Holy Land. How could it be destroyed so easily? However, they did not dare to doubt the words of the young man in front of them. They were filled with fear and despair. Some of them even felt their legs go weak, and they fell to the ground. There was no need to say much about the other party's background. It was absolutely monstrous and terrifying. Even the old ancestor of the Shen clan stood respectfully at the side, not daring to be negligent. How could they afford to offend someone with such a background? At this moment, they felt deep regret and resentment toward the soliciting Moon Saintess for her contemptuous attitude just now. If it were not for her words, the other party would not have destroyed the Holy Land behind them. Yes, young master. At this moment, the group of experts behind Guchanga turned solemn and hurriedly replied respectfully. After that, they moved and turned into divine rainbows to follow Guchanga's order to destroy the brilliant Moon Holy Land. In their eyes, the Holy Land of the Tianlan domain was no different from a chicken or a pottery dog. Even if the other party had a supreme martial artist, they did not care. In this world, any force that offended the young master would be destroyed easily even if they had a supreme martial artist. The purple mansion of the imperishable sect that had shocked the upper world was destroyed because they had offended the young master. The small brilliant Moon Holy Land was destroyed with a snap of the finger. This scene made everyone from the Shen clan keep quiet out of fear. Their divine souls were trembling. For the first time they deeply understood what fear was. Many people finally understood why the ancestor and elders had appeared to welcome this young man. After all, if the other party could destroy the brilliant Moon Holy Ground with a single sentence, he could also destroy the Shen clan with a single sentence. You want to annihilate the other party's forces with a single sentence. His personality is still as strong as ever. Mother Shun and Father Gu were in the crowd. When they saw this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Their hearts were extremely complicated. Although Guchanga's actions made them tremble in fear. But no matter what, he was standing up for Gu Xian, so they couldn't say anything. What the soliciting Moon Saintess had said was indeed an insult to Gu Xian. They could not take it lying down. You don't have to do this. Gu Xian didn't expect Guchanga to do this. He was stunned. Although she was angry just now, she had no intention of implicating the rest of the people from the brilliant Moon Holy Land. However, this was also Guchanga's character. Once he decided on something, no one could change his mind. To him, the brilliant Moon Holy Land was no different from an ant. He didn't even need to do anything. He only needed to say a word, and countless people would be willing to trample this ant to death for him. However, it was because of this Guchanga that she felt at ease. Since when can any Tom, Dick, or Harry bully my Gu family? Guchanga glanced at her. Gu Xian had always been stubborn, but she didn't dare to refute this time. She could see that Guchanga was really angry. Sister, Shun Xian was also stunned. She didn't expect things to turn out this way. She didn't doubt Guchanga's words at all. Instead, she felt that his action of destroying the brilliant Moon Holy Land just because the other party had insulted Gu Xia was really frightening. Shun Xian had always been indifferent. Before this, she had never thought that there would be a force in this world that would be destroyed because of one sentence. Your Highness Saintess. Everyone in the brilliant Moon Holy Land was in despair as they looked at the soliciting Moon Saintess. At this moment, her face was also pale and bloodless. Her head was still buzzing and blank. She didn't expect that she would bring such a huge disaster to the Holy Land behind her. My lord. 767. She could only look at the cold Li Xiu for help. praying that he would protect her and the brilliant moon holy land behind her. Li Xiu noticed the expression of the soliciting moon saintess, and his expression returned to normal. He also knew that if he didn't stand up at this time, it wouldn't be justifiable. It could be said that this matter had a lot to do with him. Gu Chang's strength made him feel a little cold. Even when he was still standing in this world, he had never seen such a strong person who wanted to destroy the forces behind others. I'm not an unreasonable person. However, since you want to show me that there's always someone better than you, then show me now. Gu Chang'e looked at the soliciting moon saintess and the others and said casually. However, their eyes were filled with fear and they didn't dare to look at him. Brother, why do you have to do this? Yao, you just said that in a fit of anger. In my opinion, it's not worth it to make such a big fuss over such a small matter. At this time, Li Xiu didn't care about the angry expressions of the Sheng clan's elders. He walked out and looked at Gu Chang'e. Although there was no fluctuation of cultivation in his body, he had a calm demeanor that made it difficult to underestimate him. You're just a useless son-in-law. How dare you speak to young Master Chang'e in such a tone? Do you really think you're a big shot? I think you're courting death. The second elder of the Sheng clan's face turned cold. He didn't expect Li Xiu to be so calm at this time. Where did he get the courage to speak to Gu Chang'e in such a manner? At this time, the people of the Sheng clan already knew that Li Xiu had another hidden identity. However, they didn't know what this identity was. Seeing that he didn't panic at all and even spoke in such a manner, they couldn't help but frown. When the people of the Brilliant Moon Holy Ground saw this, they couldn't help but feel hopeful. Since the soliciting moon saintess said so, it meant that Li Xiu's identity was not simple. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident and calm. Are you talking to me? Gu Chang'e looked at Li Xiu with interest. He was quite interested in this son of Providence who was a son-in-law. His Providence points were really not simple. It was even more shocking than the reincarnation of the Renzu. It seemed that he was not as simple as a son-in-law. That's right. Li Xiu looked at Gu Chang'e calmly. It was his first time seeing such a young man. He was unfathomable and even gave him an unparalleled sense of oppression. However, he didn't panic. He was thinking about Gu Chang'e's identity. Without a doubt, he should be from some imperishable sect or supreme sage orthodoxy in the upper realm. Otherwise, the Shun clan wouldn't treat him like this. However, he hadn't left the Shun clan all these years and didn't know much about the outside world. Surname Gu? Young clan master Chang'e? Could he be from that clan in the upper realm? Li Xiu felt that this matter was a little tricky. He had to be careful. However, if the other party knew his identity, he would let it go. The Gu clan was not to be trifled with, but his identity was not simple either. What? Are you going to stand up for the brilliant moon sacred ground? You're the heavens beyond heaven that she was talking about? Gu Chang'e smiled and glanced at the soliciting moon saintess and the others who were frightened and pale. He said with some interest, as for making a big fuss, I think it won't be difficult for me to kill them. The soliciting moon saintess and the others felt a chill run down their backs when Gu Chang'e glanced at them. They felt as small as ants. Once upon a time, they were the people of the sacred ground who looked down on the world. However, their lives were no longer in their control now. They were all under the control of the other party. There's always someone better than you. That's right. No matter who it is, they can't be sure if the sky they see is the well or not. With your identity, you don't have to lower yourself to their level. Moreover, one should be lenient when possible. I hope you can forgive Yao Yu and the others for my sake today. They will also apologize for their rudeness and recklessness. Li Xiu said. He was neither servile nor overbearing. He was very calm. He felt that Gu Chang'e was not an easy person to deal with. Although he did not say much, the sense of superiority that was branded in the depths of his soul was unmistakable. Such an existence was definitely at the peak of the upper realm and was the center of attention. If they wanted to make him take a step back, they could not use ordinary methods. My lord, the soliciting moon saintess did not expect Li Xiu to say that. This was equivalent to giving in. At this moment, she vaguely guessed Gu Chang'e's identity. Was there a second person in this world who was worthy of being called young Lord Chang'e? She regretted it so much that she wanted to give herself a few slaps. Her eyesight had never been wrong, but why did it happen today? Who would have thought that someone like Guchanga would come to the Tianlan realm? It seems that even with my lord's identity, it's not easy to solve this matter. She felt bitter in her heart. How dare you? For your sake? Who do you think you are? You want young Lord Changa to give you face? You're asking for death. Hearing this, Guchanga's expression did not change, but the expressions of everyone in the Shun clan changed drastically, especially the second elder of the Shun clan. They knew Guchanga's identity. Now Li Xiu wanted Guchanga to forgive the soliciting moon saintess and the others once for his sake. Where did he get the guts and confidence from? The second elder of the Shun clan was even worried that because of Li Xiu, the entire Shun clan would be implicated and Guchanga would be displeased. At that moment he was extremely furious. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked Li Xiu. Boom! He rolled up his wide sleeves, and his Supreme Saint cultivation erupted. It turned into a vast expanse of golden runes that flooded forward. He wanted to suppress Li Xiu and apologize to Guchanga. Although he curried favor, his strength was not to be underestimated. In the Tianlan realm, he was also a well-known expert of the older generation. As soon as he attacked, the expressions of the people from the brilliant moon holy land changed. They could not help but retreat. My lord, the soliciting moon saintess could not help but exclaim. She was a little worried. After all, Li Xiu now looked like an ordinary person without any cultivation. How could he be a match for the second elder of the Shun clan? Gu Xian'er, Shun Xian'er and the others also looked at him and could not help but frown. They felt that Li Xiu had no cultivation. However, he was extremely calm and did not seem to be worried. There was even a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. This scene puzzled them. Could it be that Li Xiu had some kind of confidence? After all, the person in front of him was a genuine supreme saint. If I were you, you wouldn't attack me. Li Xiu's expression did not change as he spoke. He was not worried about the second elder of the Shun clan who attacked him. In the next moment, the void rumbled and trembled. Just as the second elder of the Shun clan's palm was about to land in front of him. Suddenly, a dazzling golden rune appeared on Li Xiu's forehead. It then emitted a golden brilliance and turned into a golden light screen, blocking the palm of the second elder of the Shun clan. The golden light screen seemed to be condensed from immortal gold. The runes on it flashed violently, blurring the void. It was extremely tyrannical. Dong! The place exploded. The void was torn apart like a piece of paper, as if it was about to be torn apart. Li Xiu's expression did not change. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. The second elder of the Shun clan was a supreme saint, but it was difficult for him to break through. What? How is this possible? This made him look shocked and incredulous. In the next moment he did not believe it and attacked again. The terrifying purple runes turned into bolts of purple lightning, crackling and crackling as they descended from the sky. The nearby mountains seemed to be about to be destroyed. But even so, Li Xiu was still standing firm. The golden light screen was difficult to break through. It was indestructible. This light screen, the Shun clan's patriarch waved his sleeve and blocked the aftermath, preventing the nearby mountains from being destroyed. However, his gaze was still on the golden rune between Li Xiu's brows. He felt that it was a little familiar, as if he had heard of it before. But for a moment he could not react. Don't waste your energy. With your strength you can't break through my defense. Li Xiu looked at the second elder of the Shun clan who had an ugly expression and said indifferently. He seemed to be quite leisurely. On his forehead the golden rune seemed to come alive, transforming into runes and condensing in the void, displaying an incomparably powerful power. For a moment the place was quiet. Everyone was extremely shocked. Guchanga looked at Li Xiu with an inexplicable smile at the corner of his mouth. There is always someone better than you. What you said is right. But I'm giving you face. Do you dare to accept it? At the same time, somewhere tens of thousands of miles away from the Shun clan's land, in a magnificent mountain gate where multicolored light shot into the sky, in an extremely magnificent and ancient palace, a vast aura suddenly appeared. Buzz! A rather sturdy old man appeared. His face was ruddy, and he could be said to be a child with white hair. At this moment he was extremely excited. If I'm not wrong, the fluctuation just now must be the Lord's aura. I knew it. How could the Lord have fallen in that battle? It was difficult to conceal the excitement in his words. As he spoke, he took a step forward and instantly disappeared from the hall. Pass down my order. Everyone of the Heavenly Saber Sacred Sect is to come to the square for a discussion. The old man's voice was like a bell, containing indescribable divine might. He was summoning the disciples and elders. Hearing this voice, many disciples and elders were stunned at first. Then they reacted and did not dare to delay. They all turned into divine rainbows and bowed to the front. Greetings, Patriarch. The old man was the Heavenly Saber Patriarch, who founded the Heavenly Saber Sacred Sect. His cultivation was unfathomable, and he had not appeared for many years. Many people suspected that he had fallen. However, they did not expect that he would appear today. Come with me to welcome the Lord's return. The Heavenly Saber Patriarch's face was filled with excitement. He shouted loudly, full of energy, and led many disciples and elders in the direction of the aura that he had just sensed. At this moment, similar scenes were happening in many places in the Tianlan realm. Many people were shocked and did not know what was happening. Those great powers all had strange movements. Many divine rainbows tore through the skies, hurrying towards a certain place. However, unlike the other forces, the mountain palace where the brilliant moon holy ground was located was a tragic scene. Cries of grief could be heard everywhere. Dazzling brilliance soared into the sky, and many auras surged. There were shouts of killing everywhere. However, in the sky, a huge palm wrapped in Rule's runes fell toward everyone. All the disciples and elders coughed up blood and exploded. Many runes were obliterated, and the mountain palace collapsed into ruins. This scene made everyone in the brilliant moon holy ground despair. Even the great Saint Realm elders could not withstand the palm of the other party. This attack was fierce and unexpected. They did not have any chance to ask questions at all. It was about to destroy the brilliant moon holy ground. Several figures with terrifying auras stood in the sky. Divine light flowed around them. When they opened and closed their eyes, strands of divine light could be seen, forming all kinds of terrifying scenes. Their Dharma bodies were incomparably huge and surging, shrouding heaven and earth. Many cultivators who passed by trembled, and their divine souls were frightened as they felt a suffocating pressure. What happened? Why is there a war in the brilliant moon holy ground? It is said that they have offended someone they should not have. These terrifying existences have been ordered to destroy the brilliant moon holy ground. In the mountains in the distance, many cultivators looked at all this in horror. They did not dare to imagine that the brilliant moon holy ground, which had a long history and a territory of millions of miles, would be so fragile. Even the protective mountain array was torn apart by the other party. It was not that the brilliant moon holy ground was too weak, but the other party was too strong. In his hand was a weapon that was as bright as the sun. A strand of pressure was enough to destroy everything. When such an existence came, no matter which force it would be a scene of destruction. It was impossible to stop it. This made them fearful, and they could not help but shiver. They did not dare to imagine what kind of existence the brilliant moon holy ground had offended to cause such a disaster. We have no enmity with each other. Why are you doing this? An elder of the brilliant moon holy ground roared. His face was red with hatred and grief. We are here to destroy the brilliant moon holy ground under the orders of the young master. If you want to blame someone, blame your holy maiden. She has offended someone she should not have offended and brought you all this. The terrifying figure in the sky said lightly with a hint of mockery in his voice. Hearing this, everyone in the brilliant moon holy ground was stunned and could not believe it. It turned out that this disaster was caused by the holy maiden? Boom! You've gone too far. However, at this time, a terrifying aura suddenly rose from the depths of the brilliant moon holy ground. A dazzling brilliance burst out from the ancient altar. A skinny old man stepped out from it. His face was cold and filled with killing intent. He looked coldly at the several terrifying figures in the sky. They were the ones who had brought destruction to the brilliant moon holy ground. You think you can stop us with just you? You're overestimating yourself. Even ants struggle to survive. And you're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. An indistinct voice in the air sneered, his vicious might shocking the world. This was a supreme expert from the chaotic starfield, a quasi-supreme expert. Later on, he was willing to follow Guchanga. While major events were happening all over the endless sky domain. In the Shun clan, the atmosphere in front of a secluded courtyard was also not calm. Young man, it's better not to be too arrogant. I used to be like you. Too much is easy to break. That's why the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Both sides are at fault in this matter. There should be an apology and compensation. Why do you have to be so aggressive? Li Xiu frowned. He did not expect Guchanga to be so unwilling to let this matter go. However, he still maintained his calm and did not get angry. He did not want to make a big deal out of this matter. Although he was at the top of the upper realm when he was at his peak, he was not now. If it was not necessary, he really did not want to cause too much trouble. Is that so? Both sides are at fault? Guchanga smiled. I don't know where Xian is wrong. Besides, so what if she's at fault? You're not worthy of a direct descendant of the Gu clan. Hearing this, Shan Xian could not help but look at Guchanga. She did not say anything and just pondered his words in her heart. You are very good, very good. Can a member of the Gu clan be so arrogant? You're going too far. Li Xiu's expression could not help but be a little angry at this moment. It was hard not to be angered by Guchanga's words. Even if he wanted to keep the peace, he could not do it now. How could he bear to be humiliated by Guchanga in front of everyone? Guchanga shook his head slightly. This is only my explanation. If you want to think so, then it's not wrong. Li Xiu looked at him deeply, and his expression returned to normal. What a good young Master Changa. You've really opened my eyes today. Shut up. How can you say young Master Changa's name? The second elder of the Shun clan's expression was extremely gloomy. He did not expect that he, a dignified great sage, could not take down a cripple and was blocked by him time and time again. This made him feel ashamed, especially in front of Guchanga. It's just a small matter. There's no need to trouble young Master Changa. I'm going to suppress you here today. You're just a useless son-in-law of the Shun clan. Do you dare to betray your master? As the second elder of the Shun clan finished speaking, he attacked again. A terrifying aura spread out. This time he was obviously more serious than before, and the strength he displayed was exceptionally strong. Even so, Li Xiu's expression did not change. He said lightly, I've already said that with your current ability, you can't break my defense. As his words fell, the golden rune in between his eyebrows shone brighter and brighter, showing a supreme power in the void. Faintly, one could see the ancient word battle appearing. A vast aura spread out, making everyone's heart tremble. They could not help but be frightened. This shouldn't be. Could it be? The old ancestor of the Shun clan's expression was a little uncertain. Suddenly, he thought of something and his heart trembled. However, he looked back at Guchanga and gradually calmed down. No matter what Li Xiu's identity was in front of Guchanga, he could not take advantage of him. In just an instant, a monstrous aura erupted, as if countless stars had exploded. The protective mountain array of the Shun clan was even activated, and many terrifying divine runes soared into the sky. The dazzling brilliance made everyone close their eyes, not daring to look directly. This is impossible. The second elder of the Shun clan groaned, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. He was injured by the recoil. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. They could not believe that this was the same useless son-in-law Li Xiu. He could actually block the second elder of the great sage realm again? My lord! The soliciting moon saintess and the others were also very surprised. They felt that things had turned around. What is Li Xiu's background? When Gu Xian was in the Peach Village, he was taught by several masters, so he had extraordinary insight. However, he still could not see what Li Xiu was doing. Logically speaking, an ordinary person without cultivation should not be able to use secret techniques or Dharma treasures. How did he block all of this? This does not look like a secret technique. It looks like a rune I've seen in the ancient books of the Tianlan realm. Shun Xian was also a little surprised. She did not expect Li Xiu to have such a technique. No wonder the soliciting moon saintess treated him like this. At this moment, if there was anyone who was not surprised, it would be Guchanga. His interest was faintly discernible. This son-in-law, the son of fortune, knew how to play the pig to eat the tiger. If he did not have some tricks up his sleeve, He would not dare to be so calm. However, Gu Chang'e still did not make a move. He still wanted to see where Li Xiu's limit was. This golden rune would only be activated when he was attacked. It should be Li Xiu's technique in the past. However, if this was all Li Xiu had, he would be disappointed. Gu Chang'e's gaze fell on Li Xiu's fate points. He felt that this guy should be enough to harvest a lot. During this time, he planned to exchange for the rest of the Transcendence bones. After reaching the later stages, cultivation comprehension was very important. The Transcendence bones were the key. Gu Chang'e had also realized that when he exchanged for the Transcendence bones, he would feel an indescribable sense of familiarity. This feeling gradually emerged in his mind as the sealed memories in his mind gradually became clearer. This made him faintly guess that these Transcendence bones were actually his bones in the past. However, whether this was true or not was related to the origin of the system. With his current cultivation, it was difficult for him to find out. Just then, as the light disappeared, the second elder of the Shun clan was already knocked out. His entire body was covered in blood as he laid on the ground. His eyes were wide open and full of shock and disbelief. He could not even break through Li Xiu's defense and was even hurt by the rebounding force? You don't know what's good for you. You asked for this. Li Xiu glared at Gu Chang'e, and then at the second elder of the Shun clan. Between his brows, golden light shone brightly. Each and every ancient and mysterious rune gave off a sense of battle intent. Though he had lost his dantian and could not use his qi, it did not mean that he had no tricks up his sleeve. An ancient battle character appeared in midair, and transformed into thousands of weapons. Swords, spears, swords, halberds, cauldrons, seals. The murderous intent was shocking and extremely terrifying. Just now, the cauldron appeared and blocked the second elder of the Shun clan's attack. This was a shocking scene. Everyone at the scene could not help but want to worship it. As expected, this is the talisman of battle. The Shun clan ancestor's expression froze as he recognized the ancient, battle character. His heart was shaken. The talisman of battle that had been lost for countless years has reappeared in the Tianlan realm today. If this news gets out, it will cause a huge commotion. Even the upper realm will not be peaceful. Chapter 425. What is this? How could it contain such a mysterious power? How could Li Xiu, a person without spiritual energy, use it? Could this be the source of his confidence? The golden battle word was dazzling like a star, with an ancient and mysterious aura. The group of Shun clansmen looked at this scene in shock. Of course, many people's eyes were still on the golden battle word, trying to guess what it was. Some people were greedy and had a burning desire. After all, if a cripple like Li Xiu could use it, why couldn't they? From their point of view, Li Xiu was so fearless because of this thing. However, there were still people who fell into deep thought. They felt that this battle word was very familiar, as if they had seen it in some ancient book. The old ancestor of the Shun clan only knew about the battle talisman by chance. He was very surprised and was trying to guess Li Xiu's identity. If that was the case, this period of time would not be peaceful. The upper realm was conquering the 8 desolates in 10 regions, and the Tianlan domain would bear the brunt of it. Now that the battle talisman had appeared in the world again, it would only shock everyone. Whether Li Xiu was the owner of the battle talisman or the inheritor, it was not important to him now. If he offended Gu Chang'e, it would be useless even if Li Xiu was the one who used to be. However, he was not sure if Gu Chang'e did not know that this was the battle talisman, or did he do it deliberately. Young Lord Chang'e, I'm useless, I can't take him down. I've embarrassed myself in front of you. With the help of his clansmen, the second elder of the Shun clan got up and walked over with a guilty look on his face. He did not expect things to turn out this way. Not only could he not take down Li Xiu, but he was also severely injured because of the mysterious battle word, which made him feel ashamed. He even boasted that he would definitely take down Li Xiu. Being humiliated by Li Xiu in front of everyone made him want to find a hole to hide in. Gu Chang'e glanced at the second elder of the Shun clan without any change in his expression. He then looked at Li Xiu and said with interest, "You can't be blamed for this. You're not his opponent. Even if you break through to the quasi-supreme level, you can't break through Li Xiu's technique." At this moment, he was certain of Li Xiu's identity. He suddenly realized why he was so arrogant. But should I say that he is a son-in-law? Or was it the return of the strong? Or was it both? Wuxia was rather interested. The last time he saw such a child of providence, it was like the reincarnation of the human ancestor. The current Li Xiu could not be compared to the reincarnation of the human ancestor back then. He should have left behind many subordinates. It was said that after his death, many of his subordinates went into seclusion. Now that he had returned with a single order, 100,000 of his subordinates had returned. Furthermore, this battle talisman was enough to defend against attacks below the quasi-supreme level. But that was it. Hearing this, Li Xiu's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly, but his expression quickly returned to normal. He didn't expect Wuxia to see through it. He deliberately used the battle talisman to let everyone know his identity. Unfortunately, the people of the Shun clan had eyes but failed to recognize him. However, Wuxia was able to identify the realm he could contend against, which surprised him. The second elder of the Shun clan felt ashamed. However, behind Wuxia, an expert stepped forward and handed him a round pill with Taoist rhyme intertwined and a faint purple aura lingering on it. This is the 9 Revolutions Great Recovery Pill. The second elder of the Shun clan's eyes widened, and his breathing became rapid. He couldn't believe it. Even the ancestor of the Shun clan's eyes widened, unable to look away. He was very envious of the second elder. From the looks of it, it wasn't a big deal to be injured and lose face. The 9 Revolutions Great Recovery Pill was a divine pill that even a supreme being could use. Sometimes it could even be treated as another life. After seeing the item clearly, there was a series of gasps. They were very envious of the second elder. Indeed, working for Wuxia would definitely bring benefits. Those who didn't make a move earlier all regretted not performing well in front of Wuxia. Thank you, young Master Chang'e. The second elder of the Shun clan revealed a happy expression and hurriedly received it respectfully. At this moment, outside the Shun clan, many divine rainbows suddenly rushed over. Their auras were very terrifying. There were many of them, and they all had unimaginable statuses in the Tianlan realm. They all rushed to the Shun clan as if they were here to meet someone. The feeling is right. The Lord is in the Shun clan. Their voices were filled with excitement. They looked at each other. Although they hadn't seen each other for many years, now that they felt the aura of the battle talisman, they all came at the same time. I knew it. Even if the Lord was ambushed in the battle back then, how could he have died? The War Immortal is invincible. The War Immortal is a deterrent to the 8 desolates in 10 regions. How could he care about a mere ambush? At this moment they were extremely excited. Without waiting for the people in front of the Shun clan's mountain gate to report, they directly went inside. Their cultivation was unfathomable. They were all ancestors of the Shun clan, and the Shun clan couldn't stop them. Moreover, they couldn't wait to see the War Immortal. The War Immortal, this was the title they received when they were conquering the 8 desolates in 10 regions. Although they weren't real immortals, their strength surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. If it weren't for the fact that heaven and earth didn't allow them to become immortals, they would have reached that step long ago. And they were all subordinates of the War Immortal back then. After hearing that the War Immortal was ambushed by the 8 desolates in 10 regions and died, they were disheartened and went to live in seclusion. Some were in the Tianlan realm, some were in the other lower realms, and some were in the upper realms. However, they couldn't summon the fighting spirit they used to have. Only when the War Immortal was leading them, they were invincible blades that looked down on everyone, conquering everywhere. Report. The Sky Knife Ancestor, the Holy Sun Ancestor, the Bi-Family Ancestor. The ancestors of many sacred grounds and ancient clans have entered the Shun clan. Just as Li Xiu's expression was calm and his gaze swept over everyone, on a mountain peak in the distance, a member of the Shun clan suddenly came to report in a panic. What? What are these people doing in the Shun clan? Hearing this, the people of the Shun clan were stunned at first. Then their faces were filled with doubt and shock. They didn't understand why the ancestors of these forces would rush to the Shun clan at this time. If they were here to visit Wuxia, they definitely wouldn't dare to barge in and would wait at the mountain gate to report. Barging into the Shun clan, these people are really bold. They don't put the Shun clan in their eyes. Many elders were furious. Finally, it's here? Although Li Xiu's expression didn't change much, he couldn't help but smile at this moment. Why don't we just let this matter rest, young Master Chang'e? Then he looked at Gu Chang'e and slowly asked. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e seemed to be interested and said, I'm afraid it's too late now. I think my subordinates, no matter how slow they are, should have raised the brilliant moon sacred ground to the ground. Are you sure you want to let this matter rest? Back then, I fought with one of the ancestors of the Gu clan in the 8 desolates in 10 regions. I really didn't expect the Gu clan to have a descendant like you. Li Xiu's face was a little sullen, and his words were not polite. He had already regressed to this extent, but Gu Chang'e was still the same. He wasn't sure if Gu Chang'e was telling the truth. If the brilliant moon sacred ground was really destroyed by Gu Chang'e because of him, he would definitely not let this matter rest. Sir. When the soliciting moon saintess and the people of the brilliant moon sacred ground heard Gu Chang'e's words, they couldn't help but turn pale in fear in their hearts. Could it be that he had already destroyed the brilliant moon sacred ground in such a short time? Boom! At this moment suddenly divine rainbows rushed over from afar. Their auras were terrifying, and their momentum was monstrous. Many of them were surrounded by 5-colored rays of light, riding on clouds and flowing colorful feathers. Sky Saber Ancestor by Family Ancestor, Saint Sun Ancestor. The ancestor of the Shun clan glanced at the figures that rushed over from the sky and couldn't help but frown. These were all famous forces in the Tianlan domain, and they had existed much longer than the Shun clan. However, they usually kept a low profile and rarely showed themselves in the outside world. And now, all of these patriarchs had actually appeared here. May I know the reason why you have come to my Shun clan? The ancestor of the Shun clan asked knowingly, carefully looking at Gu Chang'e's expression. Haha, the Shun clan is really bold. How dare you let Sir be your son-in-law? I think there's no need for your Shun clan to exist. You're really blind to tear up the marriage contract. The Sky Saber Ancestor, Saint Sun Ancestor, and the others said coldly and angrily. On the way to the Shun clan, they had already asked their disciples and speculated the cause and effect of this matter. Although they hadn't shown themselves in the outside world all these years and didn't know what had happened during this period, it didn't mean that they didn't know anything. The ancestor of the Shun clan frowned and wanted to refute, but seeing that Gu Chang'e seemed to be interested, he didn't say much. Sky Saber Saint Sun by Xia. Greetings, Sir War Immortal. After saying this, the Sky Saber Ancestor, Saint Sun Ancestor by Family Ancestor, and the others all looked at the indifferent Li Xiu with great respect, as if they were looking at a god in their hearts. At this moment, the rest of the people were dim in their eyes. No need to be so polite. Li Xiu looked natural and nodded slightly, letting them rise. What? What, Sir War Immortal? At this moment, all the people of the Shun clan looked at this scene in shock, and their minds couldn't react. War Immortal? A supreme master who once conquered the 8 desolates in 10 regions. It is said that he died there and has disappeared for countless years. Asking for fresh flowers. Some people reacted and found it hard to connect the War Immortal with Li Xiu in front of them. Did he come back to life? At this moment, Li Xiu's mouth curved into a smile, and the golden word war flashed between his eyebrows, giving him an awe-inspiring fighting spirit. He looked at Gu Chang'e and said, Young Master Chang'e? Let's forget about today's matter. What do you think? He didn't want to cause too much trouble, but it didn't mean that he was afraid of trouble. Now that his identity was exposed, there would inevitably be a lot of trouble, but he couldn't care so much. Sir War Immortal, he is Grandmaster Tiandao, Grandmaster Shengri, and the others were still a little stunned. It was hard to imagine that Sir War Immortal would be so polite to a person. So this is what you mean by the sky outside the well. It seems that in the end I have to do it myself. But hearing this, Gu Chang'e still shook his head slightly, and there seemed to be a little regret in his voice. I just don't know if your light curtain can block the saber in my hand. Buzz! The next moment, a terrifying trembling sound suddenly came from the void. Runes flashed, and a wave of murderous aura swept over like a wave. Everyone's face turned cold, and there was a kind of fear that came from the bottom of their hearts, as if they had turned into ashes and been annihilated from the world at this moment. It was a long black saber, and the blade was as bright as snow with faint dragon patterns. At this moment it seemed to have awakened, and a vast number of chains of rules were hanging down. Suddenly, from the Shun clan, An aura that seemed to tear the universe apart rushed into the sky. Within a radius of thousands of miles, all the living beings could not help but worship and kowtow in this direction. 0-inch Emperor weapon. Many experts felt this aura, and their faces changed rapidly, and they turned pale with fright. This is a real Emperor weapon. The Grandmaster of the Shun clan's eyebrows twitched, and his divine soul was almost stiff. He did not even dare to get too close. The rest of the people also fled as far as they could. The pressure of an Emperor weapon was enough to crush any living beings around it. Ordinary people could not even think of getting close to it. At this moment, the confidence and indifference on Li Xiu's face had completely collapsed. His heart beat wildly and he felt a chill. He did not expect Guchanga to be so straightforward and directly take out an Emperor weapon. This was completely beyond his imagination. A young man carrying an Emperor weapon with him? This kind of thing was simply inconceivable. Sir War Immortal. This is an Emperor weapon. The Heaven Saber Grandmaster and the others did not know the ins and outs of the matter. They only knew that Li Xiu had been humiliated in the Shun clan. At this moment they could not help but be shocked and frightened, and their voices trembled. If all of the Emperor's weapons were activated, it would probably sink the entire Tianlan realm. The Soliciting Moon Saintess and the others were extremely shocked. They did not expect that Guchanga would still not care after the War Immortal's identity was exposed. He was going to activate the Emperor weapon to kill him. Young master of the Gu clan, today's matter Li Xiu was very decisive and planned to admit defeat. In his current state, even a supreme weapon would be difficult, let alone an Emperor weapon. To be able to come this far. He was also a master who knew when to yield and when to stand tall. However, Guchanga looked at him inexplicably, and did not let him finish his words. Buzz! The Xianyang heavenly saber dropped a ray of black saber light. It was so heavy that it seemed to want to crush the void. The Heaven Saber Grandmaster, Saint Sun Grandmaster, and the others beside him were extremely shocked. They immediately fled into the distance. Some of them reacted a little slower and were immediately swept by the saber light. They directly exploded, and even their divine souls did not have time to escape. Their divine souls trembled, and they were in extreme despair. They did not expect that coming to see the War Immortal would cause such a terrible disaster. An Emperor weapon, even in the upper world, was almost impossible to see. Except for the War Immortal at his peak, who could resist it? Although Guchanga could not fully activate it, a ray of Emperor Saberlight was enough to kill everything. I want to know, is this the reason why you are so confident now? Or is it because the War Immortal has returned and ordered 100,000 subordinates to kill? Guchanga said casually. He raised his hand and swung down the saber. The saber light fell, and the void collapsed, and everything was silent. The war character between Li Xiu's eyebrows shone again, and a golden rune appeared, trying to resist, but in less than a moment, it collapsed and exploded. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His hair was disheveled, and he was directly sent flying. The war character between his eyebrows also cracked, as if it was about to collapse and could not continue to be maintained. Wah, you! Li Xiu coughed out a lot of internal organs and fell to the mountain behind with a bang. His face was pale and he kept coughing out blood. He did not know how many bones were broken, and he was already seriously injured. Guchanga walked over with his saber. Seeing that he was about to lift his head, he suddenly stepped on it. Stop pretending. Tell me, how did you come back to life? I'm quite interested in this. He said lightly. 1000. Chapter 426. Guchanga slashed down with his saber and the vast saber chi drowned out everything. Many cultivators in the distance exploded in horror and despair. Their bodies collapsed and directly exploded. The terrifying saber chi fell from the sky and seemed to be able to tear the world apart. At this moment, the entire Shen clan was shrouded in this extreme emperor aura that was enough to destroy everything. No one dared to imagine what kind of disaster it would cause if such a wave completely exploded. Mountains collapsed and turned into ashes. Many pavilions and palaces were crushed under the aftershock. Even the engraved array patterns were instantly destroyed, and could not continue to protect them. This was a true emperor weapon, even if Guchanga did not use it seriously. But just a strand of aura intertwined on it was frightening. Even from a distance, their bodies were about to explode. Emperor weapon. Is he going to destroy everyone? The raging aura made everyone pale and their spirits tremble. They couldn't help but kneel on the ground. After so many years, this was the first time they witnessed the terror of an emperor weapon. Just this strand of aura alone was enough to tear open the barrier of the Tianlan realm and penetrate into the outer realm. Shun Xian, Father Gu, Mother Shun, and the others were very shocked. They didn't expect that after Li Xiu revealed his identity, Gu Chang'e not only did not care, but also killed all the other cultivators who came. He actually carried an emperor weapon with him. This was simply not giving any chance for his opponents to live. With just one slash, everyone exploded, their bodies and spirits destroyed. Even one of the quasi-supreme existences screamed in horror and collapsed into a bloody mist. This was a horrifying and scalp-numbing scene. Those who just came were the ancestors of the other forces in the Tianlan realm. They had a long history and were not weaker than the Shun clan. But in Gu Chang'e's eyes, they were no different from ants. Sister, is he usually like this? Shun Xian looked at Gu Chang'e with a complicated gaze and couldn't help but ask Gu Xian next to her. Yes, usually he is very bad and often bullies people. Gu Xian stared at Gu Chang'e and nodded almost without thinking. Before this, she had never seen the weapon in Gu Chang'e's hand. It could only mean that his cultivation had improved tremendously during this period of time, and he had also obtained many opportunities. She had once boasted in front of Gu Chang'e that she would suppress him. Now it seemed like it was even more distant and impossible. This made her feel a little unhappy. The stronger Gu Chang'e was, the less she could resist when he bullied her. During this period of time, she had been cultivating bitterly in an attempt to catch up to Gu Chang'e. However, the more she chased after him, the greater the gap between them became. Now she could no longer see Gu Chang'e's back. Hearing this, Shun Xian glanced at Gu Xian. She finally believed what Gu Xian said during this period of time. It seemed that Gu Chang'e was indeed trying his best to compensate her sister. This made her view of Gu Chang'e change a lot. The people of the Shun clan kept quiet out of fear. Watching from afar, the Shun clan ancestor felt a sense of fear. For the first time he felt fear. This was the power of an emperor weapon. With his current strength he probably couldn't even get close, let alone activate it. This was enough to show how terrifying and unfathomable Gu Chang'e's strength was. Gu Chang'e didn't care about what others thought. He had a faint mocking expression on his face. Stepping on Li Xiu's head and looking at his angry and cold expression, he said, I actually quite like it when people show off in front of me. Because in the end, they will all be like you now, trampled under my feet. You are very good. This is the first time I've met someone like you. Li Xiu's entire body was in pain. The battle talisman between his eyebrows exploded, and many of his bones were broken. Especially now, he was actually being stepped on by Gu Chang'e. His face was deeply smashed into the ground, and he couldn't raise his head. Such humiliation made his eyes turn cold, and he felt like he was about to explode. Once upon a time, he was the high and mighty war immortal. He conquered the 8 desolates in 10 regions, and killed his enemies until they trembled in fear. Even though he died unexpectedly, he was still the war immortal today, and no one could replace him. When they heard of his name, who didn't respect him? Who dared to humiliate him? War immortal, the Heaven Saber ancestor, the soliciting moon saintess, and the others who were lucky enough to escape far away saw this scene. They were completely terrified and terrified. Even the war immortal was being stepped on by Gu Chang'e, and he was determined to kill everyone just now. This coldness and ruthlessness made them tremble in fear, especially the soliciting moon saintess. Now her intestines were turning green with regret. If she had known, she wouldn't have said that, and things wouldn't have turned out this way. And the sect behind her was implicated. Oh, is it the first time? Maybe this will be the last time. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. He stomped his foot and immediately, the sound of bones breaking was heard. He controlled his strength so that Li Xiu's head wouldn't explode. No matter what, without that talisman, Li Xiu was now a cripple. He couldn't even use his qi. Just now, Gu Chang'e could have easily defeated Li Xiu even without using the Xianyang Heavenly Saber. But considering that this guy might have other tricks up his sleeve, he decided to use the Emperor's weapon. It was simpler and more direct. As expected, when he saw the emperor's weapon, Li Xiu admitted defeat without a second thought. "Gu Chang'e, don't you dare cross the line." Li Xiu was extremely humiliated. His teeth were broken by Gu Chang'e's stomp, and he was no longer as calm as before. Right now he was like a ghost. His hair was disheveled, his body was covered in blood, and he looked extremely pathetic. As the high and mighty war immortal, he commanded many subordinates and won every battle. In the eyes of the 8 desolates in 10 regions, he was a demon who slaughtered everyone. He never thought that there would be a day when he would be humiliated like this. In front of everyone he would be stomped under someone's foot, and he couldn't even raise his head. Before, he didn't want to reveal his identity, because he was worried that his previous enemies would make a move on him again. His fall back then wasn't a coincidence. It was because the powerhouses from the upper world teamed up and caused him to be ambushed by the 8 desolates in 10 regions. That was why he had endured until now. However, after he revealed his identity as a war immortal, he didn't receive the respect and admiration he deserved. Instead, he lost face in front of everyone. Li Xiu always felt that he shouldn't lower himself to their level. After all, with his identity there was no need for him to do this. Doing so would only lower himself. "Oh, so what if I bullied you?" Gu Chang'e's expression didn't change as he stomped down. Immediately there was a groan. Li Xiu's willpower was strong and he had been enduring the pain. Even though he was humiliated like this, he didn't want to continue losing face. However, Gu Chang'e wasn't going to let him do as he wished. A ray of light gray spiritual energy landed on his head to prevent it from exploding. He was interested to see how Li Xiu was holding on, but in reality he was about to faint from the pain. After all, Li Xiu was merely an ordinary person and the amount of pain he could endure was limited. In the next moment, his foot moved slightly and the sound of bones breaking was heard again. Everyone's expression turned cold and they shuddered. They felt that Gu Chang'e's ruthlessness wasn't something that could be judged based on his appearance. Li Xiu finally couldn't hold it in anymore, and let out a scream of agony. His mouth was full of blood. "Young man, if you know what's good for you, let go of the war immortal. Even though you have an extraordinary background and even have an emperor's weapon, you need to know that as soon as the war immortal gives the order, all of his former subordinates will come and kill you. You have no idea how terrifying the war immortal is." Ancestor Bai's face was white and his voice was shaking. He didn't dare to imagine that this would happen to the war immortal who was high above everyone else. He suppressed the fear in his heart and wanted Gu Chang'e to let go of the war immortal. "Are you talking to me?" Gu Chang'e glanced at him with interest. "You." At this moment Ancestor Bai's heart was filled with fear. He was a quasi-supreme expert, but at this moment, he couldn't help but shudder. He felt like he was an ant being watched by a true dragon. Boom! However, Gu Chang'e didn't let him finish his words. He directly raised the Xianyang heavenly saber and slashed down. A terrifying killing intent swept through the sky and instantly split him in half. The laws, divine abilities, and weapons all collapsed and exploded. There was no way to resist. Everyone couldn't help but shudder. An ancient clan ancestor was killed with a single slash. It was as if he was slaughtering a chicken or a dog. There was no need for nonsense. "Tell me, how did you survive? Maybe I'll let you go if I'm in a good mood. If you don't want them to die, don't try to test my patience." Gu Chang'e put away the Xianyang heavenly saber and glanced at Li Xiu with a smile. At the same time, he glanced at the heaven saber ancestor, the soliciting moon saintess, and the others. They didn't dare to look at him. They were terrified. Their divine souls were trembling and their legs were weak. They didn't dare to imagine that after trampling the once invincible war immortal under his feet, Gu Chang'e could still torture him as if he was stepping on an ant. "Just kill me. I won't say anything." Li Xiu's face was full of pain. He felt sullen and hated his powerlessness at this moment. If he was at his peak, how could he be tortured by Gu Chang'e like this? "Is that so? Then I'll fulfill your wish." Gu Chang'e didn't waste time. Golden runes flashed in his eyes and he directly searched Li Xiu's soul in front of everyone. Li Xiu immediately screamed because of the pain. Unfortunately, his soul was very weak now. Chang'e only probed for a moment before it exploded with a bang. He was directly destroyed. War Immortal. The Heaven Saber ancestor, the soliciting moon saintess, and the others all widened their eyes in horror. They couldn't believe that the War Immortal had died in front of them. His soul had shattered and exploded. Guxian'er, Shunxian'er, and the others were also shocked. The War Immortal had died just like that? A place to nourish the soul. A place to worship 10,000 immortals. Chang'e was not surprised by this. From this little bit of Li Xiu's soul, she found a lot of information. It was similar to what he had expected. How could an existence that had been dead for countless years reappear in the world? If there wasn't a good place to nourish the soul, then it could only be a fake death. In fact, he was planning to find a place to nourish the soul, so that his following plan could be foolproof. Li Xiu's appearance just happened to solve his problem. As for how to find the hiding place of Li Xiu's real body, it was actually not difficult. Now that he had killed Li Xiu's body, he had already formed a karma with him. He died so easily. Guxian'er didn't believe it. After all, Li Xiu was a former war immortal. How could he die so easily? Chang'e glanced at her and said, "He is a dead man, but if we really talk about it, he shouldn't be dead yet." "What do you mean?" Guxian'er still didn't understand. Chang'e said indifferently, "This can only be regarded as a body that he walks in the outside world. The real him is actually dead, but he is still relying on some remnants of the memories of the past body to control everything." Guxian'er understood what he said. Looking at the collapsed body of Li Xiu, she couldn't help but snort and say, "This is good. Xian'er's engagement can be considered free. This guy's attitude is really annoying. He still thinks he is a former war immortal." Hearing these words, everyone was enlightened and felt complicated. After all, this was a former war immortal. He was tortured to death in such a humiliating way. However, these words could only be said by Chang'e and Guxian'er. Even if it was only the memories of the former war immortal that controlled this body, it was not something that they could easily slander. One could imagine that today's matter would definitely shake the Tianlan domain and even the upper domain. The former war immortal reappeared in the world, but he was killed by Chang'e and the Shun clan. If some of the war immortal's subordinates knew about this, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. "Young Master Chang'e, how should we deal with them?" The ancestor of the Shun clan looked at the soliciting moon saintess, Sky Saber Grandmaster, and the others coldly. They were all subordinates or descendants of the war immortal. Today, if Chang'e was not here, the Shun clan would definitely cause unimaginable trouble because of Li Xiu. They knew that they had not done anything wrong to Li Xiu, but he took advantage of his identity and deceived them. In the end, the Shun clan suffered a great loss and had to pay a bloody lesson. He did not have a good attitude towards Sky Saber Grandmaster and the others. "I'll leave it to you to deal with them," Chang'e said lightly. "Yes," the ancestor of the Shun clan said respectfully. At this moment in the distant sky, there were divine rainbows and a few murderous figures rushed over quickly and appeared in front of Chang'e. They said respectfully, "Young master, according to your instructions, the brilliant moon holy ground has been destroyed. No one escaped." Hearing this, everyone could not help but feel a chill down their backs. In such a short time, the brilliant moon holy ground was destroyed, leaving no trace of survival. "Fortunately, we did not offend young Master Chang'e." Looking at the soliciting moon saintess and the others who had fainted after hearing this news, many of the Shun clan members were relieved. Soon what happened in the Shun clan today shook the entire Tianlan domain. Just now, the Emperor's aura that soared into the sky was terrifying beyond compare. It engulfed the entire sky and even caused the stars in outer space to tremble. Many experts felt a chill in their hearts as they guessed what had happened in the Shun clan. Moreover, many of the grandmasters who had been very low-key in the past had awakened and rushed to the Shun clan, but in the end, no one was able to escape. In addition, the brilliant moon holy ground, which had a long history, was attacked by several terrifying existences today, and was wiped out, disappearing from the Tianlan domain. Many of the news shook the Tianlan domain, which had been peaceful for a long time, and set off a shocking wave. Then, the news spread in the Shun clan, which was even more shocking. Many people could not believe it and wondered if there was something wrong with their ears. The war immortal who had once conquered the 8 desolates in 10 regions appeared again, and it turned out to be the famous good-for-nothing son-in-law of the Shun clan. Unfortunately, he had offended a young existence from the upper world and was killed in the Shun clan. Many of the experts who went to visit the war immortal were also killed here because of this. They collapsed on the spot, their bodies and souls destroyed. This news shook the Tianlan domain and even spread to the upper world, shocking many people. No matter what, the war immortal was once an invincible existence with a peerless cultivation. It was rumored that he had fallen long ago, ambushed when he was conquering the 8 desolates' 10 regions. Now for some reason he had appeared in the future again and met with such an ending. It was really unbelievable. A young existence who could activate an emperor weapon, in the vast upper world, who else could be so generous? In fact, many people already knew without guessing. They were stunned and felt very emotional. In a valley that was like a fairyland, surrounded by celestial mist and green bamboos, Gu Xian'er, Shan Xian'er, Father Gu, and Mother Shun were sitting around a stone table. The aroma of tea rose in spirals, and the green tea seemed to be reflected in the sky, looking very beautiful. Gu Chang'e sat opposite them, raised the cup to his mouth, and drank it in one gulp. He could not help but praise, "Auntie, you have good tea skills. Young Lord Chang'e, you flatter me." Mother Shun's tone was cold, and she was still very rude to him. Although because of what happened just now, her opinion of Gu Chang'e had changed, but she still could not let go of what he had done to Gu Xian'er. Father Gu's expression was rather complicated. He felt that Gu Xian'er was more familiar with Gu Chang'e than her parents. Moreover, from the way she interacted with Gu Chang'e, it did not seem like she would be bullied by Gu Chang'e. He also did not know why Gu Xian'er treated her archenemy like this. Gu Chang'e even came to the Tianlan realm because of him, and took care of Shun Xian'er's trouble. "Actually, I came this time just to see Xian'er. I have no other intentions. If uncle and auntie mind, I will leave soon." Gu Chang'e smiled and put down the teacup in his hand. "Young Lord Chang'e, you must be joking. How would we dare to mind?" Mother Shun's attitude was still cold, and she waited for Gu Chang'e to explain himself. However, Gu Chang'e did not intend to continue talking to her, nor did he intend to explain. Mother Shun's expression froze. With Gu Chang'e's attitude, she did not have anything else to ask. After all, she was just a woman. Gu Chang'e was polite to her because she was the daughter-in-law of the Gu family, and also because she was Gu Xian'er's mother. She knew her place. If she made a scene without reason, not only would she embarrass herself, but she would also embarrass Gu Xian'er. When Father Gu saw this, he sighed softly and shook his head. Gu Chang'e looked at Gu Xian'er, who kept her cool, but her head was lowered. Her gaze could not help but fall on the tips of her feet, as if she was in a trance. "Since you have nothing else, I will leave first. Whether it is the Shun family or the Gu family, you can stay wherever you want. I will go to the Peach Village when I have time, and visit Yao Yao." Although he said that, before he left, he had to find the soul-nurturing land. Regarding the war immortal, Gu Chang'e was most interested in the soul-nurturing land, followed by the providence points. "I don't have anything to do here, and I was planning to go back to the village to visit Master and the others." Hearing this, Gu Xian'er raised her head and looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Now she felt like her head was about to explode. Actually, the thing she did not want to see the most was her parents and Gu Chang'e meeting. This feeling was extremely strange, and it made her feel uneasy. However, she had to act mature and steady in front of her parents, and set an example for her younger sister, Shan Xian'er. Fortunately, Gu Chang'e did not make things difficult for her, and even gave her a suitable way out. When she returned to the Peach Village, she would see her master, the others, and Sister Peach Demon. "I think you haven't seen your parents for a long time. It's good to spend more time with them." However, Gu Chang'e revealed a slight smile, and his tone changed, making Gu Xian'er a little stunned. "No, I have been here for half a year, Master, and the others must miss me. I have to go back and visit them." She came to her senses and glared at him. She felt that Gu Chang'e had said that on purpose and did not intend to let her get away. She was wondering why Gu Chang'e would be so kind to give her a way out. "I think your master and the others probably don't miss you. They will be quieter without you around." Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly, completely ignoring Gu Xian'er's cold gaze. Gu Xian'er felt that Gu Chang'e was not talking about her master, but himself. Young Master Chang'e is right, Xian'er, you should stay here and accompany us more. We haven't seen each other properly for so many years. Shen Xian'er's mother also spoke. She could not wait for Gu Xian'er to stay by her side. She felt that it was dangerous for her to be with Gu Chang'e. In her opinion, Gu Chang'e's methods did not have anything to do with a so-called good person, but Gu Xian'er trusted him very much. She was just short of writing the words "I want to go with him" on her face. I have many questions about cultivation that I need to ask my master and the others. Gu Xian'er's face showed that she was in a difficult position. She did have questions to ask, and this was not nonsense. Forget it, since Xian'er wants to leave, then let her leave. Anyway, we are in the Shen clan, she can come back to see us whenever she wants. At this time, Father Gu spoke up, waving his hand to interrupt Mother Shen. He knew that Gu Xian'er already had the intention to leave. She would not be able to stay, so he might as well let her leave. Mother Shen sighed, looked at Gu Chang'e, and then looked at Gu Xian'er. She suddenly felt that this was an ill-fated relationship. When she was still very young, Gu Xian'er was like a shadow, sticking to Gu Chang'e wherever he went. In the end, after she suffered a huge loss, her Dao bone was dug out, and she almost lost her life. She still did not learn her lesson. Was she being sold by Gu Chang'e and counting the money for him? When Gu Xian'er heard her parents say this, she immediately felt relieved, and glanced at Gu Chang'e proudly. I think it is better for Xian'er to stay here. Gu Chang'e noticed her expression, but his expression did not change. Gu Xian'er felt that she was being despised by Gu Chang'e, and she was very angry. She had always been the one to despise him. He dared to despise her, how despicable. Shen Xian'er, who had been silent all this time, was very curious to see her mature and steady sister like this for the first time. I heard that you are very interested in mantras as your elder brother. I do not have anything good to give you as a gift. This jade scroll was obtained when I was traveling as a child. It contains many profound mantras, and it is very mysterious. Today, I will give it to Sister Xian'er as a gift. At this time, Gu Chang'e seemed to have just noticed Shen Xian'er, and he smiled slightly. He took out a crystal-clear jade scroll from his chest. There were rays of light intertwining on it, and it looked very mysterious. Gu Chang'e passed it to Shen Xian'er, who was in a daze. For a moment she hesitated, not knowing if she should accept it. Since it was a jade scroll given by Gu Chang'e, it was definitely not simple. However, considering the relationship between her parents and Gu Chang'e, she did not want to accept it. Since it is a gift from young Master Chang'e, Xian'er, accept it. Why are you not thanking young Master Chang'e? Mother Shen sighed in her heart. She knew that because of their relationship, Shen Xian'er had a grudge against the Gu family. Otherwise, with her talent, if she was in the Gu family, she would definitely shine brightly. In the end, it was them who held her back. Thank you, young Master Chang'e. Hearing this, Shen Xian'er took the jade scroll, raised her eyes and glanced at Gu Chang'e. She realized that he was staring at her, as if there was a flower on her face. This made her feel a little uncomfortable, and she lowered her eyes. However, Gu Chang'e quickly retracted his gaze and smiled gently. Sister Xian'er, you are welcome. This is my token. If you want to return to the Gu family, just activate this item, and someone will come to this realm to pick you up. With your talent, you should not be buried in this place. As he spoke, he passed a jade pendant to her. He felt that something would happen to Shen Xian'er, so he had to be careful. Shen Xian'er took the jade pendant and nodded. In her heart, she also yearned for the upper realm. After all, it was the origin of Taoism. In the hearts of all cultivators, it was an irreplaceable holy land for cultivation. She felt that Gu Chang'e was not as evil as her parents said. When Gu Xian'er saw this, she actually wanted to take her sister with her. But she knew that she could not make the decision. After that, she bid farewell to her parents and sister before leaving the Shen clan with Gu Chang'e. They planned to return to the upper realm and leave the Tianlan domain. From the beginning to the end, he had never mentioned to Gu Xian'er's parents about what happened back then. Although they wanted to know the reason, they could only give up. In their hearts, they faintly believed Gu Xian'er's words. Gu Chang'e seemed to have his own difficulties. He's finally gone. It's really suffocating. Many elders, including the Shun clan's patriarch, came to the mountain gate to send them off, and they heaved a sigh of relief. The commotion caused by the Tianlan domain was not worth Guchanga's attention at all. The providence points that he obtained allowed him to exchange for a few more transcendence bones. After he left, the Tianlan domain was still in turmoil. Because of the War Immortal incident, it caused a huge earthquake. Many forces that were implicated were incomparably frightened. The patriarch died tragically, and his life jade was broken. If they followed in the footsteps of the brilliant moon holy ground, wouldn't they die of regret? In addition, because of the Upper Realm's conquest of the 8 desolates in 10 regions, outside the Tianlan domain, the aftermath of the battle spread. The barrier was unstable and showed signs of breaking. Many cultivators were in danger. They felt that soon, the Tianlan domain would bear the brunt of the disaster and suffer a great disaster. Not long after leaving the Tianlan domain, Guchanga did not bring Gu Xian to the Peach Village first. Instead, he appeared on a mountain peak not far from the boundary monument sea. Looking from afar, the sky was filled with yellow sand, and there were bones buried in it. What's this? Gu Xian looked curiously at the Hongming purple mirror in his hand. A divine item to spy on the mysteries of heaven. Guchanga glanced at her. If you dare to have any ideas about it, I'll find a place to throw you away. You dare? I'm just asking. Why are you so narrow-minded? Gu Xian was a little angry that her thoughts were exposed. At this moment, as Guchanga's magic power surged, the misty Hongmeng purple mirror suddenly became clear and images appeared. One of them was an old man with a crooked back. So that's where the soul-nurturing land is. Guchanga looked a little interested. Guchanga, my lord has no enmity with you, but you're so ruthless. You've gone too far. Near the boundary monument sea, an old man who was collecting the mysterious energy in the waves heard the news. His face was full of hatred and anger. However, he forced himself to endure. He held a jade container in his hand, sealed with many energy light balls. He was the old servant of the War Immortal. All these years he had been running around to revive the War Immortal. Now, near the boundary monument sea, there were many powerhouses who had died in the war, and their origins and memories were scattered. And he was searching for the War Immortal's collapsed physical body, which contained the War Immortal's origins that had not dissipated. The War Immortal's cultivation method focused on the physical body. He was at the peak of this Tao, and few could compare to him. Therefore, even if he had been dead for many years, as long as he could find the collapsed physical body and reassemble it, he could truly revive the War Immortal. And now Li Xiao, who had died tragically in the Shun clan, was just a body controlled by part of the War Immortal's awakened memories. But even so, in the old man's eyes, Li Xiao was the new life of the War Immortal, and there was hope for him to truly return. But now this hope was forcefully wiped out by Guchanga. How could he not be angry? Then, the old man took the jade container in his hand and went to a crack in the void near the boundary monument sea. His figure flashed, and the formation patterns on the surface disappeared. Soon he entered smoothly. Oh! Chapter 427. The yellow sand was endless and the bones in the distance were blown away by the wind. This place was very close to the boundary monument sea. They could even feel the waves of battle. It was extremely vast and the sound of killing shook the sky. On the mountain peak, Guchanga looked at the scene in front of him with interest. Soon the Hongming purple mirror shone brightly. After a blurry figure flashed past, it returned to its original silence. Who is this old man? Gu Xian asked curiously. Her eyes were fixed on the Hongming purple mirror. The person who saved your grandfather and grandfather, Guchanga said lightly. At the same time, he put away the Hongming purple mirror so that Gu Xian would not keep staring at it. The person who saved my grandfather and grandfather, is that the old man behind Li Xiao? So it's him. Gu Xian was a little surprised. However, she was more curious about how Guchanga found the old man with the treasure in his hand. Could it be because of the karma that he mentioned before? He and Li Xiao had karma, so he could use this thing to find Li Xiao's traces. So this is why you are not afraid of not being able to find the War Immortal. Although she really wanted to see what the Hongming purple mirror was, she knew that with Guchanga's character, he would most likely not agree. This made her feel that Guchanga was too petty. He did not trust her. Was she the kind of person who would snatch a treasure just because it was a treasure? Let's go and find that guy's hiding place. We can also settle the matter with Li Xiu. Otherwise, the Shun clan will suffer his revenge sooner or later. Guchanga glanced at her and then got up. She turned into a divine rainbow and left the mountain peak. The cultivators behind her quickly followed. You actually care about whether the Shun clan will suffer revenge? At first, Gu Xian thought that Guchanga was worried about the Shun clan. However, when she thought about it carefully, there was definitely another reason why he was so concerned. It was unlikely that Guchanga would care about the life and death of the Shun clan. Very quickly she also followed. She was a bit regretful that she didn't bring the big red bird with her. Otherwise, with its ability, she would have been able to find the treasure all the same. At this moment there was a strange scene in a spatial rift that was extremely far away from this place. Outside, realm waves overflowed into the heavens, continuously battering over. It was as if there was a true world operating within, releasing rumbling noises. As Li Xiu's old servant entered the spatial crack, runes began to flash outside, returning everything to its original state. Everything became blurry and hazy. Many candles made of an unknown material were being lit in the tunnel, expelling the faint fog in the surroundings. The old man walked in with the jade jar in his hand. He carefully approached the ancient bronze coffin with the jade jar in his hand, letting the light inside float out and finally fall into it. Sir. He respectfully opened his mouth to report what had happened in the outside world, including Li Xiu's tragic death. I already know. An indifferent voice came from the ancient bronze coffin. It was very old but also very weak. After all, Li Xiu was his new disciple. Their minds were connected. Although there was a great distance between them, he still knew what had happened in the Shun clan. However, he was different from Li Xiu. Although there were some ripples, he was not to the point of anger. Sir, how are we going to avenge Guchanga? The old man was stunned and then asked respectfully. Don't worry about this for now. I'll condense a new body after some time. The Gu clan is not to be trifled with. Besides, my enemies now probably already know that I'm not dead. Let him be proud for a while. The weak voice from the ancient bronze coffin sounded again. He was very self-deprecating. He didn't think that he, who was once so high and mighty, would be reduced to such a state. It could even be said that after being humiliated and killed, he had to continue to endure and not dare to seek revenge. Yes, sir. The old man's face was also somewhat sorrowful. Once upon a time, the war immortal was so high-spirited and undefeatable. If it wasn't for the fact that the heavens and earth didn't allow it, he would have become a real immortal. But now he could only slowly live in the ancient bronze coffin. He needed to search everywhere for the source of his physical body to help him recover. Even a young person could easily humiliate and torture him. Someone's coming. At this time, a somewhat serious and shocked voice suddenly came from the ancient bronze coffin. The old man's expression changed. How come he didn't feel it? In the place where the soul was resting, he had set up many array patterns. If someone came, he would definitely feel it at the first moment. He was about to turn his head when he heard an interested voice from behind. So you were secretly hiding here. Lord War Immortal, we meet again. Guchanga spoke, his gaze landing on the ancient bronze coffin in front of him. Behind him, Gu Xian and the others were all looking around. You are Guchanga. The old man's back suddenly turned cold, and his expression changed drastically. How did Guchanga come in? He was clearly so cautious, but why was he still followed? It's the power of karma. It has nothing to do with you. He has a Dharma artifact on him that can deduce karma, so he found this place. In the ancient bronze coffin, War Immortal Li Xiu's voice sounded, as if he was explaining to the old man, but it was incomparably solemn and fearful. Since Guchanga could find this place, it meant that he definitely wouldn't let him go. A soul resting place. It's really easy to find. Guchanga looked around, and didn't have time to talk nonsense with the old man in front of him. He directly took out the Xianyang heavenly saber and slashed. A terrifying saber chi penetrated the place, containing a wisp of extreme power, and instantly landed on the old man. Poof! Blood splattered in the void. The old man groaned, but his reaction was fast enough. He took out his weapon and activated his strongest ability, but he was still instantly sent flying while vomiting blood. His body was on the verge of exploding. Although his cultivation was at the peak of the supreme realm, how could he be a match for Guchanga with the Xianyang Heavenly Saber? The fact that he didn't die instantly was already proof of his strength. We have no enmity, why do you have to be so aggressive? War Immortal Li Xiu's voice came from the ancient bronze coffin, containing anger and coldness. He didn't expect Guchanga to be so strong, leaving no way out and directly killing his way to this place. No, we have enmity. Guchanga smiled and attacked again. He slashed his blade at the coffin in front of him. Instantly, a terrifying shockwave exploded in the area. The coffin shook violently. Its material wasn't simple, but it was still sent flying by the saber. Li Xiu's corpse instantly rolled out. This is 770. Gu Xian'er's beautiful eyes widened in shock. It was difficult to connect the tattered corpse covered in green hair with the war immortal. Guchanga Yu, Li Xiu was incomparably furious. His current appearance was incomparably terrifying. His entire body was tattered, and not a single part was intact. Moreover, he was covered in green hair, and was as long as a person's arm. Lord! The old man looked at all this in a daze. It was difficult to connect the heroic and invincible war immortal with the green-haired corpse in front of him. It was hard for him to accept. So you've already walked the path of corpse. Such a good soul resting place, it's a waste to give it to you. Guchanga wasn't surprised. The current Li Xiu was clearly in the process of transformation or evolution, but this process was still very long. Even if he was given another 1,000,000 years, he still wouldn't be able to do it. During this process, Li Xiu could only be trampled on. Damn it! If I was at my peak, would you dare to humiliate me like this? Li Xiu was enraged, but he was just a tattered corpse now. Although he still had consciousness, he couldn't even move a muscle. Just as Guchanga had said, he could only allow himself to be trampled upon. Guchanga didn't waste time. He wanted to find a place to rest his soul. Li Xiu's current state was no different from the so-called experience points in his eyes. He didn't even bother to say a word. Buzz! In the next moment, the Xianyang Heavenly Saber erupted with an unparalleled saber aura. The Emperor's aura was vast and surging, like a torrential flood, directly slashing down. Accompanied by a miserable scream, Li Xiu's corpse, which had already collapsed, exploded again, turning into ashes. This time he was truly dead. Of course, before this, Guchanga naturally didn't forget to plunder Li Xiu's providence points. After doing all this, Guchanga didn't care about the system notification in his mind, nor the golden providence treasure chest that dropped. He looked at this place seriously and felt that if he made some arrangements here, it could be used as a favorable place in his plan to deal with the red-robed female demon. Of course, the premise was that his guess was right. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. The half-year left for him was almost up. Chapter 428. The terrifying black saber light swept past, and Li Xiu's body exploded into dust. He couldn't be more dead. Although he was a Dao-enlightened cultivator at his peak, and even walked a long distance on this path, his cultivation was powerful. But now he was just a corpse covered in green hair, and he couldn't even move. As long as Guchanga found his location, he would definitely not be able to escape. You just killed him like that? Gu Xian'er was shocked. She thought that Guchanga would ask the war immortal some questions and squeeze him dry. But she didn't expect that after he found him, he would kill him without a word. This was very different from the mercenary Guchanga in her impression. Are you going to wait for him to recover to his peak and then come find me? Guchanga put away the Xianyang Heavenly Saber and looked at her like she was an idiot. Besides, the current Li Xiu didn't have much value. Besides gaining experience points, Guchanga couldn't find any reason to keep him alive. You're not allowed to look at me like that. Gu Xian'er gritted her teeth. She felt that in Guchanga's eyes she was a fool. Guchanga didn't have the time to bicker with her at this time. He took action again, a palm hacking down, covering the sky dome, killing the elder who was in a sluggish state. Only then did he seriously size up this bronze palace. If it wasn't for Li Xiu, it would be almost impossible for him to find such a place. An excellent place to nurture the soul. This place is perfect. He nodded, and his eyes were satisfied, especially when he felt that there was a lot of life source gathering nearby. After years, it could even make the corpses develop intelligence. Under this rich spiritual energy, it was suitable for him to set up some means to hide the rest of the aura. Why are you looking for a place to nurture the soul? Gu Xian'er was also looking at this place. Could it be that Gu Chang'e was planning to revive someone? Of course it's for emergencies. If one day I unfortunately die, I have a way to come back to life. Gu Chang'e glanced at her and said casually. Naturally, he could not mention the matter of the red-robed female demon to Gu Xian'er, so he casually came up with an excuse. Why did you suddenly die one day? Gu Xian'er stared blankly for a moment. He didn't understand, but then he thought of Gu Chang'e's unresolved demon heart. He might be preparing for this. She was in low spirits. What would Gu Chang'e do if it were to erupt again one day? If she was by his side, would he dig out her immortal bones, or would he choose to sever his own heart veins? When Gu Xian'er thought of this, he had an answer in his heart. Just like the last time in the Nirvana pond, he would rather cut off his own arms than hurt himself again. She suddenly felt a little sad. Under Gu Chang'e's glorious appearance, there was a hidden danger that only he knew about. If that day really comes, I will give you my immortal bones. I can still live without them. Gu Xian'er raised her beautiful eyes and stared at Gu Chang'e, as if she wanted him to understand. Why did you hit me? However, Gu Chang'e did not let her finish her sentence. He hit her head again, making her cry in pain. He shook his head slightly and said, You silly thing, what have you been thinking about all day? He naturally knew what Gu Xian'er was thinking about. This guy's ability to fill in the blanks has always been one of the best. Gu Xian'er glared at him, very dissatisfied. I'm doing this for your own good. You arrogant guy, you've always been unwilling to lower your head, unwilling to be tainted by the world. Would it kill you to understand other people's good intentions? Gu Chang'e sighed slightly, then grabbed her cheeks and rubbed them hard. Her beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent, as if she was going to fight him to the death. I know, you silly girl. He smiled and let go of her. Hey! Gu Xian'er was prepared to be mocked by Gu Chang'e, but she did not expect him to say that. She was stunned for a moment. However, she quickly reacted and snorted. You're the silly one. It's good that you know. Don't think too much. I just don't want to owe you a favor. This time about Xian'er, if not for you, it would have been a little troublesome. After all, Li Xiu's identity was a war immortal, not an ordinary person. Although Shun Xian'er was a direct descendant of the Gu family, her surname was not Gu. All these years, she had not gone to the upper realm and had not entered the Gu family to worship the ancestors. So this matter, the Gu family would not necessarily interfere. After that, Gu Chang'e made some arrangements here. He personally carved many strange and mysterious runes. He was very careful and had never been like this before, because he had other plans for this place. It was to deal with the female devil in red, who was about to appear in the demon burial abyss. So he would not allow any mistakes here. Otherwise, it could lead to a mistake in his plan and bring about more trouble. The bronze palace was very old. It was unknown which era it was from. There were many strange murals carved on the walls. There were ancient people kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to totems. Here Gu Chang'e kept attacking. His 5 fingers glowed, and lines of runes were shot into the surroundings by him. Brilliant lights intertwined like small stars. At the same time, lines of runes of the Great Tao appeared and condensed into chains of rules, firmly locking the void around the bronze palace. The soul-nourishing effect here can be strengthened a little. This way, I won't be able to see any abnormalities. Gu Chang'e directly turned his mana into a carving knife and personally dug out a pool in the depths of the palace. He set various restrictions in it and gathered the life force nearby. Buzz! In the pool, brilliance began to appear. It was incomparably dazzling. There was dense mist there containing rich life essence. In the end, he even carved around the spatial crack outside again, obtaining many secret treasures to conceal the aura of this place. Only then did he relax. I hope she won't find out when the time comes. But I hope that moment won't come. Guchanga's gaze was faint. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. With a thought, he felt that this place was completely under his control. Finally, his figure moved and left this place. You actually took so long to set this up. Gu Xian'er, who had been waiting for Guchanga outside the spatial crack for a long time, was surprised to see him come out. Guchanga nodded and did not explain anything. He said, "Let's go." Then everyone turned into divine rainbows, broke through the space and left this place. Now that the war had broken out in the Boundary Monument Sea, all the races had sent their elites here, intending to cross to the 8 Desolates 10 regions. Here they could feel the terrifying fluctuations from afar. Those were the fluctuations of Emperor weapons. Now that the Immortal Realm did not appear, the Emperor Realm existences were the peak battle strength of the upper realms. In this battle, many who had attained the Tao hurried over as the vanguard to open up a path. The 8 Desolates 10 regions were not to be trifled with. Faced with the invasion of the upper realms, they erupted with unimaginable resistance. It could be said that they were of one mind. Both sides were in a deadlock. Many experts fell near the Boundary Monument Sea. Even from far away, they could hear the sounds of killing and the smell of blood. One had to admit that this battle was very vast. Almost all the orthodoxies and forces of the upper realms were involved. Even the Longevity Gu family was no exception. They sent an army of millions and were crossing the Boundary Monument Sea. However, Guchanga had no plans to join in the fun now. He would definitely go to the Battle of the Boundary Monument Sea, but not now. On the way out, he opened the Heavenly Tao treasure chest dropped by killing Li Xiao. A burst of golden brilliance flashed, and a small golden cauldron appeared. It was brilliant and dazzling. It bobbed up and down in the void, exuding a sense of mystery. The golden cauldron of providence is formed by the accumulation of the providence of all living beings. It can gather providence points. This is a good thing. Apart from this, I have another way to gather providence points. Looking at the many introductions, Guchanga was somewhat dissatisfied. He felt that if the golden cauldron of providence was placed in an imperishable sect or supreme Tao, it could even steal their providence without them knowing. This was much more useful than the world tree sapling he obtained before. Apart from this, the providence points obtained from killing the war immortal Li Xiao were not small either. He exchanged them for several transcendence bones, increasing his strength slightly. Guchanga led the group on their way. They left this place, far away from the war-torn land. Along the way they could see many ancient warships crushing the heavens. There were also all kinds of armored horses charging over, rumbling as they passed. Many young geniuses of the upper realms participated in this battle. No forces were spared. Especially when they found out that the Boundary Monument Sea could only be crossed by cultivators with lower cultivation bases. Their battle intent surged. They wanted nothing more than to quickly go over and fight over there. They intended to make a name for themselves in this battle. The fastest way was to kill the creatures and cultivators of the 8 Desolates 10 regions, using this to shake the world. Are we returning to Peach Village now? Along the way Gu Xian'er asked. It had been almost a year since the last time they returned to Peach Village. Although a year was negligible for cultivators, she missed her family and several masters in Peach Village. She grew up in Peach Village since she was young. Her feelings for Peach Village were much deeper than those of the Gu family. Let's go back to Peach Village. There's no use for you to participate in the Battle of the 8 Desolates 10 regions. Guchanga nodded. He had some things he wanted to confirm with Peach Demon. Sooner or later, he would have to make a trip to Peach Village. Then he used his supreme divine ability to open up a spatial passage. Terrifying spatial runes appeared, tearing apart the void in front of them. They began to cross. With Guchanga's current strength, it was easy for him to travel through the void. He crossed millions of li in an instant. Along the way he could see silver brilliance intertwining. Each strand was extremely dazzling and heavy. This was the chaotic fog in the void. It was rare to see it. The upper realm was vast and boundless. It was divided into the inner and outer realms. The Peach Village they were heading to was in the abandoned land of immortals in the outer realms. It was very far away from the Boundary Monument Sea. I'm afraid that even a real supreme being would not be a match for you now. Gu Xian'er was shocked. She noticed that the void in front of her was constantly distorting. The path became blurry. Because Gu Chang'e's physical body was extremely strong, it caused the space that came into contact with him to collapse. Even a supreme being would find it difficult to do such a thing. She felt that Gu Chang'e's current strength had far surpassed the average supreme being. She really did not know how he cultivated. A real supreme being? Gu Chang'e smiled and did not say much. With his current strength, even if he faced a real supreme being, he did not need to be afraid. However, it was too shocking to say this out loud. Although there were people who carried the title of inheritor of the demonic arts, it was inevitable that people would doubt him, because his cultivation speed was too shocking. It was unbelievable. However, speaking of this, Gu Chang'e felt that even a real inheritor of the demonic arts would not be able to cultivate as fast as he did. This was probably beyond the knowledge of cultivators. Su Qingge must have had a hard time recently. I heard that she was being hunted down everywhere. Gu Chang'e thought of a lot of news and smiled meaningfully. Half a month later, the void blurred again and the crack disappeared. Gu Chang'e led the group out of it and appeared on a mountain peak. The mountains were undulating and the vegetation was lush. In the distance they could see a desolate and vast ancient forest shrouded in fog. They had to cross it to see the mysterious Peach Village. Abandoned land of immortals, I'm back. Gu Xian'er looked at these familiar scenes and felt a sense of homecoming in her heart. In the past, she often took the big red bird to cross the abandoned land of immortals in search of all kinds of spiritual treasures and rare treasures. Here she often encountered life and death situations. Many times, she encountered powerful ferocious beasts and fought with them to gain experience. This made her feel excited. She stood on her tiptoes and looked forward. The last time she came back, she had Gu Chang'e with her. Many uncles and aunts made fun of her, saying that she brought her sweetheart back to her parents' home. This made her feel embarrassed for a long time. However, this time Gu Chang'e was still with her. She did not know what her uncles and aunts would say. Wait for me here. Gu Chang'e ordered the subordinates behind him, and then led Gu Xian'er to Peach Village. Soon they crossed the vast wilderness and saw a mysterious peach tree in front of the village. The village was not big. It was surrounded by a fence and there were spiritual herbs and other things around it. Strands of colorful light flowed and white fog filled the air, giving people a sense of peace. Strands of spiritual energy appeared all around, nourishing this place. Auspicious beasts roared and birds flapped their wings. It was very peaceful, like a paradise. At the entrance of the village, there were old people and children playing. It was very peaceful. The peach tree at the entrance of the village was dazzling and colorful. Its branches and leaves were lush, and it was enveloped in a faint divine light. Every peach leaf had mysterious patterns on it. It looked incomparably ancient, and it was unknown how long it had been standing there. Although it had not bloomed, it had a shocking sense of transcendence and holiness. A little girl, who was carved from jade, wore a large cotton robe. Her hair was soft and she looked very obedient. She sat on a rock at the entrance of the village, swinging her white feet. She looked outside the village from time to time, as if she was looking for someone. At this time she seemed to have noticed Gu Chang'e outside the village. She was a little stunned, then rubbed her eyes, thinking that she was hallucinating. When she looked again, she finally found that person was the master she had been thinking about day and night. Master, her face was full of surprise, and her eyes were filled with Gu Chang'e's figure. She ran towards him, stumbling and stumbling. I was wondering why I heard the magpies at the entrance of the village this morning. Turns out that Xian'er is back. She even brought someone back to her parents' home. This girl has been gone for a year, and she is finally willing to come back. At this moment, not only did she notice Gu Chang'e and Gu Xian'er, the rest of the villagers also noticed them. Many people came out to greet them happily. Peach Village became lively. Many uncles and aunties came out and surrounded Gu Xian'er and Gu Chang'e, sizing them up. In particular, a few aunties looked at her stomach carefully and then sighed. Gu Xian'er was stunned and a little confused. Then she realized what this meant. A blush appeared on her delicate face, and she glared fiercely at Gu Chang'e. It was all his fault. He caused her to be so embarrassed and misunderstood by the aunties. However, Guchanga didn't care about her. He was squatting down and holding Yao Yao's hand. With a gentle expression, he asked her how she was doing. Yao Yao was very surprised and happy. She shared her life in Peach Village with Guchanga. She liked these peaceful days. Not only was there a peach demon like her sister, but there were also other villagers who treated her like family. She didn't have to worry about anything here, except that sometimes she would miss him. Guchanga smiled and stroked her hair. It's good that you like it here. In the future, when Master has time, I will come and visit you. As he spoke, he took out many little trinkets that he picked in the mortal world and gave them to her. When he bought them for Guchingi, he thought of Yao Yao and picked them together. Now it seemed that Yao Yao wasn't interested in cultivation, but liked these little trinkets very much. Although she was sensible and well-behaved, she was still just a child. Yes, thank you, Master. Yao Yao likes it here. There are many children to play with me. The little animals are very obedient. Yao Yao's eyes curved into crescents. She was very happy to finally see the master that she missed so much. Guchanga was relieved to see that she was so happy. This saved him some trouble. Xian auntie has been there before. On the other side, an auntie pulled Gu Xian aside and started nagging. Gu Xian face was full of anger. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. She felt that her ears were burning. She was Guchanga's cousin. What were they thinking? However, the aunties didn't care about her. From their point of view, with Gu Xian's personality and her bringing Guchanga back to Peach Village so many times, they wouldn't believe that she didn't do anything. No matter how Gu Xian explained, they didn't believe her. Gu Xian felt very helpless. In the end, she could only put the blame on Guchanga's head. She glared at him fiercely. Today, Peach Village was very lively. Gu Xian brought Guchanga back again. She also brought gifts for everyone. For example, there were divine medicines, pills, and so on. All of them could prolong one's life and strengthen one's qi and blood. Although she was stingy, and greedy on normal days, she was very generous in front of the Peach Village's elders and villagers. She almost emptied her family's property. In the end, Gu Xian's masters appeared and checked her current cultivation situation. They were quite satisfied. Although she couldn't compare to Guchanga, she was far better than the young supremes of her generation. In their eyes, Guchanga was a monster. He couldn't be judged by common sense. Even now, they couldn't see through Guchanga's cultivation. This made them very shocked and felt that it was inconceivable. The last time they saw Guchanga was more than a year ago. How did he increase his cultivation so much in just a year? However, this involved Guchanga's secret. Although they were curious, they didn't dare to ask. Gu Xian and Guchanga returned to Peach Village. Everyone naturally prepared a sumptuous meal for them. There were all kinds of exquisite delicacies, emitting a tempting aroma. Although it was far inferior to the banquet of the Longevity Gu clan, it had a different flavor. At the banquet, everyone toasted each other. It was very lively. A few aunties and uncles didn't care about Guchanga's identity. They naturally asked him about his relationship with Gu Xian. To this, Guchanga naturally gave a watertight answer. Gu Xian, who was staring at him like a tiger watching its prey, let out a long sigh of relief. She was worried that she would hear something embarrassing from this guy. However, in the end, she couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of loss. She felt that Guchanga's answer didn't have any other meaning. After the banquet ended, everyone went to rest. Gu Xian also returned to her previous room to rest. The people of Peach Village specially cleaned a clean room for Guchanga. However, he didn't go to rest. Instead, he went to the peach tree outside the village alone. He held the wine from the banquet in his hand. He seemed to be drinking by himself. Then he sat down beside the peach tree. The moonlight was clear and cold. It sprinkled down mottled silver fragments on the ground. It was like a stirred pool of lake water. It gave people a feeling of tranquility and seclusion. The peach tree was ancient and tall. Its branches and leaves were lush. Each peach leaf was like a simple piece of art. There were all kinds of mysterious patterns on it. Under the moonlight, there was a sense of vicissitudes. However, more than that, there was a sparkling glow. It was mysterious and dazzling. It swayed with the wind. Guchanga didn't speak. He just drank by himself beside the peach tree. His gaze was distant. He seemed to be thinking about something. Then a boundless white fog appeared. In an instant, it enveloped the surrounding area. "You've got guts. How dare you do this in front of me?" A soft and pleasant voice sounded. It was like the sound of nature. It carried with it an ethereal, immortal feeling. In the next moment, a slender figure walked out from the peach tree. Her face was blurry, but there was an aura of peerless beauty. Her eyes were gentle like autumn water. However, there was a sense that seemed to be able to see through the universe. The peach demon revealed her figure. She seemed to be sizing up Guchanga with great interest. Just like the first time they met, she wanted to see through him. Guchanga was still drinking by himself. When he heard this, he raised his head and smiled. "Senior, are you planning to drink?" The peach demon shook her head. "I never drink. I don't like the taste." "What a pity. Senior, you didn't have the chance to taste such good wine." Guchanga smiled. The peach demon didn't respond. She just stared at him. Then she said, "When I was combing Yao Yao's Dao injury, I remembered some memories." "Oh, what memories? I'm a little curious." Guchanga seemed to be a little surprised. However, he was slightly moved in his heart. Since the peach demon and Yao Yao didn't merge into one body, she shouldn't have remembered everything. He wasn't sure if the images he saw the last time he saw the peach demon were formed from his own memories, or if she deliberately showed them to him so that he could see them. But no matter what, the peach demon and the Immortal Academy's old Sure were old acquaintances. There was no doubt about that. And the red-robed female devil, the peach demon, and old Sure were obviously from the same era. It had a lot to do with his identity as the demon lord. Guchanga always felt that he wasn't the demon lord. However, he had to be. The cause and effect of many things had been predestined from the beginning, including the relationship between the peach demon, old Sure, and Chan Hongyi. Now that the peach demon mentioned this to him, could it be that she was suspecting something? "I remember that I had a friend who liked to wear red. She said that she would work hard to cultivate and not disappoint her master. Then when she grew up, she would marry her master." The peach demon spoke slowly. When she spoke, her eyes were fixed on Guchanga. It seemed that she wanted to say something to him but also to herself. "When I was still a peach tree, I only had a weak spiritual intelligence. It was she who saved me from the mouth of a demon. My original form was a heartless peach tree. I didn't know what was beyond life and death, but with her I understood what friends were. Unfortunately, that was only an experience in the past. Now it seems that countless years have passed lost in the Forbidden Era. Perhaps I'm the only one who still remembers it. Later on, she brought me to her master's side. At that time I had another friend, a rock. I never thought that an ordinary stone, a hollow peach tree, even if it had spiritual intelligence, would one day be able to embark on the path of cultivation like the other demons. Her master was very strict with her, but he treated us very well. He didn't despise us because of our origins. He taught me how to read. I wanted him to give me a name, but he said that a name is very important, so he taught me the word demon." Her voice was very calm, as pleasant as the sound of nature. "Unfortunately, at this time it was incomparably lonely. Senior, do I know this friend of yours?" Guchanga put down the wine, his expression unchanged. In a daze, the scene at that time appeared in front of his eyes. A fairy was hugging her knees as she sat on a boundless field. Behind her was a withered peach tree. This demon was very beautiful. She had long dark green hair, like a mirror, bright enough to reflect people. She looked at the sea of clouds in the distance, her eyes reflecting the clear sky and mountains. But her expression was incomparably lonely, as if she was waiting for someone. "I don't know." The peach demon shook her head, her words ambiguous. She carefully stared at Guchanga. Seeing that he didn't look up, she sighed softly, no longer as casual as before. "You came to the peach village this time to find me, right?" the peach demon asked. Guchanga nodded. "Senior, how much do you know about the demon burial abyss?" The peach demon was stunned, and then seemed to be puzzled. She asked, "You want to go to the demon burial abyss?" Guchanga's expression didn't change. "I'm just asking. I thought of something and was a little curious. Senior, you must have lived for a long time, so you should know a lot about it." "I don't know much about the demon burial abyss. If you want to know, you can go and take a look yourself." The peach demon suddenly laughed. This laughter was different from the soft and pleasant one just now. There was an indescribable demonic nature to it. And as soon as she finished speaking, her voice turned into light dust and disappeared, returning to the peach tree without a sound. Seeing this, Guchanga's expression didn't change much. Then he got up and left. Judging from what happened today, the situation was very unfavorable for him. He came to find the peach demon just to see her attitude towards him. From this attitude, he could naturally see some of her thoughts. He could also see if she had doubts about his identity. The last time Old Sure saw him for the first time, he was very shocked and felt that it was because of the similarity between them. But this time the peach demon changed her attitude and even recalled the past. Wasn't this a test for him? So now it seemed that once the red-robed demoness saw him, she would definitely recognize him. Chapter 429. The next morning, Guchanga left Peach Village. He did not choose to stay for a while longer. As for Guxian, she decided to stay in Peach Village for a while. Coincidentally, she had some questions about her cultivation that she needed to consult her masters. Although Yao Yao and the people of Peach Village tried their best to persuade him to stay, Guchanga still left. Since he had achieved his goal, there was no need for him to stay. The peach demon's probing made him keep an eye out. Judging from the current situation, the peach demon would not leave Peach Village easily unless there were some special circumstances. Then, after summoning his subordinates outside the forsaken immortal land, Guchanga headed to the inner region. He planned to visit the human ancestors' hall. Ever since he took over the role of human ancestor, he had never been there. This time the fiend burial abyss was in chaos. Many great demons had appeared and wreaked havoc everywhere. As the role model of the righteous path, the human ancestors' hall could not shirk its responsibility to fight against the demons. Coincidentally, Guchanga planned to visit the fiend burial abyss. Without a suitable excuse, he could use this opportunity to find Zhang Chuchu and act as the human ancestor. At the same time, he could arrange his next plan properly. The center of the inner region was also known as the heavenly region to the orthodoxies of the upper realm. At this moment, in the center of the most prosperous and ancient territory, a majestic palace that towered into the sky was located here. It was grand and sacred, like a celestial palace standing here. The palace was built in a grand and magnificent manner. It was made of flawless white jade as the tiles, with ancient purple gold sandalwood as the eaves and pure obsidian star stones as the floor. It was grand and simple, majestic and solemn. Immortal chi as thick as the sea surged in it. It was like a paradise. This palace overlooked the endless ancient city of Lao Chi. The main hall rose and fell with the rise and fall of the sun and the setting of the moon. The runes on it intertwined. At every moment, it reflected the stars in the 9 heavens. It was like a supreme divine throne, showing the transcendent status of this place. A huge plaque hung in front of the palace. It was made of purple immortal gold and inlaid with golden immortal gold. 3 ancient words were written on it: Human Ancestors Hall. One could see that there were thousands of strands of silver threads rushing toward this place. They were about to converge, making it look holy and pure. These silver threads were the prayers of all living beings and cultivators to the human ancestors' great achievements. The power of faith could not only evolve into various Tao techniques and divine abilities, but sometimes, as long as one had a thought in one's heart, one could even manifest a Dharma body from a distance of billions of miles. It was even to the extent where one could use this to cultivate the 770 undying bodies. As long as one's faith was not extinguished, and there were still people in the world chanting their true names, then they would not die. This was an indescribable and mysterious power. At this time, a beautiful woman in a flawless white dress with a veil on her face was cultivating with her eyes closed in the main hall. Blurry figures of immortals, grand and mysterious, seemed to be chanting sutras as they floated behind her, as if they were about to cross time and space from ancient times. Her skin was fair and delicate, her eyebrows were picturesque, and her eyes were like flawless black gems that flickered with a moving luster. However, her expression was very calm. Other than silence, no other emotions could be seen. It was as if he was born this way. It was more like he had abandoned his 7 emotions and 6 desires. He would not be affected by anyone. A few old women with profound cultivation bases were whispering behind her, their eyes filled with worry. Even if the Saintess has broken through to the late-stage Saint realm, she can't do anything about this demonic onslaught. Saintess Zijine's whereabouts are unknown, and no one knows where she is hiding. However, even if Saintess Zijine is here, she probably can't do anything. Now many orthodoxies in the upper realm have sent their armies to the Boundary Monument Sea in an attempt to kill their way into the 8 Desolates 10 regions. No one cares about the chaos in the demon burial abyss, but they don't know that the great demon there has already wreaked havoc in the nearby territories. Many forces have been destroyed because of it. Yes, the human ancestors' hall is like a hot potato now. We can't get rid of it even if we want to. We have to think of a way. Their conversation was full of worry about the chaos in the demon burial abyss. This was because during this period of time, the seal of the demon burial abyss seemed to be unstable. Even the Xiankong Buddhist temple, which had been in charge of guarding it, suffered heavy losses. A few arhats and Buddhas with profound dharma were severely injured. Although this matter had not yet reached the level of causing a sensation in the upper realm, it could not be ignored. Today, the Human Ancestors Hall had already sent many powerhouses because of the 8 Desolates 10 regions. At this time, the matter of the demon burial abyss was so urgent that they could not leave. However, as the leader of the righteous faction, the Human Ancestors Hall could not ignore this matter. Now many forces had already sent them distress signals. The great demon of the demon burial abyss was a terrifying existence that had existed for an unknown period of time. One had to know that the Arhats and Buddhas of Buddha Mountain were at least at the quasi-supreme level. However, they were still no match for the great demon and almost died. However, one could imagine that this great disaster was not that simple. Even if Wang Zijin and Jiang Chuchu wanted to stop it, they could not do anything. The two of them were only of the younger generation. In terms of strength, they were no match for the great demon of the demon burial abyss. This made them worry about this matter. Now Jiang Chuchu was planning to break through to the late-stage Saint realm in order to play a role in this matter. Just as the old women were talking, Jiang Chuchu, who was cultivating with her eyes closed in the hall, suddenly opened her eyes. Her gaze was very calm. She had heard the old women's conversation just now. Regarding the chaos in the demon burial abyss, I will lead the powerhouses of the Human Ancestors Hall. Elders, you do not need to worry. You just need to guard this place well. Jiang Chuchu said indifferently. She knew what the old women were thinking. They did not want to get involved in the chaos in the demon burial abyss because it could cause them to lose their lives. After all, not all the cultivators of the Human Ancestors Hall were as righteous as she was. She could not ask them to do anything about this. Hearing this, the elders looked a little guilty, but they did not say anything. They were not stupid. They would not throw away their lives for no reason at this time. Their cultivation was not a match for the great demon of the demon burial abyss. By the way, Your Highness Saintess, since you said that young Lord Chang'e is the reincarnation of the human ancestor, we think that we should inform young Lord Chang'e about this matter. If he is involved, this matter should be easier and safer. What do you think? At this time, one of the old women suddenly thought of something and could not help but ask Jiang Chuchu. After all, the Human Ancestors Hall had just announced in front of many orthodoxies that Gu Chang'e was this generation's human ancestor. Regarding this matter, everyone had a tacit understanding. The Human Ancestors Hall wanted a young existence like Gu Chang'e to hold up the fort, while Gu Chang'e wanted the Human Ancestors Hall's strength. They were not very clear about the relationship between Jiang Chuchu and Gu Chang'e, so they were just asking. If this matter was not appropriate, then there was nothing they could do. They could not force Gu Chang'e to take care of this matter. They could not do it, and they did not dare to do so. I will take care of this matter. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuchu shook her head. She knew that the elder's words were not without reason. However, she could not ask for Gu Chang'e's help again and again. This was because Gu Chang'e had already helped her several times, which made it difficult for her to ask for his help. Moreover, Gu Chang'e said that he would pay her, which made it even more difficult for her to ask for his help. This was because every time the reward was to be bullied by him. although Guchanga had already promised to treat her better the last time at the Immortal Academy. However, Zhang Chuchu did not know the extent of Guchanga's so-called better. This caused her to be rather worried. This time, the great demon of the burial demon abyss was menacing and terrifying. It threatened many forces nearby, but she could not just sit back and do nothing. Since your Highness Saintus has said so, then we will not interfere. The elders naturally did not say anything more about this and planned to get up and leave the palace. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly came from afar, causing the elders' expressions to change slightly. They were somewhat shocked. Young Master Chang'e is here to see you. They were just talking about Guchanga, but Guchanga suddenly appeared? Thinking of this, they could not help but look back at Zhang Chuchu. So this was what she meant when she said that she would take care of it. This made them smile involuntarily and let out a long sigh of relief. We will welcome young Master Chang'e now. Then they turned into divine rainbows and hurried out of the human ancestor hall's mountain gate. They wanted to welcome Guchanga and did not dare to be negligent. Now, even the sect masters of the upper realm did not dare to treat Guchanga as a junior when they saw him. They had to be cautious. Why did he suddenly come to the human ancestor hall? Could it be because of this matter? Zhang Chuchu was a little stunned. Just now she thought that she had misheard. After seeing that the elders had turned into divine rainbows to welcome him, she finally realized that Guchanga had really come to the human ancestor hall. This made her very flustered, and it took her a long time to calm down. Looks like it's because of the demon burial abyss. But this kind of thing should have nothing to do with him. Why did he come here again? Zhang Chuchu was a little touched, but also a little embarrassed. She thought about how if Guchanga bullied her like before. What should she do? Reject him? Or submit? Thinking about what happened before, her face could not help but turn red. It took her a long time to return to her previous calm expression, and no one could see any abnormalities. Just as Zhang Chuchu's mind was in a mess, a voice came from outside the main hall. The few elders from before had obsequious smiles on their faces as they followed behind a young man and entered in a rather respectful manner. The young man had a smile on his face. He was dressed in a black robe with wide sleeves, and his figure was tall and slender. He exuded a noble and mysterious aura, and his temperament was extraordinary. Just by standing there he gave off an aura that could not be ignored. Zhang Chuchu quickly glanced at him, and then quickly retracted her gaze. She seemed to be sitting cross-legged on the spot, looking rather quiet. So the Holy Maiden has already told young Master Chang'e about the demon burial abyss. Then we can rest assured. In that case we'll take our leave first. With that, the elders quickly retreated and left the hall, not daring to disturb Guchanga and Zhang Chuchu. Although they did not know what the relationship between the two was, since Zhang Chuchu could persuade Guchanga to handle the demon burial abyss matter, it must not be simple. You don't want to see me that much? After seeing me, you keep your head down like this. Guchanga opened her mouth and stared at her with interest. Zhang Chuchu raised her head at his words. Her crystal clear and calm eyes were like flawless black gems, shining with a moving luster. She grunted, and then explained, I don't want to see you unless you treat me better. Guchanga could not help but laugh. He grabbed a futon and sat down beside her. After I found out that you couldn't solve the demon burial abyss matter, I rushed to the human ancestor hall without stopping. What else do you want me to do? Although Zhang Chuchu had guessed his purpose, she was still quite happy to hear it from Guchanga herself. But when she thought that Guchanga might use this opportunity to raise conditions, she became alert. Her eyes stared at him, almost writing the words "Don't you dare have crooked thoughts" on her face. Since the last time she knew that she couldn't be submissive in front of Guchanga, she understood that many things couldn't be done according to Guchanga's request. Otherwise, he would find another way to bully people. How did you know about the demon burial abyss? Zhang Chuchu asked, intending to change the topic. You have to ask yourself this question. If you could solve it, why would I go through so much trouble? Guchanga's tone was somewhat helpless as she asked, Don't tell me that I have to watch you die in the devil burial abyss. Zhang Chuchu did not expect Guchanga to say this. Before this, he had always been cold and fierce to her, and his attitude was very bad. She was still not used to him speaking like this today, and felt a little flattered. Did he really promise to treat her better? What about you? Guchanga interrupted her, his gaze falling on her face. Tell me, how are you going to repay me now? I came all the way here to help you solve the problem in the demon burial abyss. Shouldn't I be rewarded? Jiang Chuchu had expected Guchanga to say this. Her face was a little red, and she could not help but retort, we are now grasshoppers on the same rope, and you promised me that you would treat me better. Guchanga, you bastard, you don't keep your word. Guchanga could not help but laugh. So you're saying that you're going to do what you did before, and gain something without risking anything? You're dreaming, Jiang Chuchu. I didn't ask you to come help me. Jiang Chuchu felt very wronged, but she could not stand Guchanga's threatening expression. In the end, she gritted her teeth and said, Then I'll let you kiss me. She felt that she could not compromise, and this was already the biggest concession she could make. However, she was still a little worried, afraid that Guchanga would do what he did before. With her strength, she definitely could not resist Guchanga. That's it. Guchanga raised his eyebrows. He had planned to tease her, but he did not expect Jiang Chuchu to take it seriously. Jiang Chuchu thought that he was not satisfied, and panicked. She said again, then 2 kisses? This was the first time Guchanga realized that this girl was so stupid. He had not noticed before this. She was the holy maiden of the human ancestor palace, so why did her IQ plummet the moment she met him? Alright, 2 kisses it is. You're lucky. Guchanga shook his head slightly, and said in a tone that said he was at a disadvantage. In the next moment, Jiang Chuchu widened her beautiful eyes and wanted to push him away. Whoa, this bastard did not keep his word again. Chapter 430. Inside the palace, clouds and mist tumbled, and strands of divine light flowed. There were many treasures hanging on the walls, and they were incomparably mysterious and dazzling. Fortunately, there was no one else in the palace, or else they would definitely widen their eyes in disbelief. Was this still the holy, transcendent, flawless, and fairy-like Her Highness the Saintess in their hearts? Whoa! Guchanga did not have the self-awareness to take advantage of Jiang Chuchu, which made her eyes widen. She felt extremely wronged and couldn't help but want to push him away. However, Guchanga's strength was too great, and she couldn't break free now. Gradually, her body weakened and she almost couldn't stand properly. She was incomparably embarrassed. She had long guessed that this bastard Guchanga would not keep his promise, but she still held on to a trace of hope and wanted to believe him. However, Guchanga was too strict. Although he promised sincerely, in reality, she couldn't trust him at all. Alright, don't think about such good things all day long. Learn to be smarter in the future. Don't be so silly. Finally, Guchanga let go of Jiang Chuchu and appeared on the other side. He was some distance away from her, and he spoke with a smile. You bastard, I will never trust you again. Jiang Chuchu's face was flushed red. She had never been as embarrassed and angry as she was today. She glared at him, and her red lips shone with a moving luster. She felt extremely wronged and realized that she was really too stupid. She actually foolishly imagined the words of this great demon. Guchanga smiled and said indifferently, Who knows what will happen in the future? Who was the one who said that he wouldn't consider my suggestion last time? Jiang Chuchu coldly harumphed. She calmed herself down and tried to calm down. Every time she met Guchanga, she found it hard to calm down. His actions would cause great waves in her heart. Just like today, she was bullied by him at will. After that, Guchanga did not continue to bully her. Instead, he seriously gave her advice and suggestions. How were they going to deal with the chaos caused by the great demons in the devil burial abyss? For a moment, Jiang Chuchu was still a little confused. He looked at him carefully a few times. Did this guy change his personality? He was actually so considerate of her. Thinking of this, she was in a good mood and felt that she hadn't suffered a loss just now. Why are you suddenly so good today? Jiang Chuchu felt that the current Guchanga was a little different from the Guchanga she was familiar with. In the past, Guchanga would never care about the life and death of those who had nothing to do with him. He was selfish, indifferent, and heartless to the extreme. And now, he was actually talking about how to go to the devil burial abyss to suppress the great devil there and clear the dangers of the upper realm. Could it really be because of her? The great devil of the Devil Burial Abyss has been born. As cultivators of the upper realm, it is our duty to do so. Not to mention I am now the human ancestor. Isn't it my duty to protect the peace of the world? Hearing her say this, Guchanga could not help but shake his head. He was quite righteous and then sighed. Besides, you are so stupid and stubborn. You know that it is so dangerous but you still want to go. How can I rest assured? The Devil Burial Abyss was in chaos, and the she-devil in red was about to be born. He could not find a suitable reason to go there. Now that he had the identity of the human ancestor, it could be said that Guchanga was very satisfied. Otherwise, if he went to the Devil Burial Abyss at this time, many orthodoxies would definitely link it to him if anything happened there. But if there was a reason, then it would be different. Hearing this, Jiang Chuchu was stunned at first. Then she stared straight at him. Her eyes were bright, as if countless stars had gathered in them. She felt that the first part of Guchanga's words were nonsense, and the last part was the truth. After all, why would a person like him care about the world? I understand. I will try my best not to go to those dangerous places in the future. Jiang Chuchu nodded seriously, as if she was making a promise to him. At this moment, she felt a warmth in her heart. Although Guchanga said that he would not care about her, every time she was in trouble, he would appear. This was not the first time he had done so. You don't have to do this. Do what you want. I won't stop you and I won't blame you for anything. If I ask you to leave me in the lurch with your personality, even if you agree, you won't feel good about it. However, Jiang Chuchu was very surprised. This time Guchanga did not scold or mock her. Instead, he said such considerate words. She looked at Guchanga in a daze. Seeing that he was also looking at her, she lowered her eyes and softly hummed, If you want to bully me in the future, just tell me. I won't refuse. Then, as if she had gathered her courage again, she raised her eyes to look at him and said this. As soon as she said this, a blush appeared on her fair and delicate face. Moreover, her heart was beating wildly, and she felt a little dizzy. She could not believe that she would be so bold as to say this to Guchanga. Bully you? Guchanga was slightly stunned, then smiled with interest. What kind of bully are you talking about? He naturally asked while knowing the answer. Jiang Chuchu was very thin-skinned. He was very surprised that she could say this. I don't know. Jiang Chuchu's voice was slightly trembling. She could not stand his gaze and quickly turned her head away. She had already said this herself, but Guchanga still asked while knowing the answer. As expected, he was a bastard. If you don't know, aren't you just like me? Guchanga said somewhat mockingly. Jiang Chuchu's face burned. She felt that if she continued to stay here, she might be thrown into Guchanga's miniature world again. After all, she had already said that she would not refuse. As a result, she hurriedly got up and fled. Her dress fluttered in the wind, making her look extremely alluring. Guchanga watched her disappear from the hall and could not help but smile. Afterwards, the news of Guchanga's arrival at the Human Ancestors Hall spread very quickly. Many experts of the Human Ancestors Hall were shocked, and they all came to greet him. After all, Guchanga's current identity was the human ancestor. As for whether it was true or not, it was not important. What was important was that Guchanga's arrival could resolve the problem they were currently facing. Many people guessed that the reason why Guchanga had come to the Human Ancestors Hall had a lot to do with Jiang Chuchu. With regards to this, Jiang Chuchu could not explain anything, so she could only silently accept it. In the past, she had never thought that she would one day betray the Human Ancestors Hall and allow the person who killed the human ancestor to disguise himself as the human ancestor. Looking at the respectful expressions of the experts of the Human Ancestors Hall below the hall, she felt very conflicted. However, there was no other way now. Just as Guchanga had said before, what the Human Ancestors Hall needed was not the human ancestor himself, but the identity of the human ancestor. Everyone could become the human ancestor, as long as they could support the Human Ancestors Hall at this time. As for where the real human ancestor was, it was no longer a matter for the Human Ancestors Hall to consider. We'll have to trouble young Master Changa with the calamity of the Demon Burial Abyss this time. With young Master Changa's help, we can rest assured. The demon burial abyss has engulfed many of the nearby factions, causing heavy losses. Now many Buddhas have left Buddha Mountain to destroy the demons. With young Master Changa's help, this matter will be quickly resolved and peace will be restored to the world. That's right. With young Master Changa's help, we can all breathe a sigh of relief. The experts of the Human Ancestors Hall breathed a sigh of relief, and there was no lack of flattery in their words towards Guchanga. If the older generation went, they would definitely miss out on the conquest of the 8 desolates in 10 regions. They would not be able to divert their attention, so it would be difficult for them to leave. Guchanga had already planned to go to the demon burial abyss, so he naturally would not refuse. Moreover, the experts of the Human Ancestors Hall could testify that he was going there to destroy the demons. As for whether or not the upper realm would be bathed in blood after the appearance of the red-robed female demon, it had nothing to do with him, and no one would suspect him. In Guchanga's plan, although the red-robed female demon would break out of the seal in half a year or so, he could not wait any longer and planned to release her earlier. Therefore, he had already predicted what would happen in the vicinity of the demon burial abyss. In the following days, Guchanga was not in a hurry to go to the demon burial abyss. Instead, he stayed in the Human Ancestors Hall. Zhang Chuchu took him to visit the various ancient palaces, including the many book halls of the Human Ancestors Hall, the Immortals' engravings, and so on. Guchanga was not interested in these things. Moreover, because he had once devoured the reincarnated soul of the human ancestor, he knew many secrets of the Human Ancestors Hall. He was also aware of the inheritance method of the Human Ancestors Hall, which allowed the cultivators of the Human Ancestors Hall to completely accept the previous generation's Tao fruit, thus achieving the effect of enlightenment. Of course, such an inheritance was very rare, and no one was so noble as to be willing to give the results of their lifetime of cultivation to others. Only those of the older generation who were nearing the end of their lifespan would pass on their lifetime's Tao fruit to the next generation before they died. However, apart from these, the most interesting thing to Guchanga was the land of faith. The most precious thing in the Human Ancestors Hall is actually the power of faith. This is the faith of all living beings, and at the same time it is also the power of destiny of all living beings. Guchanga also had plans to test it. Then, he placed the golden cauldron of destiny in the main hall of the Human Ancestors Hall to receive the power of destiny and faith gathered from all over the upper realm. Wisps of silver brilliance gathered and drifted from all over the world, and finally fell into the golden cauldron of destiny like a river of stars. Suddenly, the cauldron was filled with golden brilliance, and countless silver brilliance gathered. At this moment, many brilliant divine lights gathered in Guchanga's mind, and every word was filled with the vicissitudes of time. It was a cultivation method for the Dharmakaya of faith, but it required the support of a vast amount of power of faith. Ordinary people could not cultivate it at all. This is the power of faith. Perhaps I can try another method. Those who chant my true name can obtain eternal life in the cycle of reincarnation. I can try to manifest my divinity. Guchanga closed his eyes, then sat cross-legged here. With a thought in his mind, a terrifying and vast amount of silver faith power surged and converged towards this place. Buzz! The sky trembled, and the palace outside trembled violently. A terrifying aura swept out, and it was incomparably vast. Even the stars in the outer realm were trembling, as if they were about to fall. Starting from the central region, the expressions of countless living beings and cultivators changed drastically. They felt a terrifying pressure rising from there, and they could not help but kneel down and worship, asking for fresh flowers. Everyone felt as if they were facing a brilliant heavenly might. Zhang Chuchu felt this fluctuation and came here, looking at the scene in front of him with some surprise. In the palace, Guchanga's figure became blurry. He was incomparably slender, and his hair was sparkling and flowing with brilliance. There was even a chaotic fog lingering around him. At this moment, the silver power of faith burned like divine fire beside him. Clusters of flames danced, as if reflecting hundreds of millions of laws and abilities. It was incomparably mysterious. This scene was very shocking. Every cluster of silver flames hung in the surrounding space, as if they were praying to him. Each cluster of flames was like a world, ancient and vast, and could contain everything. Someone is chanting my name between heaven and earth. Guchanga sat cross-legged in the silver divine fire, feeling the will of faith from various worlds. At this moment, this feeling was particularly strong in a certain area. It was burning deep and incomparably rich. This belonged to one of his devout worshippers. The scene in front of him came from this devout worshipper. At the same time, far away from the human ancestors' palace, outside the boundary monument sea, in a desert near the 8 desolates 10 regions. On one side of this desert was a black and dead sea. It looked calm, but it contained terrifying murderous intent. The waves surged as if the world was spinning, and the Emperor realm was difficult to cross. On the shore of the boundary monument sea, the pitch-black seawater rushed toward them, and there was an aura of death. On this sea there were black bone warships floating, and there were also all kinds of strange warships crossing the sea. They were densely packed, and they came from the upper realm. Above the boundary monument sea, there was a terrifying expanse of chi. Thick fog covered the sky, and the border could not be seen. Many creatures and cultivators from the 8 desolates 10 regions had vicious energy swirling around their bodies, their auras overflowing into the heavens. They rushed out from the boundless energy, and then gathered outside the boundary monument sea. In the distant Great Desert, an intense battle was currently erupting. The vanguards of both sides were currently clashing. Within the terrifying Great Black Fog, there were powerful beings from the upper realm side that were currently watching coldly. Even though they couldn't cross over, they could rely on the younger generation, using all types of magical artifacts to project their bodies here, intimidating the 8 desolates 10 regions. The 8 desolates 10 regions similarly had powerful beings appear, but in terms of numbers and cultivation, they were clearly weaker than the upper realms side. This made the expressions of many people from the 8 desolates 10 regions become heavy, full of worry. The powerful beings hadn't fought yet, so right now, this was only a clash between the younger generation. The younger generation from both sides were sent out to carry out a slaughter here. This type of battle was incomparably bitter, the casualties great. The 8 desolates 10 regions' younger generation's cultivation was clearly inferior to the upper realms. They carried out a series of battles, yet they couldn't even wear down a single person from the upper realm. The 8th one. Who is the next one? On the battlefield, a Wuxia-like creature said with a sneer. Blood radiance swirled around his entire body, blood chi terrifying and overflowing. The long spear moved, sweeping forward, the void immediately exploding. Blood-colored symbols shone brilliantly, scarlet multicolored light strand after strand, interweaving into an expanse, hacking downwards. A young heavenly talent from the 8 desolates 10 regions side immediately exploded with a miserable cry, body and soul erased on the spot. This scene greatly increased the morale of the upper realms side. Everyone cheered, and even the most powerful existences shrouded in mist nodded slightly, revealing looks of praise. Meanwhile, the 8 desolates 10 regions side was in a state of dispiritedness. Many older generation experts' faces were ugly and ashen. The younger generation were even more so terrified, their faces pale, full of fear. The 8 of them fought a series of battles, yet none of them were that person's opponent. They were all quickly killed, leaving everyone shocked. This type of power, this type of disparity truly left them in despair. The 8 desolates 10 regions are still trash after all. You found 8 people in a row, yet none of them were my opponent. Apart from hiding outside the boundary monument sea, what else can you do? If you knew this day would come, then why did you act like this in the past? Since you betrayed our side, then you all deserve an eternity of sin that cannot be erased even with death. The Wuxia-like creature laughed coldly, standing in the middle of the battlefield, long spear in hand, full of disdain towards the 8 desolates 10 regions side. Who knows what happened back then clearly? Don't bully others too far. Our side's true heavenly talents aren't here right now, or else they would definitely kill you. You won't be complacent for much longer. When the time comes, they will definitely kill you to get revenge for our side's cultivators. When they heard this on the 8 desolates 10 regions side, many of the younger generation's eyes turned red. They couldn't endure this type of humiliation at all, especially when their morale was so low. They simply wanted to go crazy. The older generation experts even more so clenched their teeth, hatred overflowing into the heavens. True heavenly talents? When the Yaksha-like creature heard this, it only sneered, feeling even more disdain. If you all know what a true heavenly talent is, I fear that you all will fall into despair, not even having the courage to resist. If my family's master was here, a single palm would be enough to wipe out all of you. Your so-called heavenly talents before my family's master don't even have the qualifications to be ants. When they heard this, the higher realm's heavenly talents and experts, even those hidden within the mists, all revealed serious expressions. Many of them couldn't help but reveal looks of reverence. The Yaksha before their eyes was that person's past follower. These words weren't false. 1000. Chapter 431. Hearing this, the young cultivators and beings of the 8 Desolation 10 regions were first stunned, then furious. They couldn't stand the disdain of the other party. They didn't believe that such a powerful and terrifying Yaksha had a master behind him. I'll kill you. Just then, a figure appeared on the side of the 8 Desolation 10 regions. He wore a green robe, had long hair, and a handsome face. He held a green blade in his hand as he walked out and landed on the battlefield. At this moment, there was a faint trace of anger on his face, but he was forcefully suppressing it. After seeing so many geniuses die at his hands, he couldn't sit still at all. He had to stand out and wash away the humiliation to boost morale. The moment they saw this person, many young geniuses of the 8 Desolation 10 regions were shocked. Then there was an uproar. It's him. Lin Qingyang? Lin Wu's brother? It's a pity that Lin Wu isn't here. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to crush that despicable Yaksha. However, as Lin Wu's brother, Lin Qingyang's strength shouldn't be underestimated. After all, with Lin Wu's guidance, the Lin family's geniuses should improve quickly. After all, they are from the Dragon Blood clan. Many people were excited, seeing hope of winning. Since Lin Qingyang dared to stand out, it meant that he was confident in winning. Not to mention, he had dragon blood and a powerful younger brother behind him. Lin Qingyang's younger brother could be said to be a legendary existence. He was dazzling and made many people respect him. Now, he was the most powerful existence of the younger generation in the 8 Desolation 10 regions. Qingyang, on the side of the 8 Desolation 10 regions, a quasi-supreme existence had a complicated look in his eyes. Then he warned, "You must be careful." "I know, Grand Ancestor." Lin Qingyang nodded. He turned into a blur and seemed to have disappeared from his original spot. He went forward and began to fight with the other party. This was a great battle. The two were evenly matched and it was hard to tell who was stronger. Lin Qingyang's strength was very strong, but the Yaksha-like creature Yihan's strength was not weak either. In the upper realm, it was one of the top young supreme beings. Otherwise, it would not be qualified to be Guchanga's follower. The two individuals' bodies were covered in blood as they fought with great difficulty. All types of dazzling divine splendor erupted here, fluctuations terrifying. All types of divine abilities collided, continuously evolving. The aftermath caused many barren hills below to explode, turning them into ruins. "However, you are still no match for me." Yihan roared in rage. In the next instant, he found an opening and swept out with his spear. Resplendent divine runes flashed as the spear pierced through his opponent's body. The people from the 8 Desolation 10 regions were astonished. They felt that the Yaksha was too strong. It looked down on everyone and was invincible. "Haha, you've been fooled." However, in the next moment something strange happened. The pierced Lin Qingyang suddenly sneered. The blood in his body started to heat up, and a terrifying power was awakening. It was like a peerless true dragon was going to use the spear to attack Yihan. What? Under this attack, Yihan was in disbelief and shock. He coughed up blood continuously and his arms were sent flying. Even the indestructible long spear was trembling and cracking sounds could be heard. Boom! "Hand over your life." Lin Qingyang suddenly shouted loudly. He didn't care about his injuries at all and closed in with extreme speed. A fist pierced through. Boundless blood energy surged and blasted Yihan into pieces in midair. Behind him, a faintly discernible true dragon appeared. It shook heaven and earth, granting him incomparable power. This scene made the people from the 8 Desolation 10 regions cheer. Their expressions changed again and again, from their previous downcast state to excitement. Everyone's blood was boiling. It was as if they had become Lin Qingyang. Lin Qingyang used his strength to prove to them that their 8 Desolation 10 regions were not weaker than those from the higher realms. This wave of aura is a bit strange. It doesn't seem like the power of a normal bloodline. It can actually burn through divine abilities and melt symbol bones. The expressions of many people from the higher realms changed as well. They never expected Lin Qingyang to suddenly erupt with such strength at such a crucial moment. It was simply too shocking. Even Yi Han was blasted apart by him. Today, I will kill you as an offering to the cultivators of my lower realm. Lin Qingyang roared furiously. He took advantage of the situation and pursued Yi Han. He wanted to completely annihilate Yi Han here and now. He planned to destroy his spirit and destroy it completely. Yi Han's expression changed drastically. His spirit wanted to escape, but it was not as fast as his opponent's speed. He was in despair and was about to be killed. Buzz! Suddenly, strands of silver threads appeared between his eyebrows. They were incomparably bright and contained an indescribable mysterious power. At this moment, the heavens and earth suddenly froze. A supreme and terrifying aura appeared continuously, as if it was about to descend upon this place through countless worlds and spaces. What is this? What kind of existence can descend upon this place through the boundary monument sea? The expressions of the most powerful existences from the 8 Desolation 10 regions changed simultaneously. They found it unbelievable and even their spirits were trembling slightly. Everyone couldn't help but feel chills run down their spines. It was as if they were frozen in place and couldn't move at all. A great fear engulfed their entire bodies. Lin Qingyang, who was chasing after Yi Han, felt it even more directly. His entire body trembled to the extreme and he didn't dare to move at all. Even his spirit seemed to be frozen. A slender and blurry figure seemed to have crossed through countless spaces and appeared at this place. This was an extremely shocking scene. Specks of divine light shone, and it was incomparably hazy. It was shrouded in chaotic fog. Or perhaps there were 3,000 worlds surrounding this figure, making it the only one in this world eternal and immortal. The silver divine flames burned, and each of them had a supreme aura. They were so dazzling that many people didn't dare to look directly at them. Tears flowed down their eyes and they quickly closed them. This is the Master protecting me. Yi Han greets the Master. The Yuxia-like creature's face was filled with ecstasy. It knelt on the ground with great devotion and fanaticism, kowtowing to the figure in front of it. This is that person's Dharma body. It can affect this place. Just what level has his current cultivation reached? In the dense fog, the most powerful existences of the upper realm recognized the figure in front of them. Their expressions turned solemn as they felt a sense of shock and disbelief. Qingyang, run. This person isn't someone you can face. The expression of the supreme existence from the 8 Desolates 10 regions who spoke just now suddenly changed. His figure moved over, and then he brought out his own weapon, wishing to fight against the Dharma body that appeared before him, wishing to contend against it. Honglong. However, the figure within the silver divine flames had an extremely cold expression, as if he didn't have any emotions. He was high up above, overlooking the endless ages. A single palm crushed down on the heavens, blood and chi shocking heaven and earth, surging incomparably. Anything that stood in his path was completely blasted apart. Hong! This was indescribable heaven overflowing divine might. This Dharma body's large hand covered the sky dome, palm patterns clear. Golden light shone resplendently, as if it was the hand of a heavenly emperor. It carried terrifying might. The expression of the 8 Desolates 10 regions' supreme existence changed. He brought out his own weapon using his most powerful methods, but it was completely useless. His body was blasted apart, blood filling the skies. This scene was incomparably horrifying, leaving everyone stupefied. Their souls couldn't help but tremble. His blood carried a type of divine nature, golden aura and symbols. It poured down from the sky. The great desert that was already riddled with holes looked as if it had been burned by the flames of hell. Only the weapon that was brought out was dim in radiance, trembling with Wang sounds. With a dong sound, it exploded in the void, turning into fragments, smashing into the ground. All directions immediately became deathly silent. The battle fluctuations disappeared. That figure in the heavens also slowly disappeared, as if what happened just now was just an illusion. However, the scene of a half-supreme being forcibly killed with a single palm made their bodies go cold. Many thanks for Senior's life-saving grace. Many thanks for Senior's life-saving grace. Only Yi Han respectfully and fanatically knelt on the ground, kowtowing towards that direction, pious to the extreme. So powerful is this already, that individual's current strength? Simply inconceivable. Everyone from the higher realms was similarly shocked and stupefied as they watched this scene, their hearts unable to calm down at all. They never expected that at the critical moment of life and death, that individual would actually save Yi Han from millions and millions of li away. This type of method was like a dream, powerful to an inconceivable degree. This made them shocked, but at the same time they couldn't help but feel envious of Yi Han. Following such a master, even at a critical moment, he could be saved. In ancient legends, the most powerful among the immortals have reached an unimaginable realm. As long as one sincerely recites his true name in their hearts, they can make a strand of Dharma body descend, protecting them for eternity. At this moment, many people thought of this rumor and were endlessly shocked. Unknowingly, they also began to have thoughts of faith, shocked by what they saw today. Even more young geniuses were fanatical, deeply feeling that Guchanga's strength had already reached an inconceivable level. This was already far from what they could imagine and reach. Who exactly was that person just now? On the side of the 8 Desolates 10 regions, many people felt chills all over their bodies, their skulls almost exploding from fear just now. This was the first time they witnessed such terrifying divine might with their own eyes. It was simply not something that humans could resist. It's said that he's a leading figure from the higher realms. The voice of the people next to him trembled. Hearing the voice from the higher realms, they suddenly felt that what Yi Han said before was correct. After witnessing this scene with their own eyes, they no longer had the slightest intention to resist. In the human ancestor's palace, Guchanga slowly opened his eyes. The silver flames around him dissipated, and the runes disappeared one after another, returning to silence. He looked at the golden cauldron of providence in his hand, and felt that the power of faith in it had obviously decreased by a lot. The power of faith consumed by the divine manifestation just now was not a small amount. If it continued for a while, he felt that the power of faith gathered in the golden cauldron of providence would not be enough for consumption. Although he only intended to test it this time, the effect was obvious, although the power of faith increased by not much. However, once the news spread, one could imagine how widespread it would be, and how many devout believers would be attracted to him. Those who recite my true name can obtain eternal life in the samsara. Indeed, I have to be as cool as possible. Guchanga could not help but laugh. Then, he placed the golden cauldron of providence in the main hall, waiting for it to gather a lot of providence and power of faith here. He did not want to care about the matters at the boundary monument C for the time being. However, after this divine manifestation this time, it should cause a stir there in a short period of time. It was not that Guchanga liked to show off, but he purely felt that this action could save him a lot of trouble the next time he descended. Have you settled the matters here? If you have, we can leave for the demon burial abyss. Guchanga looked at Jiang Chuchu, who had been waiting for him in the hall, and asked. Although Jiang Chuchu was a little curious about the small golden cauldron in his hand, she did not ask much. She nodded and said yes. After all, Wang Zijin was not in the human ancestor's palace. There were many things that she had to settle before she left. Just as Guchanga said before, Wang Zijin did not have much feelings for the human ancestor's palace. Naturally, she would not care about these trivial matters. However, Jiang Chuchu was different. She grew up in the human ancestor's palace and was adopted by the human ancestor's palace elder. She had deep feelings for the human ancestor's palace. Then let's go. Guchanga then directly tore open the space in front of him. A golden path directly penetrated the sky and appeared outside the human ancestor's palace. There were already experts waiting there to go with him to the demon burial abyss to slay the demon. The demon burial abyss was very far from the central region. It was not only the central region but also the other regions. This was because it was a place where space was chaotic and changed according to the terrain. The nearby space was not fixed and was fluctuating and changing all the time. However, it was not difficult to find the demon burial abyss because not far from the demon burial abyss was the Xiankong Buddhist temple of Buddha Mountain. Outside the Xiankong Buddhist temple was a teleportation array. As long as one reached there, they would naturally find the demon burial abyss. The Xiankong Buddhist temple and the demon burial abyss were actually quite related. Once, the ancestor of the Xiankong Buddhist temple was an enlightened monk of Buddha Mountain. He deeply felt that the demon burial abyss was overflowing with demon qi and had not dissipated for a long time. One day it would erupt and bring disaster to all living things. Therefore, the enlightened monk made a great vow that he would not become a Buddha until the demon burial abyss was empty. Later, the enlightened monk went deep into the demon burial abyss in an attempt to find the source of the demon qi and quell all the disasters. However, he did not expect to encounter an unknown disaster and ran out crazily. He was also one of the few people who had gone deep into the demon burial abyss in so many years. As for what he had encountered there, no one knew. On the way to the demon burial abyss, Guchanga and the others encountered many great demons. They all rushed out of the demon burial abyss and caused chaos in the surroundings. Their cultivation was not weak, and the weakest was of the great saint realm. With Zhang Chuchu's current strength, she was definitely not a match for these great devils. However, in Guchanga's eyes, they were just some inferior nourishment resources, so it did not take long. The news of Guchanga and Zhang Chuchu going to the demon burial abyss to slay the demons also spread quickly through the cultivators in various places. Now that the various orthodoxies in the upper realm were in an uproar because of the Yin's ultimate sky and the 8 Desolates 10 regions, Guchanga's whereabouts naturally attracted extra attention. Now, he was still using the identity of the human ancestor, so it was not strange. During this time, news from the Boundary Monument Sea came, which naturally attracted extra attention. In particular, the appearance of Guchanga's Dharma body was even more shocking. Many people suspected that his cultivation was at least at the quasi-supreme realm, or even higher. It was hard to guess. One should know that among the many young geniuses, the strongest cultivation was only at the saint realm or the absolute saint realm. Even 6th Crown King Jun Yao and the others were in the same realm. However, in the battle at the Boundary Monument Sea, there were also many people who were dazzling and shocking the world. For example, the newly appointed abode master of the Supreme Grotto Heaven, Chu Hao, who was only a few hundred years old. Many people knew that he actually had some grudges with Guchanga. This time, in the 8 Desolates 10 regions, they did not know if the two would meet in the end. The other geniuses also made a name for themselves in the battle. There were disciples of the Immortal Academy, and there were also successors of various orthodoxies. The people that Guchanga paid attention to were mainly the few sons of destiny who were already around him. Yu Mingkong was gradually taking charge of the important politics of the unparalleled celestial dynasty, and did not have time to care about other things, so she did not participate in this battle. Otherwise, with her identity as a reincarnator, she would know some of the opportunities and the whereabouts of the last artifact of the heaven-wielding 7 artifacts. Yu Mingkong did not say much to Guchanga, so Guchanga guessed that it was because the time was not right yet. The sword master of the heaven-wielding sword should not be a simple person. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. After crossing many regions, accompanied by waves of spatial fluctuations, Guchanga and the others appeared in a teleportation portal. An ancient temple with a dignified appearance and faint Buddhist light appeared in the distance. It was majestic and ancient with a solemn feeling. Many monks were meditating everywhere, comprehending Buddhism. Xiankong Buddhist Temple. Zhang Chuchu's gaze landed on the plaque in front of the ancient temple. There were a few ancient words on the plaque with purple and gold edges, faintly emitting Buddhist light, as if they could reflect all demons and evil. Like the name, there were many strange places around the Xiankong Buddhist temple. It was suspended in the air, and one could see thick fog. The slightest mistake would cause one to fall into a bottomless abyss. Moreover, there was a forbidden array here. Unless one's cultivation was high, it would be very difficult to walk in the air. Greetings to young Master Chang'e, Saintess Chuchu. In front of the Xiankong Buddhist temple, a handsome monk had been waiting for a long time. He knew that Gu Chang'e and the others would come here to kill demons and defend Tao. However, what surprised Gu Chang'e was that he saw an old acquaintance here. It was the Golden Cicada Buddha, whom he had humiliated in public in front of the Immortal Academy. He was also here with his palms together, waiting for them with a smile on his face. He really hit it well. Now that Gu Chang'e looked at him again, he could faintly see the will of fate coming from him. Although he was not at the level of a son of fate, he was still a person with great fate. He didn't notice it back then, and the system didn't mention it either. Either he hit it well or he just had some extraordinary opportunities recently. This made him a little interested. He still remembered clearly how the Golden Cicada Buddha tricked the Divine Prince in the land of Extreme Een. Although he did it on purpose, if the Golden Cicada Buddha had warned him, the Divine Prince would not have been killed. Greetings, Brother Gu. We meet again, the Golden Cicada Buddha said. He was dressed in Buddhist robes, and Buddhist light could be seen circling around him. He gave off the feeling of an eminent monk. Gu Chang'e's gaze landed on the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand. I am surprised that you are waiting here. It seems that you are also going to the burial demon abyss? The Golden Cicada Buddha nodded. As the successor of Buddha Mountain, I will not stand by and do nothing about the burial demon abyss. As he spoke, his expression was very natural, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Gu Chang'e felt that he should have some understanding of the burial demon abyss. After all, the Golden Cicada Buddha had been there before. With him leading the way, it would save them some trouble. Moreover, he might be of some use at a critical time. He knew that the Golden Cicada Buddha was not kind. He was most likely looking for something for the so-called burial demon abyss. Chapter 432. The Xiankong Buddhist temple was solemn and dignified. Divine light was faintly discernible. There was an indescribable righteousness that seemed to be able to suppress all evil. One could faintly hear the faint sound of bells and Buddhist chants that contained the truth. This place could even cleanse a cultivator's mind, making them calm and peaceful. Many monks sat cross-legged and comprehended Buddhism. Buddhist light flickered on their bodies with a misty golden color. They were very extraordinary. They didn't pay much attention to the people who walked in from outside the mountain gate. After a glance, they looked away. It seemed that they only had Buddhism in their minds. Gu Chang'e and Jiang Chuchu walked side by side. Their clothes fluttered in the wind like a celestial couple. Many experts followed behind them. Some were Gu Chang'e's subordinates, while others were cultivators from the human ancestor palace. Golden Cicada Buddha walked in front and led the way. His expression was calm, but he couldn't help but feel strange. He never expected Gu Chang'e to come to the fiend burial abyss this time. He knew that Gu Chang'e wasn't the kind of person who cared about the life and death of others. Even if the fiend burial abyss swept in all directions and brought chaos to the world, he probably wouldn't care. A person like Gu Chang'e was even more selfish and indifferent than him. He wouldn't do anything unless it really affected his interests. Therefore, the Golden Cicada Buddha Master was a little worried. He decided to keep an eye on Gu Chang'e. As for Jiang Chuchu, he still trusted him a lot. Although they hadn't interacted much, he admired Jiang Chuchu's integrity when they were at the Immortal Academy. The two of them came together. If Gu Chang'e was just accompanying Jiang Chuchu, he didn't believe it. Soon, Golden Cicada Buddha led the group through the area in front of them, and arrived at the depths of the Xiankong Buddhist temple. Here the aura of treasures rose and Buddhist light surrounded the mountain. It was incomparably holy and peaceful. There were tall domed pagodas in front of them. They could even see many fierce beasts, but they weren't fierce. They were even gentler than humans. There was a kind of Buddhist nature. Under the influence of the Buddhist aura here, even the fierce beasts lost their usual fierceness and became gentle and peaceful. Rumor has it that Buddha Mountain has a scripture of salvation that can convert all living things, including ferocious beasts, birds of prey, and divine weapons. There is a black mountain in front of the Buddha Mountain. It used to suppress a monkey demon known as the Great Sage of Chaotic Heaven. Later, the Buddha chanted sutras day and night for 10,000 years. Finally, the monkey lost its ferocious nature and converted to Buddhism. It was named the Divine Buddha of Chaotic Heaven. It is now the demonic beast guarding the gate of the Buddha mountain. Is this true? Wuxia glanced at the ferocious beasts on the pagoda and asked with interest. He had some understanding of the origin of the scripture of expiation. It was an incomplete version of the demonic bottle. In the later generations, it was deduced and perfected by the eminent monks of Buddha Mountain, forming a new supernatural power. It was said to be able to purify all living things, making it impossible to guard against. Many cultivators from the great sects were converted to Buddhism because of this. For this reason, there was even a war of Buddha annihilation in the upper realm. Unfortunately, the Buddha Mountain's divine skill was very strange. It was not something that ordinary divine skills and heavenly techniques could compare to. It was hard to block. Moreover, there were many believers of Buddha Mountain. They were scattered in the upper realm and many of the lower realm. They were not fewer than the believers of the human ancestors' hall. Some of the leaders of the great sects even worshipped Buddha Mountain when they were young and converted to Buddhism. Today, many orthodoxies in the upper realm were inextricably linked to Buddha Mountain. Within Buddha Mountain, there were many legendary artifacts guarding it. Its foundation was immortal. Once, a Buddha appeared with the demon-slaying pestle. He shocked the world with one battle and killed a member of the royal family of Inju Heaven. His power was not weaker than that of the human ancestor. In short, the level of mystery of Buddha Mountain was even higher than orthodoxies like the human ancestors' hall and the heavenly emperor mountain. Oh brother Gu, what you're saying is actually something from many years ago. Today, there is no longer that senior guarding the gate of Buddha Mountain. However, there are his descendants, who have been guarding the gate for generations. As for the scripture of expiation, it is actually a saying from the outside world. In Buddha Mountain, it is a supreme scripture. Very few people have access to it. The golden cicada bodhisattva, who was walking in front, smiled and replied. Wuxia was not surprised. Buddha Mountain's sanctimonious appearance was at most the same as his, so there was nothing much to say. He just wanted to know how much the scripture of expiation was related to his demon-planting bottle. He wanted to know if he could use the demon-planting bottle to change and evolve the scripture of expiation so that he could control the living beings of Buddha Mountain. Of course, this was just a thought. If he really wanted to do it, he would have to find the cultivators or living beings that had been converted by the scripture of expiation. He did not have much time now, so this could only be brought up later. Back then, the great sage of chaotic skies was said to have been converted because he did not respect Buddhism and looked down on Buddha Mountain. In the end, a great medium of Buddha Mountain took action and turned his palm into a black mountain, suppressing him in front of the mountain. He was influenced by Buddhism day and night. Zhang Chuchu thought that Wuxia was interested in this matter, so she could not help but tell him what she knew about the ancient records. Saintess Chuchu, you're wrong. It's not that we don't respect Buddhism, but that senior was unruly and didn't respect etiquette. Because of that, our Buddha Mountain was touched and enlightened him. Later, he decided to guard our Buddha Mountain to repay his kindness. The golden cicada bodhisattva could not help but turn around and correct her. Zhang Chuchu glanced at him and did not say anything. She knew that it was useless to say anything else in Buddha Mountain's territory. Although she knew that this was just Buddha Mountain's opinion, the truth of the matter was recorded in many orthodoxies. Wuxia was not surprised by Buddha Mountain's shamelessness. Of course, if he were in Buddha Mountain's shoes, he would have done the same. After all, it was a terrifyingly powerful demonic beast guarding the gate. No orthodoxy would take it seriously. Soon they arrived at a monastery. The golden cicada bodhisattva led them here and gave the rest of the monks some instructions before leaving. Wuxia and the others would rest here for the day. They would set off tomorrow to the demon burial abyss to solve the problem of the great demon. Buddha Mountain would also intervene in this matter, and would send many Buddhas with profound dharma. The golden cicada bodhisattva gives me a feeling that he is up to no good. I don't know if it's just my imagination. After seeing the monks leave, Zhang Chuchu could not help but frown slightly as she spoke to Wuxia. She had the 9 orifices immortal soul, and was extremely sensitive to all kinds of auras. Back then it was this talent that allowed her to guess Wuxia's true identity. This time she felt that something was wrong with the golden cicada bodhisattva. He might have an ulterior motive for heading to the demon burial abyss. Guchanga nodded in agreement. That's why when we go to the demon burial abyss this time, we have to keep a close eye on him. Who knows what kind of trouble he might cause. It would be bad if we end up making a fool of ourselves and he releases the peerless demon sealed inside. He did not expect Zhang Chuchu to say this. Gave him a good excuse. Since the golden cicada bodhisattva was a suspect, as long as this suspicion was proven, he would have nothing to do with it. Since ancient times, the demon burial abyss has indeed sealed many peerless demons. I heard that the golden cicada bodhisattva has also been there once. Could there be a connection between them? Zhang Chuchu did not doubt Guchanga's words, but she did not believe that the golden cicada bodhisattva would dare to do so. Once the peerless demons of the demon burial abyss were born, they would definitely be existences that would cause chaos in the upper world. There might even be existences that surpassed the emperor realm. As a monk, could the golden cicada bodhisattva be so bold as to go to this extent? Or perhaps he did not care about the rules of Buddha Mountain. Who knows? Guchanga smiled. Since you said so, there is no knowing what is in a person's heart. Anyway, it's never wrong to be careful. Zhang Chuchu nodded. She seemed to be deep in thought. Let's leave this matter at that for now. However, there is still a problem in front of us. Should we rest together tonight or separately? Then Guchanga changed the topic. He looked at her with a slightly narrowed expression. Zhang Chuchu glanced at him. A blush appeared on her face. This was the Xiankong Buddhist temple, the holy land of Buddhism. What was he thinking? Why don't we rest separately? However, she did not dare to reject Guchanga's request. She could only ask in a negotiating tone. She looked at him tentatively. When they were in the human ancestors' hall, Guchanga did not ask her to do anything. However, she still felt a little uneasy. After all, she had personally promised Guchanga. All right. Guchanga only wanted to tease her. He had no other intentions. However, when he saw her expression, he revealed a look of regret and disappointment. He shook his head. Zhang Chuchu felt conflicted. At this time, she felt an inexplicable sense of guilt toward Guchanga. In her opinion, since she was Guchanga's woman, she should naturally obey him. It was normal for her to warm his bed. However, she had a natural resistance to these things. It was difficult for her to accept them. However, Guchanga had helped her a lot. He had solved many problems for her. However, she had not given him anything substantial in return. Guchanga also did not really force her. This was her personality. When she thought about it this way, she felt that she owed Guchanga. How about, I make it up to you? Zhang Chuchu furrowed her brows, hesitated for a moment, and then asked tentatively. This was the only compromise she could think of. How do you want to make it up to me? Guchanga looked at her with interest. In the next moment, Zhang Chuchu's face was a little red. She took a step forward and suddenly got in front of him. She was as cold as jade but with a soft and faint sweet smell. After doing all this, Zhang Chuchu hurriedly left the place. Her skirt fluttered and her face was burning. Today, she felt that she had never been so bold before. Guchanga touched his lips. There seemed to be remnants of her breath. She's really an easy person to satisfy. After Zhang Chuchu's figure disappeared, he shook his head. The gentleness in his eyes gradually disappeared. In the end, it turned into a deep, unchanging calm. After that, Guchanga returned to his own courtyard. He took out a few jade talismans and sent them into the void nearby to prevent anyone from spying on him. Then he sat down cross-legged. Wisps of golden brilliance flashed between his eyebrows. Then a small golden figure walked out. It was glowing with a misty light. Its face was exactly the same as his, but it was unusually cold. There was also a faint golden brilliance flickering in the figure's sleeves. It was a primordial true feather that had been refined into a peerless blade. Buzz! Soon, the golden figure stepped into the void and disappeared. Guchanga opened his eyes. There was a thoughtful look in his eyes. He was not worried that someone would discover his primordial spirit. After all, he was proficient in the power of space. As long as there were no monks in the Xiankong Buddhist temple who were proficient in space, they would not discover his tracks. But just in case, he used a secret technique to conceal his aura. When he stepped into the Xiankong Buddhist temple today, Guchanga felt that someone was looking at him. But when he looked over, the other party looked away. This was a person with a high cultivation base and powerful Buddhist doctrine. He had to be careful. Guchanga wanted to know the Golden Cicada Buddha's purpose in going to the demon burial abyss. If they had the same purpose, it would be much easier. But he felt that the Golden Cicada Buddha was not interested in the so-called seal. He most likely went to the demon burial abyss to find something. Many years ago, the Golden Cicada Buddha had gone there as well. It was said that he had almost died there. After so many years, the seal had loosened and the demon burial abyss was in chaos. It was a good opportunity to fish in troubled waters. If that was the case, Guchanga could find a scapegoat. When the seal of the demon burial abyss broke, the Golden Cicada Buddha would be the perfect scapegoat. At the same time, in a side hall not far from the Buddhist temple, it was brightly lit, and the light of Buddha shone on the walls. Under the illumination of the lights, the strings of Buddha beads were even more dazzling. An old monk with snow-white eyebrows was knocking on a wooden fish. His Buddhist voice contained an indescribable charm. It was neither fast nor slow, as if it was falling between heaven and earth. The Golden Cicada Buddha stood behind him with a calm expression. "Your mind is in a mess." The old monk spoke with his back to the Golden Cicada Buddha. His tone was calm and unhurried. "Martial Granduncle." The Golden Cicada Buddha shook his head. "I am indeed uneasy. Is it because of Guchanga and the others who came today?" the old monk asked. He had not left the side hall for a long time, but he still knew a lot about the outside world. Naturally, he knew who had come to the Xiankong Buddhist temple today. The Golden Cicada Buddha nodded and did not deny it. "Yes. I don't know why he came to the demon burial abyss this time, but my heart keeps telling me to stay away from him. He is very dangerous." The old monk sighed. "He is indeed very strong. Even if you use all your skills, you will not be his match. I noticed when he stepped into the Xiankong Buddhist temple today. But he must have noticed me too, so I looked away." The Golden Cicada Buddha was shocked. He found it hard to believe. The old monk said that he was no match for Guchanga. He could not refute that, but he found it hard to believe that even the old monk did not dare to continue probing Guchanga. After all, his martial granduncle had studied the Buddha's six senses very deeply. The Buddha's six senses were the six terrifying divine powers of Buddha Mountain. They included the heavenly eye, heavenly ear, otherworldly mind, destiny connection, divine state connection, and omniscient connection. After cultivating the heaven's eye and heaven's ear, one would be able to see and hear all the sounds in the world. Even the Golden Cicada Buddha only had a basic understanding of the heavenly ear. This martial granduncle's comprehension of this Tao left him in the dust. It could be said that as long as he wanted to, there was no one within 1,000,000 miles that he couldn't see or hear. 773. But even he did not dare to probe Guchanga. It seems that there is more to the rumors at the Boundary Monument Sea. The Golden Cicada Buddha sighed, his eyes heavy. The news of Guchanga showing his divinity at the Boundary Monument Sea had shocked many of the younger generation, including him. However, he knew that the human ancestor hall had a secret technique that could use the power of faith to manifest a Dharma body from far away. Such a secret technique had little to do with the caster's cultivation. But now it seemed that Guchanga did not do all this with the secret technique. He probably doesn't know the secret of Buddha Mountain. You don't have to worry. The creation of the Zen robe is yours. No one can take it away. After all, you were the one who brought it down. Only you can bring it up, the white-browed monk said. But then his closed eyes suddenly opened. He turned his head and looked in a certain direction. Wisps of divine light flashed and intertwined, illuminating the void. It was a pair of pure white eyes without any impurities. They looked extremely terrifying, and the light in his eyes seemed to be able to see through the past and present, and see through the 3 paths and 6 realms. "What's wrong, martial granduncle?" the Golden Cicada Buddha asked in surprise. "The seal at the demon burial abyss can last for half a year at most. After you take the Zen robe, You must use the Buddha bone to suppress it. Otherwise, the Xiankong Buddhist temple will be destroyed. The white-browed monk's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. The golden cicada Buddha nodded, knowing what the white-browed monk meant. Buddha Mountain had a special guiding method that could ensure that monks with profound Buddhist attainments in their previous lives would reincarnate with their wisdom after they passed away. For example, in his previous life, he was the monk who founded the Xiankong Buddhist temple. But until now, he had not awakened the memories of his previous life. According to Buddha Mountain, he still lacked an opportunity. And this opportunity was the Zen robe that he had taken into the demon burial abyss. That Buddhist robe was the most precious item of Buddha Mountain. It was blessed with all kinds of mysterious Buddhist doctrines. Countless monks with profound Buddhist doctrines recited the Buddhist scriptures every day. It had already been tainted with a deep Buddhist nature, and could suppress all evil and evil. As for why the Zen robe fell into the demon burial abyss, it was a disgrace of Buddha Mountain. Until now no one had mentioned it. I understand, Martial Granduncle. The golden cicada Buddha also calmed down. The Zen robe was his opportunity, so it was his fate. If others took it, they would go against the fate of Buddha Mountain, and would encounter unimaginable disaster. Then I'll take my leave. With that, he respectfully left the side hall. But then, the white-browed monk suddenly frowned and looked doubtfully at a certain spot in the void. He felt as if there was a pair of eyes staring at them, but when he looked, he found that there was nothing there. This made him puzzled. With his attainment, could he have sensed wrongly? But in the huge Xiankong Buddhist temple, who could spy on him from right in front of him? He did not believe that Guchanga had the ability. Am I going to face the tribulation? Then the white-browed monk shook his head and slowly knocked on the wooden fish again, sighing. If the seal of the demon burial abyss was broken, he did not know if he could survive. This was also his fate. It was unavoidable and he had to face this tribulation. He did not care about life and death because Buddha Mountain's reincarnation method could protect their wisdom. The so-called death was nothing more than a long slumber. Chapter 433. The next morning Guchanga Zhangchuchu, the golden cicada Buddha, and the others stood on a mountain peak outside the floating Buddhist temple, looking at the abyss filled with demonic qi. The dark purple demonic qi was vast and surging, covering the sky like dark clouds. It was like a world of darkness without much light. The fiend burial abyss sounded like an abyss, but it was more like a door. That terrifying giant mouth was like a huge wound that stretched across the world. Inside it there was a terrifying aura that made people tremble. It was as if once one stepped into it, they would step into another world of eternal darkness. At the mouth of the abyss, there were many horrifying corpses, some as big as mountains. Some of them, even after death, were still dazzling with divine splendor, like small suns, releasing scorching divine splendor. However, because they were contaminated by the demonic qi, these corpses were covered with wounds and holes of various sizes. There were many shocking formations near the fiend burial abyss. Streaks of divine light burst out from them, turning into divine swords, heavenly sabers, halberds. They slashed into the abyss, preventing many creatures from rushing out. In addition, there were many cultivators around the fiend burial abyss. Although they did not dare to get too close, they were still fighting with the great demons. Their qi and blood were surging, and they were powerful. They were not here to protect the peace of the world, but to obtain some materials that contained rich dermic power after killing those great demons. For example, demon cores, skulls, hand bones, and other materials were often sold for high prices in the markets or stalls outside. These demon cores could not only be used to refine dermic weapons, but also to set up formations. They were very rare and could only be found near the fiend burial abyss. Therefore, many bold cultivators often came here to take risks. These cultivators noticed Guchanga and the others at this moment and were shocked. They did not expect that there would be other people here besides them. However, some of them quickly recognized Guchanga and were even more shocked and confused. With Guchanga's noble status, why would he come to such a dangerous place? Young Master Changa, what is he doing here? Is he planning to solve the problem in the fiend burial abyss? I can only say that as expected of young Master Changa, When they thought of this possibility, many of their expressions changed. They became incomparably respectful and full of respect. How many of the younger generation in the upper realm were willing to risk their lives to come to such a place? His courage and sacrifice for the common people of the world were admirable. If it weren't for the fact that they were forced to do so, they wouldn't even take half a step closer to this place. However, Wuxia knew that there was a tiger in the mountain, but he still walked towards the tiger mountain. The entrance to the demon burial abyss is right in front of us. There is a formation set up by the eminent monks of Buddha Mountain, which can prevent the demons from rushing out. Brother Gu, follow me closely. Don't enter the formation by mistake. The golden cicada Buddha said. After his conversation with the white-browed old monk last night, he had calmed down. With that said, he led the people of Buddha Mountain and transformed into a divine rainbow, charging forward. Streaks of golden light flickered and rushed up from the mountain peaks on the ground. Vast demonic chi surged in front of them, but it was blocked and dispersed by the faint Buddhist light emitted by the string of Buddhist prayer beads in his hand. At the same time, an illusory image of a Buddha appeared behind him. It looked dignified and dazzling with golden light. With the roar of Buddha's anger, ripples like knives rushed forward and dispersed the demons in front of them. It was very powerful. Wuxia, Jiang Chuchu, and the others followed behind him. They were not very close. Since the golden cicada Buddha wanted to lead the way, Wuxia saved himself some trouble. He had a strange look in his eyes as he thought of the conversation he heard last night. At that time he was almost discovered by the white-browed old monk, which really surprised him. Fortunately, he left early and nothing unexpected happened. The white-browed old monk's cultivation was at least at the quasi-emperor level. He was an old monster who had lived for an unknown period of time. Moreover, the divine power that he cultivated had a lot to do with perception. He could even see the mysterious changes in space. However, what surprised Wuxia the most was the golden cicada Buddha's identity. He only knew that the golden cicada Buddha had a Buddhist heart and Buddhist bones. But he didn't know that he was the reincarnation of an eminent monk of Buddha Mountain. Buddhist robe. It seems that it fell in the demon burial abyss. That's why the golden cicada Buddha wants to take it back. Wuxia was very interested in the Buddhist robe. If he guessed correctly, it should be a Buddhist treasure that was brought into the demon burial abyss to suppress the demon chi. However, for some reason it fell in there. Moreover, after arriving here, Wuxia didn't feel any discomfort with the demon chi. Instead, he felt a strong sense of familiarity in nature. Even the runes of the Great Path appeared in his blood and kept disappearing, as if they were cheering. It was as if this aura came from the same source as him. He was very familiar with this feeling. It was like the memories that had been sealed were constantly recovering. Many fragments flashed, and there were many more things in his mind. The clouds parted to see the blue sky. The demon chi here is very strong. Even Saint Realm cultivators have to be careful to avoid being corroded by the demon chi. A faint layer of celestial light appeared on the surface of Jiang Chuchu's body, resisting the demon chi here. She frowned and whispered to herself. Wuxia glanced at her and waved his sleeve. A terrifying vibration power spread out, dispelling the demon chi around her. Why don't you stay outside? With your cultivation, you'll only cause trouble if you go in. He frowned slightly. Jiang Chuchu glanced at him and shook her head. No, I want to go in with you. Don't worry about me. I have my own methods. This matter had involved Wuxia because of her. How could she stay outside and let Wuxia go in alone? Seeing her insistence, Wuxia didn't say anything else. After all, if something unexpected happened later, it would be the same to throw her into the innerverse. Golden Cicada Bodhisattva led the way. But the journey wasn't peaceful. Not only did they have to be careful of the formation runes, but they also had to kill the creatures infected by the demon chi and corroded their minds. However, he had the strong cultivators of Buddha Mountain by his side. The weakest among them was a saint with profound Buddhist skills. They were very good at dispelling the demon chi and kept him safe. Just like that, they passed through hundreds of miles. Finally, they approached the abyss. A suffocating and oppressive aura spread out. Everyone's expression turned solemn, and their souls trembled. It was as if they were facing some great horror. They couldn't help but kneel down and worship the abyss. The demon chi here had even reached the point of liquefaction. It gathered into a small lake on the ground. There were runes flashing in the small lake. Some dark purple demonic stones were scattered around. They were extremely rare and precious, and they emitted the aura of origin. Young master, over there. Behind Guchanga, a supreme saint pointed at a lotus in the distance. His eyes were filled with shock. It was a dark purple lotus rooted in the small lake formed by the demon chi. Although the lake was less than 100 miles wide, it was fragrant and seemed to be made of immortal purple gold. What's that? Someone asked curiously. He walked over, but before he could get close, he was enveloped by the dark purple mist coming out of the small lake. He didn't even have time to scream before he turned into a bloody mist. It was extremely terrifying. Many people's expressions turned cold. They couldn't help but take a few steps back. That's the soul-destroying lotus. Don't get close. Golden Cicada Buddha frowned. Then he relaxed and explained to everyone. This thing grows near the demon burial abyss. It feeds on living creatures and demon chi. It looks beautiful, but it's very scary. You can't get close to it. His words made everyone wary. They knew that the closer they got to the abyss, the more dangerous it was. Soul-destroying lotus. It should be more than 10 million years old. It's already formed its own domain nearby. Guchanga was interested. He walked over. Everyone's expression changed. The monks of Buddha Mountain frowned, but they didn't stop him. Golden Cicada Buddha had already advised Guchanga. If he didn't listen, he would be the one to suffer. However, the next moment, to everyone's surprise, as Guchanga walked over, the soul-destroying lotus trembled slightly, as if it was afraid. Then the roots moved and it walked out of the lake. The purple light under its feet rose into the air. It was very mysterious. This scene made everyone's eyes widen. They were almost stunned. They couldn't believe it. Even Jiang Chuchu was shocked. Then he quickly recovered. He looked at Guchanga and remembered his identity. Was this soul-destroying lotus very spiritual? Was it afraid of him? At this moment, everyone could see that it had split its roots into the shape of feet and walked to Guchanga's feet. Guchanga didn't care about everyone's expressions. He directly grabbed the soul-destroying lotus and threw it into his Sumeru ring. This thing was spiritual. It knew that it couldn't escape from his hands, so it might as well submit. What's the use of the soul-destroying lotus? Jiang Chuchu was curious. As far as he knew, the soul-destroying lotus didn't have any effect on medicine other than being dangerous. Guchanga smiled and said, I'll keep it. After all, a 10-million-year-old soul-destroying lotus is very rare. Maybe it won't be long before it can transform. Because of the special nature of the soul-destroying lotus, if it transformed, it would have the ability to subdue the primordial spirit. Even if it couldn't transform, he could still refine his primordial spirit by devouring it. Others feared it like poison, but in his eyes it was a tonic. Nurturing the soul-destroying lotus? Jiang Chuchu nodded and didn't say much. The soul-destroying lotus only fed on flesh and demonic chi, and it was a huge amount of it. With Guchanga's means, this was nothing to him. Although Guchanga's attitude towards her was much better recently, she didn't forget Guchanga's true face and temperament. Let's go. The golden cicada bodhisattva retracted his gaze. His fear of Guchanga rose to another level. After arriving here, everyone became more careful. Even Golden Cicada Buddha, who was leading the way, was extremely cautious. He didn't want to take a wrong step. Numerous veins that were like the veins of the Grand Tao could be seen everywhere, and they were emanating dazzling brilliance. There were more demons here, and they came from the depths of the demon burial abyss. They were extremely powerful and ferocious. There was no hint of intelligence in their eyes, only killing and violence. After passing through another area, they finally arrived at the entrance of the demon burial abyss. Vast demonic chi rushed toward them, as if it could drown the world. Even the great saints were trembling. Their faces were pale, and there was no trace of blood. The golden cicada arhat stopped and turned around to address the crowd. Those below the Supreme Saint realm stay here for now. I'll set up a space formation. If anything happens, you can quickly return here and escape. At the same time, we need someone to guard this place. With that, he took out a purple gold Buddha pestle and began to set up a formation here. He placed many materials in it and was very careful. The monks of Buddha Mountain already knew the arrangement, so they quickly divided into two groups. One group followed Golden Cicada Buddha, and the other stayed here. Then you stay here. Gu Chang'e looked at Zhang Chuchu. No. Zhang Chuchu shook her head and stared at him. I want to go down with you. Although her cultivation hadn't reached the Supreme Saint realm, she had other methods to make up for her lack of cultivation. Gu Chang'e frowned. She could feel that he was about to get angry. Zhang Chuchu instantly lost her confidence, but she still raised her eyes and mustered up her courage. She met his gaze and said, I don't want to stay here. This is my business. Gu Chang'e sighed slightly. He didn't seem to blame her. Instead he asked, Isn't your business my business? What's the difference? If Zhang Chuchu went down with him, it would make it difficult for him to carry out his next plan. Moreover, it would cause him a lot of trouble. Zhang Chuchu was slightly taken aback. She didn't expect Gu Chang'e to suddenly say this. Warmth filled her heart. For a moment she didn't know how to refuse. But she quickly reacted. Now that they were in front of everyone, wasn't Gu Chang'e admitting their relationship by saying this? This made her, who was thin-skinned, a little shy. Of course, as the saintess of the human ancestor temple, she was very good at maintaining her composure in front of others. In an instant, she regained her composure. Then you have to be careful. I'll always be here waiting for you, she promised after that. Gu Chang'e nodded. His expression returned to normal. Then he ordered the people behind him to choose a group to follow him down, while the rest stayed here. Soon after carving the formation pattern, the Golden Cicada Buddha turned to look at Gu Chang'e and said, Brother Gu, we can go down now? With that, the Buddhist light on his body faintly shone. He directly tore through the demonic chi in front of him and headed into the demon burial abyss. A strange light flashed in Gu Chang'e's eyes. The void blurred, and the mighty demonic chi automatically parted before him. He also stepped forward to follow. Not long after, he disappeared into the thick demonic chi and fell into the depths of the demon burial abyss. The demon burial abyss was very big. It could be said that it was a paradise of its own. A terrifying aura wreaked havoc. Many demons could be seen killing each other as if they didn't know exhaustion. All living beings here, regardless of their physical body or divine soul, would be infected by the terrifying aura. They would kill each other without regard for their lives. Gu Chang'e could imagine that they had been sealed here for countless years. It could even be said that they had been sealed here for countless eras. To the red-clothed woman Emo Chan Hong, this was a great torture. The demons here, even the powerful great demons who were comparable to quasi-supremes, did not have the slightest bit of intelligence. They only knew how to fight and kill. They either killed others or were killed by others. If it were anyone else who stayed in such a dark place, they would probably go crazy. Once it was born, it would definitely cause unimaginable disasters. Bloodbath in all realms, this was probably not just a saying. Brother Gu, what do you think of the changes in the depths of the demon burial abyss? Just as Gu Chang'e was thinking, the Golden Cicada Buddha, who was leading the way, suddenly looked back and asked with a smile. It should be that the thing that sealed this place has been broken. Or rather, the evil thing here is about to be born, Gu Chang'e said calmly. He was about to attack the Golden Cicada Buddha, but the other party's words reminded him. It was better not to attack before he saw the so-called Zen robe. The Golden Cicada Buddha did not seem surprised. He continued to ask, There is chaos here, and all the great demons are escaping outside. This is strange. Brother Gu, what do you think? He planned to test Gu Chang'e's intentions and see how much he knew about the demon burial abyss. If he was also here for the Zen robe, then he would have to use some tricks to make Gu Chang'e stay here forever. Gu Chang'e was very powerful, but he was not as familiar with the demon burial abyss as he was. These demons should be afraid of something. Rather than calling it a riot, I think it's more like they're fleeing for their lives. Gu Chang'e seemed to see through the Golden Cicada Buddha's thoughts. He said calmly, Did the Golden Cicada Buddha not investigate before coming here? Then what is Brother Gu's plan? The Golden Cicada Buddha's heart pounded. He asked again, Buddhist light flickered on his monk robes, resisting the terrifying demonic chi here. The many monks beside him were also fighting here. They were leading the way and were all injured. Guchanga said casually, I came here because I was worried that Chu-Chu would be in danger, but I couldn't persuade her. Does the Golden Cicada Buddha think that I am interested in solving the demon burial abyss? If that is the case, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. He couldn't help but laugh. He seemed honest but also mocking. The Golden Cicada Buddha was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect Guchanga to be so honest. He was just short of saying that he was only here to make a good impression, and had no intention of interfering in the demon burial abyss. But this was in line with his understanding of Guchanga. Why would such a person care about the lives of others? It seemed that he had some scheme for the holy maiden Chu-Chu, so he risked his life to come here with her. This made the Golden Cicada Buddha sigh in relief. He felt that things would be much easier. I see. Brother Gu is an honest person. He smiled. Since Guchanga had no intention of interfering in the demon burial abyss, he definitely didn't know about the Zen robe. Then what is the Golden Cicada Buddha's purpose here? I'm quite curious. Guchanga asked with interest. The Golden Cicada Buddha's expression had returned to normal. He didn't dare to lie because once Guchanga found out that he was just playing along, he would definitely suspect his purpose. If Guchanga became interested in the Zen robe and tried to steal it, wouldn't that ruin his plans? So he decided to be honest. But there were some things that he still had to hide. Actually, this little monk came here to retrieve a lost Buddhist treasure, he explained. Seeing that Guchanga didn't seem to believe him, he continued, I'm ashamed to say that this matter involves a scandal of my Buddha mountain. Back then, there was an enlightened monk of Buddha mountain who had a great ambition to conquer the demon burial abyss. In the end, he entered the demon burial abyss and was bewitched by a ferocious female demon in the depths of the demon burial abyss. He was bewitched and stole the treasure of Buddha mountain, hoping to relieve his suffering. Unfortunately, that female demon was vicious and merciless. Speaking of this, he sighed. Speaking of which, this was something he had done in his previous life. But he hadn't fully awakened his innate wisdom, so he could only watch as a bystander. Just based on her appearance, she was able to bewitch an eminent monk. How terrifying and inconceivable was this? But it had happened just like that. And then he was killed here? Guchanga asked calmly, but he felt that this matter was a little tricky. It would be fine if Chanhongi wasn't in her right mind. If she was, wouldn't all the pain and suffering she had suffered all these years be returned to him the moment she saw him? Not to mention the things that happened before she was sent to the demon burial abyss. Guchanga didn't think that many grudges could be resolved so easily. Hatred born from love. This hatred couldn't be erased even in the deepest depths of hell. Now it seemed that it was still the two methods he had thought of before. He had to slowly smooth things over, or find a way to completely destroy her once and for all. However, the only thing Guchanga could be thankful for was that although Chanhongi didn't die after taking his blow, she wasn't in a good state either. Even if there was a possibility that she had gone easy on him, the injuries caused by the destructive power of that blow would take a long time to heal. That was why Guchanga was looking for a place to recuperate. If she wasn't in her right mind, it was easy to trick her. If she was in her right mind, he would have to find another way. That's why this matter is a scandal of Buddha mountain. Until now, no one has mentioned it. The Golden Cicada Buddha smiled bitterly and seemed to be rather emotional. Then he continued to lead the way, using his Buddhist bones to sense the location of the Buddhist robes. At this time, as he went deeper, Guchanga felt a strange movement from the demon heart. The 8 Desolation demon halberd seemed to be awakening, and wasn't as quiet as usual. The terrifying aura of the entire demon burial abyss suddenly seemed to fall from the sky, suffocating him and making it difficult for him to move. The aura sealed within made him feel like he was facing an existence that surpassed the emperor and immortal realm. The demon burial abyss was caused by a drop of true blood that fell here when I was the demon master. However, Guchanga's eyes were dim. He felt an extremely familiar aura in the depths of the demon burial abyss. It wasn't Chanhongi but another aura, in the depths of the source. Chapter 434. Demonic chi surged in the devil burial abyss. The deeper they went, the more they could feel the terrifying waves. Countless skeletons of all races hung on the walls. They could feel the fear that seeped into their souls. Even their flesh and bones were penetrated by the cold chi. This was not a place that ordinary people could reach. The devil burial abyss had existed for so many years. Very few people had come here. There was no light at all. However, with Guchanga's eyesight, he could easily see the surroundings. The walls were steep and filled with all kinds of strange plants. There were also many soul-destroying lotuses in the void. However, they were not very old, as if they had just sprouted. They followed the entrance of the abyss and were now close to the bottom. The demonic creatures here were even more terrifying. Even the monks around Golden Cicada Buddha found it difficult to move. Many of them were severely injured by the demonic creatures. However, the Buddhist Dharma of Buddha Mountain was very exquisite. It expelled the demonic chi from their bodies in a few moves. It did not cause much trouble. The depths of the abyss are the truly dangerous place. Young Master Changa, why don't you wait for me here? I can go in alone. At this moment, a terrifying and vast wave came from ahead. It was as if the sky had fallen from the sky and destroyed everything. Golden Cicada's expression turned serious. He looked back at Guchanga. Although what Guchanga had said before had reduced his suspicion, he was still very wary of Guchanga and silently guarded against her. People like him would not truly trust a person, let alone Guchanga. The best situation now was to avoid Guchanga and go in alone. This would prevent Guchanga from coveting the Buddhist robe. Is that so? Since it's so dangerous, I can't leave. If something happens to you, Golden Cicada Buddha, won't Buddha Mountain blame me? Guchanga's expression did not change. He replied with a smile. He naturally knew what Golden Cicada Buddhist master was planning. In that case, I'll have to trouble young Master Changa later. Golden Cicada was a little disappointed, but his expression did not change. He was not surprised by Guchanga's answer. How could Guchanga leave now that things had come this far? He was only holding on to a sliver of hope just now. Soon, the Golden Cicada Arhat led the group through a place with even more demonic chi. They finally arrived at the bottom of the devil burial abyss. Unlike the surging devil chi in the other areas, this place was unusually peaceful. He couldn't even see a single demon. It was deathly silent, and he couldn't sense any signs of life. It was as if he had passed through an invisible door and arrived at the deepest part of hell. There's something strange about this place that makes me feel uneasy. A monk from the Xiankong Buddhist temple frowned as he glanced at the deathly silent bottom of the abyss. It was very different from the depths of the demon burial abyss that they had imagined. However, they could still see many traces of battle here. Someone had come here before, but in the end they all died here. This place was shrouded in even thicker demonic mist, to the extent where it could even obscure one's divine senses, making this place hazy and dark. It's the Buddhist robe. The Golden Cicada Arhat felt the Buddhist bone in his arms glow faintly, transmitting a sense of closeness. This Buddhist bone was a relic left behind by the last owner of the Buddhist robe after he passed away. It looked exactly like the bone, dazzling with divine light and interweaving Buddhist rhythms. However, the Golden Cicada Arhat's expression didn't change at all. He said, "This place is very special. Why don't we split up and see if we can find any clues?" What do you think, Brother Gu? Guchanga felt a sense of closeness to nature from the depths of the devil burial abyss. Hearing this, he smiled casually. Since the Golden Cicada Arhat has said so, it's better for us to split up. However, if we encounter any danger, I'm afraid we won't be able to help immediately. There's no other way around this. Everyone be careful and protect yourselves. I suspect that the loosening of the devil burial abyss seal has something to do with this place. If we can't find any clues later, we'll come back here to meet up. The Golden Cicada Arhat said regretfully. If that's the case, then I'll go over to this side first. Hearing this, Guchanga smiled and nodded. She then headed towards another area where the demonic chi was even more turbulent. The Golden Cicada Arhat looked at him deeply. After seeing that Guchanga had disappeared, he turned and headed in the direction the Buddhist bone had sensed. However, he was worried that Guchanga would turn back. So he hid himself and waited cautiously. Looks like he really did go in the other direction. The golden cicada Arhat breathed a sigh of relief. After waiting for a long time and seeing that Guchanga hadn't followed him, he headed in the direction the Buddhist bone had sensed. He was extremely wary of Guchanga and had never let his guard down. Therefore, he was very careful in everything he did. Are you still foolishly waiting for me to turn back? After separating from the golden cicada Arhat and the others, Guchanga appeared on a small hill at the bottom of the abyss with a faint mocking expression. If the golden cicada Arhat could think of this, how could he not? Just as the golden cicada Arhat didn't want him to follow, Guchanga didn't want him to follow either. After all, this place still contained a drop of his true blood. Before that, he could go and take the true blood. As for the Buddhist robe that the golden cicada Arhat was looking for, Guchanga wasn't in a hurry. Even if the golden cicada Arhat found it, he had ways to make him hand it over. The power contained in the demon burial abyss true blood was unimaginable and unfathomable. With his current strength, it would be very difficult to fuse with it. Even if he used the Great Tao treasure bottle to forcefully devour and refine it, it wouldn't work. However, once he took it, things would be much simpler. Fusing with it was only a matter of time. Guchanga passed through this place and headed for an even darker area. Terrifying ripples spread out. This was the might of a supreme. As long as his chi and blood were still surging, it was unparalleled. Many demons in the dark trembled and didn't dare to approach. Even from a distance away, he felt as if his body was about to explode. During this process, there was no lack of quasi-supreme demons. However, in the end, they trembled and didn't dare to approach. They prostrated themselves where they were. Guchanga's current cultivation was only half a step away from the quasi-emperor realm. In front of him, quasi-supremes were not much different from ants. At this moment, they felt like they were worshipping a true dragon. The other party only needed to exert a wisp of pressure to shatter them. The ground in front of him was already a dark purple, as if it was formed by countless drops of blood. Demonic chi pervaded the air, and it was a scene of desolation. This place was very strange. It had been smashed apart in the past. One could even see the stars that had fallen here one after another, smashing a terrifying crater in this place. Guchanga went deep into this place and didn't sense Chan Hongyi's aura. He felt that she should be in the golden cicada Arhat's direction, and this was where the drop of true blood had fallen. He went deeper into this place as if there was no one around. There were even some ancient inscriptions here. He didn't know where they had fallen here. Some were complete while others were shattered. Guchanga casually glanced at them and soon lost interest. The depths of the Devil Burial Abyss was a completely different world. The territory here could be said to be endless. The remnant power of that drop of true blood had even changed the rules of heaven and earth here, causing the environment here to be different from the Great Tao. One could even see many stars above his head. The starry river surged, and the heavenly mysteries were in chaos. This kind of scene was very shocking. This place had already been created into an independent world. Finally, Guchanga arrived at the depths of this place. This was an ocean that was scarlet red like fire, or perhaps it could be said to be a sea of blood. It was boundless and dense demonic chi rose and surged into the sky. It emitted a hazy bloody radiance, and strands of supreme laws interweaved and condensed within it. If one looked at it from above, one could even see bubbles rising into the sky, as if it contained an ancient world. At this place, even he felt like his body was about to crack. It was clear how terrifying the aura of this sea of blood was. It could be said to be unparalleled. Even those who had attained the Tao would change their expressions. They wouldn't dare to approach easily and would tremble. However, as Guchanga's aura was revealed, this feeling of cracking disappeared. After all, the two were of the same origin. At this time, several figures appeared not far away. They were very blurry, but their auras were equally terrifying. However, their faces were not of the human race. They were very strange, as if they were pieced together by various creatures. There were some with human heads and beast bodies and some with beast heads and human bodies. At this time they stared at Guchanga with bewilderment, awe and submission at the same time. This was a feeling that came from the bottom of their hearts. This was because they were terrifying creatures born from this sea of blood. At the bottom of the devil burial abyss they were overlords. There were few who could rival them. In their eyes, the other demonic creatures were just food. This familiar aura that I haven't felt for a long time. Wuxia noticed the figures nearby, but didn't pay much attention to them. He closed his eyes slightly and came to the shore of the sea of blood. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. At this moment, the sea of blood in front of him was boiling. There was a monstrous bloody light that rushed out, as if it was cheering and welcoming its original owner. Huff! In the next moment, Wuxia suddenly opened his mouth and roared at the boundless sea of blood in front of him. The terrifying aura seemed to sweep through the world, shaking the heavens. Even space was collapsing on the verge of collapse. All the creatures near the sea of blood couldn't help but tremble. They knelt on the ground and didn't dare to move. Buzz! Between his eyebrows, the top of his head was shining brightly. It was incomparably brilliant and sparkling. That was the terrifying power of qi and blood. It penetrated the heavens and intertwined with the five-colored light in chaotic qi. This was the first time Wuxia had displayed it like this. It was so powerful that it could shatter the sky. Even the stars were as fragile as dust in front of him. He could collapse into ashes with a single breath. This was an unparalleled power. In the next moment something terrifying happened. As Wuxia roared, the sea of blood in front of him began to boil crazily and surged toward Wuxia. He swallowed the endless blood qi in this place. Streaks of red brilliance like the Milky Way fell into Wuxia's mouth. This place seemed to have formed a bottomless black hole. It was more like a dim and collapsed sun that gathered all the light in the world. The sea of blood was disappearing quickly. It was boundless, but now it was setting off stormy waves. This scene was too shocking. Wuxia even showed his Dharma body. It was 10,000 feet tall and stood between the sky and the earth. All the sea of blood was like smoke. He opened his mouth and roared, swallowing all of it. All the creatures in the vicinity were terrified and shocked. They were stunned by this scene. They trembled in place and were extremely frightened. They never thought that one day, the source of the sea of blood that gave birth to them, the source of all the demonic qi, would be swallowed by someone. And the aura of this young man made them even more fearful. It was more fearful and fearful than when they faced the source of the sea of blood. At this time, a figure suddenly came to a place not far from Wuxia. Its body was stained with blood. It was unknown how it got stained. It was wearing a tattered black battle suit that flowed with black light. Some parts of it were cracked, showing that it had green skin. It held a broken spear and a broken black gold shield in its hand. Its aura was very terrifying, even reaching the level of the first layer of the quasi-emperor realm. The other creatures in the vicinity were very afraid when they sensed its arrival. It was obvious that it was the absolute overlord of this place, stronger than the other creatures. And when it came in front of Wuxia, it put down the spear and black gold shield in its hands. There was a divine light in its eyes, and then it lowered its head devoutly, showing its subservience to Wuxia. Wuxia was quietly swallowing the sea of blood with his eyes closed. He knew that it was subservient, so he did not care much. When the other creatures saw this, they quietly left this place, not daring to get too close. Normally, if they encountered this creature in front of them, they would become its food. It was obvious how powerful and terrifying it was. The scars and tattered battle suit on its body were the best proof. And just as Wuxia was eating away at the sea of blood here, to take away his former true blood, the entire demon burial abyss was also undergoing a shocking change. In a place very far away, there was a monstrous evil qi that swept out. This kind of ferocious power was indescribably terrifying. There was even a matchless demonic qi that rushed out of the demon burial abyss, causing all the star domains within 1,000,000 miles to dim. All the essence of heaven and earth was rolling in reverse. Countless large stars trembled, as if they were about to collapse. The sky was dark and no light could be seen. This kind of scene shocked many orthodoxies and forces in the upper realm. Many ancient existences who were good at deduction had a great change in expression as they looked in the direction of the demon burial abyss. Bloody light overflows the sky. This is hatred and killing that will never be erased. The upper realm sky is about to change. The Divine Secret Pavilion and the Sikong clan, who were good at deduction, had the older generation existences. Their expressions were solemn to the extreme, and the tortoiseshell in their hands cracked. Some people even let out a muffled groan and flew backward while vomiting blood. They had suffered a terrible backlash, and their faces were filled with shock. A great calamity. This time, I'm afraid an unimaginable peerless demon is about to be born in the demon burial abyss. This matter is truly inconceivable. After so many years of constant wear and tear, is it finally unable to resist? But isn't there still half a year? How could this be? Many super powerhouses frowned. Because of the matter of conquering the 8 desolates in 10 regions, it was difficult for them to divert their attention. But at this time something happened in the demon burial abyss. If there was still half a year, they could think of a countermeasure. But looking at the scene now, perhaps something strange had happened. This won't do. We have to send powerhouses to take a look and find some time to deal with the demon burial abyss. At that moment they began to think of countermeasures. Then they sent powerhouses who could be dispatched to the demon burial abyss to investigate. For a time the upper realm was stirred up again. First there was the disaster of the inextinction heaven. Now there was the chaos of the demon burial abyss. It made people anxious and uneasy. What happened? Could it be because of the Zen robe that the power of the seal here has weakened? At the same time, at the bottom of the demon burial abyss, the golden cicada Buddha's expression changed slightly. Just now he almost suffocated. There was a tremor that came from his soul, as if it was about to freeze. That kind of hatred that could erase one's breath and soul could be said to be monstrous. It pervaded this place as if it had become one with the environment. Even with his state of mind at this time, he couldn't help but feel some fear. He didn't dare to imagine what kind of existence was sealed in the depths of this place. However, he wasn't an ordinary person. His expression quickly returned to normal. He looked at a mountain peak not far away that was shining with Buddhist light. It wasn't tall, but there were many scriptures shining on it. Strings of ancient runes interweaved and flickered, branded everywhere. Faintly, one could even see divine light curling around the mountain peak. Phantoms of Buddhas and ancient monks appeared, sitting there cross-legged and chanting scriptures. At the top of the mountain there was even a moon-white Zen robe on it. The Buddhist light was sparkling and incomparably holy. It emitted light, protecting everything nearby. When the demonic chi reached here, it also seemed to be contaminated by the scorching sun. It made sizzling sounds and turned into green smoke, about to dissipate. Buddha, this is the boundary of the seal. We can't go any closer. The many monks around the golden cicada Buddha all had incomparably solemn expressions as they stared at the scene behind the mountain peak. It was clearly pitch black there. No light could be seen, as if it had fallen into eternal darkness. However, there was a heart-palpitating aura that made them tremble in fear. They couldn't control themselves at all. It felt like ants facing a true dragon. The brilliant pressure made them feel like they were walking at the edge of an abyss with their eyes closed. The slightest carelessness would cause their body and soul to be destroyed. Apart from the Zen robe, there were also all kinds of terrifying runes that emitted bursts of golden light. However, as the demonic chi came into contact with them, they began to crack inch by inch. It was obvious that they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. They were very afraid. I know, but we have to take the Zen robe. The golden cicada Buddha's expression was solemn, as he walked toward the mountain peak in front of him. At the same time he took out a sparkling Buddhist bone. When he was about to take off the Zen robe, he put the bone on it. Otherwise, the seal here would definitely collapse very quickly. Suddenly, the golden cicada Buddha's expression changed drastically. His entire body turned cold and he didn't dare to move. It was as if he was being stared at by an incomparably terrifying existence. A terrifying chill swept through his entire body. His spine was cold, and his scalp felt like it was going to explode. He did not dare to turn around, but he saw that the other monks were looking behind him with a horrified and shocked expression. What's that? The golden cicada Buddha's Buddhist heart flowed with Buddhist light. At the same time his Buddhist bone also bloomed with dazzling light to resist this terrifying aura. He turned his head with difficulty, only to see a figure standing not far from him. She seemed to be looking at him in confusion and confusion. It was a beautiful figure. No words in the world could describe her, but they were empty and powerless. Her beauty had reached an extreme. No one dared to blaspheme her. Even looking at her was a sin. She was wearing a red robe. She was tall and slender, and her black hair was like a waterfall. She had a small oval face, and her features were flawless. Her black and white eyes were clear, like flawless black gems that flickered with light. However, his expression was one of bewilderment. He stood there and looked at him. His eyes were unfocused, as if he was looking into the void, or at a place further behind him, as if he was looking at something. That's the figure from back then. The red-robed demoness sealed in the demon burial abyss. Some memories appeared in his mind. The golden cicada Buddha's calm heart beat fiercely. He looked away with difficulty, not daring to look at her. He knew how terrifying this existence was. The red-robed woman stood in the formation and couldn't walk out. Waves of golden light fell on her body, and wisps of green smoke rose. She looked like she was in pain, but her expression didn't change. She continued to look into the distance in confusion. Moreover, there was a unique immortal aura on her. She was like a fairy that soared into the 9 heavens, but also like a mustard seed that flowed into the underworld. Her aura was so terrifying that it made one's scalp tingle. One's legs almost gave out and he knelt on the ground. That's the red-robed demoness recorded in the ancient records. It's really her. The group of monks of Buddha Mountain were terrified. However, they felt that the woman in red was still unable to leave the place where she was sealed, so they gradually calmed down. The reason why the abbot of the Xiankong Buddhist temple had died was because he had mistakenly entered the formation. They didn't dare to underestimate this red-clothed woman in front of them at all. Her terror was unimaginable. Just by standing there, she was able to freeze and crack their souls. However, they didn't dare to look too much. They silently chanted Buddhist scriptures to calm themselves down. They didn't want to be mesmerized by her beauty. She can't walk out. The golden cicada Buddha quickly calmed down. Knowing that the red-robed demoness couldn't leave the seal, he relaxed. He planned to go to the mountain in front and take the Buddhist robe. However, as he walked over, the formation runes suddenly erupted with millions of rays of divine light. It was as if they had turned into a pillar of light, dazzling and resplendent. They all blasted towards the red-clothed evil woman, causing her body to emit bursts of cyan smoke. It was more like water splashing into a pot of boiling oil, causing one's teeth to ache in shock. However, the red-robed demoness didn't seem to feel the pain. She seemed to be used to it. She still looked behind the golden cicada Buddha in confusion. She seemed to be able to sense someone there. Someone very important to her. Someone she couldn't forget. Even though she couldn't see him, she knew where he was. Master. Her expression was very perplexed as she muttered these 2 ancient words. However, the golden cicada Buddha and the others couldn't understand. They felt that the words were obscure and ancient. They didn't know what era they were from. The red-robed demoness seemed to want to walk out of the seal, but when she touched the light in front of her, terrifying blue smoke came out of her body. It was as if she was being burned by fire. She couldn't help but shrink back in pain. The monks of Buddha Mountain were shocked. They watched as the red-robed demoness' hand quickly melted when it touched the light. Her flesh and bones melted. The pain made them tremble. It was unimaginable. Who set up the formation here back then? It was terrifying to such an extent. The formation seemed to be set up specifically to seal the red-robed demoness. Others couldn't touch it and could easily walk to her side. Chapter 435. The mountain in front of them was not very tall. There were many Buddhist scriptures carved on it that could suppress the demonic chi here. However, they could not cross the sky. They had to climb to the top of the mountain and take the Buddhist robe. Golden Cicada Bodhisattva had a devout expression. He held the Buddhist bone in his hand and walked toward the mountain. Waves of Buddhist light were emitted to resist the demonic chi here. The formation patterns on the ground could not affect him. He was very fast. Although he was walking, he reached the foot of the mountain in an instant. After taking the Buddhist robe, I will leave this place. Female benefactor, don't worry, stay here. He felt that the red-robed female devil's gaze seemed to fall on him, but after knowing that she couldn't step out of the seal, he was very relieved. He said with a natural expression, not caring whether the other party could understand him or not. Soon the demon burial abyss would become the focus of many orthodoxies. When that time came, many powerhouses would come to rebuild the seal to prevent her from escaping. Otherwise, a terrible disaster would befall the upper world. Hearing this, the female demon was still very confused. She did not know what Golden Cicada Bodhisattva was thinking. To her, the Buddhist robe was the only thing that could provide her with a little warmth in this dark underground. Only when she was close to that Buddhist robe would she feel a trace of peace. However, she could not understand what this feeling meant. She only knew that the robe was helpful to her, but he seemed to want to take it away. She suddenly felt uneasy. Suddenly, a shocking evil chi appeared in her confused eyes. It even became cold, indifferent, and filled with a thick blood color. Suddenly, the demon burial abyss changed again. A terrifying evil chi covered the sky. Many stars and continents outside trembled as if they were about to fall. The expressions of countless cultivators and living beings changed drastically. What happened in the end? Did the seal loosen? Jiang Chuchu and the others who were waiting outside the demon burial abyss were also shocked by this scene. Golden Cicada Bodhisattva was also stunned by this scene. However, he did not stop moving. He already knew that the female demon was not in a good state. In his previous life, his Buddhist heart was disturbed because of pity. He stole the Buddhist robe of Buddha Mountain and tried to expel the demon for her. However, just as he was about to approach her, he was pierced through by her finger and died on the spot. Therefore, in this life his Buddhist heart was even more stable. He only wanted to take the Buddhist robes and leave this place, ignoring the red-robed female devil. The Zen robe was the most precious treasure of Buddha Mountain. There was even a saying that it did not belong to this world. Such a precious item naturally could not fall into such a state. Chi. A terrifying aura spread out once again. A dazzling brilliance erupted. The red-robed female devil seemed to want to come out, but her peerless might was unable to resist the formation runes beneath her feet. Even with this degree of pain, her expression did not change in the slightest. She was still trying to rush out. A terrifying aura emerged from the pure white jade hand. Endless natural laws and Tao methods evolving. Right now, there was even origin heaven and earth condensing, but it was difficult for them to rush out. On the contrary, the evil aura on her body gradually showed signs of calming down along with the formation patterns. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Golden Cicada increased his speed and quickly climbed to the top of the mountain. His Buddhist bone glowed like a bright lamp. However, at this moment, a terrifying aura rushed over from afar. It was a crimson spear stained with blood. It pierced through the void and came crashing down. Boom! The place exploded and runes filled the sky. The expressions of the monks changed drastically. They tried to resist, but they were all sent flying by the shock waves. They spat out blood and were instantly injured. Who is it? Golden Cicada was also shocked by this sudden scene. He turned and stared coldly into the distance. There was a figure in black armor walking over. The armor was tattered, and light flowed around it. His aura was terrifying. Divine fire burned in his eyes, carrying with it an unparalleled might. Golden Cicada's expression changed again. A quasi-emperor, Golden Cicada felt the majestic pressure. As the other person walked over, it was as if the mountains and seas were collapsing, drowning him. The attack just now was clearly the attack of the other person who was trying to kill the monks behind him. A quasi-emperor was truly unmatched at the bottom of the demon burial abyss. Among the monks he brought this time, the strongest was only at the quasi-supreme realm. That strike just now had already severely injured him. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been pierced through by the other party's spear and died on the spot. However, the Golden Cicada Buddha's expression changed again. He couldn't believe that it was his old acquaintance, Gu Chang'e, who was standing behind the black figure. Brother Gu, what is the meaning of this? Golden Cicada's expression darkened. He could not figure out the relationship between this black figure and Gu Chang'e. Moreover, He did not know what Guchanga's intentions were. However, he didn't notice that with the arrival of Guchanga, the perplexed eyes of the red-clothed female devil within the formation pattern gradually focused. Although she was still confused, her eyes fell on Guchanga and didn't move in the slightest. Master? She muttered incoherently. Apart from Guchanga, no one could understand her. However, Guchanga's expression did not change at all. He did not seem to see her and continued to stare at Golden Cicada. Chan Hongyi's state was as he had expected. She had been sealed here for countless years and her mind was no longer clear. However, regardless of whether she was calm or murderous, ordinary people would not be able to get close to her. Her strength was incomparably terrifying. Even those who had achieved the Tao would not have the courage to face her and would run away. This was a fear that seeped into one's soul. However, this was good news for him. Golden Cicada, are you planning to break the seal here and release the demon sealed here? Guchanga said indifferently as his gaze fell on the monk robe behind Golden Cicada. At the same time he walked toward it. The black figure followed respectfully behind him. This was the guy who had tried to submit to him in front of the Blood Sea. He was at the first heaven of the quasi-emperor realm, and was the absolute overlord of the area. Guchanga had named him Ada to save time. Golden Cicada's expression changed slightly before he realized that Guchanga had misunderstood his intentions, and ordered the person behind him to attack. However, this was not the time to ask about the black figure's identity. Brother Gu, you've misunderstood. I'm not trying to break the seal here. He was about to explain. However, Guchanga did not give him a chance to continue. His expression was cold and indifferent. He stepped forward and the void changed. After a blur, he appeared in front of Golden Cicada. He raised his hand and slapped forward. With a boom, Golden Cicada was sent flying. He spat out blood and his body almost exploded. If not for the Buddha bone in his hand that emitted a misty Buddha light at the critical moment and blocked Guchanga's attack, he would have died. Otherwise, he would have been smacked to death just now. You're a monk, but you're so vicious. You want to break the seal here and release the demon to bring chaos to the world. Golden Cicada, you've disappointed me, Guchanga said indifferently. His tone was cold and even colder. Guchanga. You. Golden Cicada coughed up blood and struggled to get up from the ground. His expression was extremely ugly. The Buddha light in his body glowed as he tried to heal his injuries. The attack just now had almost killed him. If Guchanga attacked again, he did not know if he could still block him with the Buddha bone in his hand. Moreover, he did not know if Guchanga had really misunderstood or if he wanted to kill him here. This made him feel very cold. He took out the Demon Buster pestle. This treasure contained the power of Demon Buster. Although he could not fully activate it with his current strength, it was a little safer. What about me? Why do I feel that you're hiding something? So you want to release the demon? Guchanga said indifferently. He stepped forward again as if he wanted to kill him here. Guchanga, don't slander me. I just want to take back the treasure of Buddha Mountain. Golden Cicada's expression was extremely ugly. He felt that Guchanga had gone too far again and again. Oh, that's a good excuse. You want to take back the treasure of Buddha Mountain, so you want to release the demon? Guchanga's smile was a little mocking. His eyes were still cold and emotionless. Protect the Buddha. The monks of Buddha Mountain were shocked to see this. They did not expect that Guchanga would want to kill Golden Cicada after appearing. They thought that Guchanga had misunderstood and thought that Golden Cicada wanted to break the seal here. They all attacked to stop him. Boom! A burst of brilliant Buddhist scriptures rushed up. It was like a field of stars sprinkling down, making the void crystal clear and holy. However, Ada only glanced at them coldly as if he was looking at ants. Then, his spear swept out and a terrifying wave sent them all flying. Without Guchanga's order, he did not choose to kill. Colluding with demons and trying to bring chaos to the world. This crime deserves to be killed. Kill them. Guchanga ordered indifferently. He did not show any mercy. He still only raised one hand and slapped toward Golden Cicada. The Demon Buster pestle in his hand shone with dazzling Buddhist light. It was like the fury of thunder, trying to resist Guchanga's attack. However, the gap between Golden Cicada and Guchanga was too big. He was instantly sent flying and coughed up blood. His body almost exploded. The power of the demon Buster Pestle could not resist Guchanga's palm. His injuries were very serious, and any means would be useless in the face of absolute power. The other monks were no match for Ada at all. Killing them was no different from slaughtering ants. They exploded in an instant, annihilating even their divine souls. The chaos in the demon burial abyss this time probably has something to do with Buddha Mountain. As Guchanga spoke, he attacked again. However, Golden Cicada was very decisive this time. Seeing Guchanga's ruthless methods, he directly took out the demon Buster Pestle and the Buddhist bone. At the same time, he summoned the formation inscriptions he had carved before. A vast Buddhist lotus bloomed with a terrifying aura. He coughed up blood and fled into it, disappearing quickly. He felt that if he did not escape, he would definitely be killed by Guchanga. At this point, he naturally did not dare to take the Buddhist robe. Guchanga just watched this scene calmly and indifferently. She didn't continue to chase after him. If you don't escape, you won't be able to take the blame. He did not intend to kill Golden Cicada here. After all, the seal of the demon burial abyss was broken prematurely, and the red-robed female devil was born prematurely. This kind of event would definitely cause a huge commotion in the upper realm. Without a scapegoat, it would bring him a lot of trouble. The moment Golden Cicada escaped, Guchanga looked at Chan Hongi. Then, his expression changed slightly, and he walked towards her. The little girl in red who was timidly tugging at the corner of his clothes, and liked to wear red overlapped with the girl in front of him. Mas. Chan Hongi's gaze was blank. She looked at Guchanga's face and wanted to walk out of the formation inscription's range. However, when she got close, a scorching and terrifying aura suddenly swept over, causing her body to sizzle. This pain did not stop her. She continued to walk towards Guchanga. She was very stubborn, wanting to pass through the seal and walk out. Sizzle. The sound here became more and more piercing, accompanied by green smoke. When she reached here, it was as if there was a natural barrier blocking her way. She looked troubled, asking for fresh flowers. Guchanga noticed the scar on her hand. It was obviously caused by touching the formation inscriptions. Although it healed quickly, it was still very scary. The formation inscriptions in front of him could not stop him. If he wanted to, he could destroy them at any time. Although they were set up by the Devil Lord, he was the Devil Lord and the Devil Lord was him. It was easy for him to destroy the formation inscriptions. I'll let you out now. From today onwards you're free. Then Guchanga opened his mouth. An ancient and obscure language came out of his mouth. Chan Hongi tilted her head, her black hair falling down. She understood what he meant, but she still looked very confused. She stretched out her white and clean hand and tested the formation inscriptions in front of her. Then there was still a burst of light and a terrifying sizzling sound. A burst of green smoke rose. However, she seemed to be used to the pain. She just looked at her hand with a blank expression. Slowly, her gaze fell on Guchanga's face. She felt that she had forgotten a lot, but she remembered that the person in front of her was very important to her. In her current state, if the formation inscriptions here didn't erase the demonic aura and evil aura, she would probably attack me immediately. Although her mind is not clear now, she has another personality that can destroy and slaughter the world. Guchanga pondered. He had seen Chan Hongi's other appearance just now. If the formation inscriptions here had not erased her evil aura, she probably would not have been so polite to him. Thinking of this, Guchanga decided to give it a try. But before that, his figure flickered and he went to retrieve the Buddhist robe that was sealed at the top of the mountain. This item had a miraculous effect on suppressing Chan Hongi's evil aura, so he had to take it first. Many Buddhist lights intertwined and turned into a majestic and vast pressure that swept in all directions. When the Buddhist robe was loosened, the many Buddhist shadows disappeared. The Buddhist chants that filled the place finally dispersed into the Buddhist robe. One had to admit that this Buddhist treasure was very mysterious. As long as one was close to it, one's mind would be at peace and their evil aura would dissipate. Meanwhile, the instant Guchanga removed the Zen robes, with a thought from him, all of the formation patterns engraved in the void and on the walls all collapsed and scattered. The seal was broken. In the demon burial abyss, the sound of thousands of demons crying could be heard, making one's scalp go numb. All the demons were fleeing, as if they had sensed something terrifying. A vast and terrifying demonic aura suddenly soared into the sky, shaking the firmament. The sky within a radius of millions of miles darkened. This was an extremely shocking scene. The stars dimmed, and blood clouds soared into the sky. Many cultivators of the orthodoxies and forces were shocked. They felt that there were blood clouds rolling in the distant horizon, covering the sky and the sun. It was terrifying. Kill! The moment Guchanga did this, he felt a monstrous hatred and murderous aura shrouding him. Chanhongi stood in place. The confusion in her eyes disappeared and turned into coldness and ruthlessness. Even her pupils were dyed red. Her hair fluttered in the wind. The terrifying evil aura seemed to have accumulated for countless years and erupted like a mountain flood. It could be said to be earth-shattering, shaking the past and the present. At this moment, only Guchanga was in her eyes. She only had one thought in her mind, and that was to kill him. However, before she could do anything, the void in front of Guchanga cracked open. He had expected this and made arrangements. He called Ada, turned around and left. He didn't even stay for a second. At the latest, the seal here would break and dissipate in half a year. At that time, Chanhongi would be born. The Buddhist robe did have a miraculous effect on suppressing her evil aura, but under the circumstances of the formation inscriptions here, Guchanga didn't take the risk. If he went near Chanhongi at this time, he would definitely be in trouble. Now that he had let her come out half a year earlier, it would make things a lot easier. The personality that controlled Chanhongi now was the unerasable hatred in the deepest part of hell. After seeing Guchanga's figure disappear, Chanhongi's expression didn't change. She was still cold and ruthless. She didn't do anything. The next moment, she suddenly opened her mouth and roared at the bottom of the abyss. Countless demonic chi and demonic creatures immediately gathered towards her like rivers flowing into the sea. Endless spiritual chi, divine light, Taoist rhyme and other things surged towards the demon burial abyss together. This was an extremely overbearing method to plunder everything in the world. The star domain dimmed. Large areas of stars seemed to be swept away at this moment. In an instant, only desolation was left. In just a moment, all living creatures and cultivators were devoured. Chanhongi's divine soul is damaged. Her memory is in chaos and her mind is not clear. One only has nostalgia, the other only has hatred. Fortunately, she can't be like ordinary people. Otherwise, it would be easy for her to find my current identity. I'll let her vent for now. After leaving the abyss, Guchanga immediately went to find Jiang Chuchu and the others to leave the demon burial abyss first. There were some things that didn't need to be explained to her too much. She could figure it out with her own imagination. Just now, the golden cicada Buddhist child escaped from the teleportation formation pattern with serious injuries. What happened in the demon burial abyss? Is it related to him? Jiang Chuchu asked. At that time, she was prepared to capture the golden cicada Buddhist child. However, he was very cautious. He directly used the demon buster pestle to push her away and fled into the distance without stopping. She was worried that Guchanga would meet with an accident below, so she didn't chase after him. Buddha Mountain once used a supreme treasure to seal the demon at the bottom of the demon burial abyss. However, the golden cicada Buddhist child planned to take that supreme treasure away. He didn't care about the consequences and wanted to release the demon. I saw his actions and fought with him. In the end, he escaped with serious injuries. Guchanga shook his head slightly. Then he explained everything he knew in a different way. He explained how the abbot of the Xiankong Buddhist temple once stole the supreme treasure of the Buddhist sect, and how he left it at the bottom of the abyss. Therefore, the situation became that the reincarnated abbot of the Xiankong Buddhist temple, the golden cicada Buddhist child, was still unsatisfied with the world and tried to release the female demon sealed in the demon burial abyss. After hearing this, Jiang Chuchu couldn't calm down. In that case, the terrifying abnormality just now was a sign that the demon in the demon burial abyss would be born half a year earlier? 1000. Chapter 436. So that's the truth? High up in the sky, streaks of divine rainbow streaked across the sky at breakneck speed. After the shocking change in the Devil Burial Abyss, Guchanga and the others were fleeing the Devil Burial Abyss as fast as they could. Jiang Chuchu was extremely shocked after hearing the explanation. She did not doubt Guchanga's words, but she did not expect that there was such a hidden truth. She had a feeling that Golden Cicada Buddhist master's motives were not pure. So this was the truth that she had guessed. This explained why the Golden Cicada Buddha child had told them to split up. He wanted to release the female demon that was sealed in the Demon Burial Abyss. She thought that Golden Cicada Buddhist master did not have the courage to do so, but she had underestimated his courage. Moreover, this was the first time she heard that Buddha Mountain had such a secret all these years. An eminent monk of Buddha Mountain would be bewitched by the female demon in the Demon Burial Abyss, betray Buddha Mountain, and steal its treasures. This was unbelievable. If news of this spread, it would definitely cause a huge commotion and shock many orthodoxies. There was a reason why Golden Cicada Arhat had done this. How strong is the demon in the Demon Burial Abyss? Jiang Chuchu asked, remembering another important matter. If the demon was not that strong, they could join forces with the other orthodoxies and send experts to seal it again. Guchanga glanced at Jiang Chuchu and shook his head. Her strength is terrifying. I don't think the average enlightened master is a match for her. Don't interfere at this time. With her strength, I'm afraid the upper realm will not be peaceful for a while. Although Chan Hongyi had yet to leave the Devil Burial Abyss, Guchanga believed that it wouldn't be long before she appeared in the upper realms. The floating Buddhist temple near the Demon Burial Abyss would be the first to bear the brunt. During this time he did not need to interfere. The other orthodoxies and forces would have a headache. However, he had to consider how to deal with her revenge. Buddha Mountain's Chani was one way, but it was far from enough. Chan Hongyi's hostility will subside after a period of time. This is a good opportunity. Judging from the situation at that time, it was the power of the formation pattern that consumed her energy, allowing her to regain her composure. So as long as Chan Hongyi is tired of killing, she will naturally rest for a while. Guchanga already had a plan in mind, so he was not in a hurry. As for how much slaughter would ensue in the upper realm because of Chan Hongyi's appearance, this was not something he had to consider. He had only allowed Chan Hongyi to be born earlier. There wasn't much of a change in nature. Even ordinary Tao enlightened cultivators are no match for her? Jiang Chuchu frowned slightly, his heart growing more and more uneasy. If even Guchanga said so, it could only mean that the evil woman's strength was unimaginable. Otherwise, he would not have ordered everyone to leave the Devil Burial Abyss the moment he left. This showed just how much Guchanga feared him. In the past, he had always been calm and collected. Even if the sky fell and the earth collapsed, his expression would not change. However, the terrifying black figure that had suddenly appeared beside Guchanga like a bodyguard, never leaving her side for even an inch. She was still a little curious, but this clearly involved Guchanga's secret, so she did not ask further. Judging from its strength, it had probably surpassed the supremacy realm. Just the aura it emitted was enough to shatter a person's body. It was very terrifying. During this time, you should return to the human ancestors' hall and cultivate in peace. Don't worry about the things outside. Then, Guchanga looked at her and said in a gentle voice. Jiang Chuchu nodded softly and was very obedient. She also knew that this matter was very important, and it was not the time for her to be willful. Guchanga had asked her not to come out because he was worried about her safety. At the same time, outside the Devil Burial Abyss, evil chi filled the sky. The evil chi was shocking and it was bone-chilling. Faint snowflakes floated between heaven and earth. They were very sparkling and translucent, mixed with divine light. However, they were mixed with the color of blood. In the sky there was even a horrifying vision. Mountains of corpses, seas of blood and piles of bones. Blood-colored lotuses bloomed one after another. It was incomparably dazzling and brilliant. A beautiful woman in red walked out barefooted. Her black hair fluttered in the wind. Her aura was cold and emotionless. Her eyes were like knives. She stood under the sky and opened her mouth to roar. All the life chi and demonic chi within a radius of 10,000 miles rolled toward her. They covered the sky and the sun like smoke signals. They were swallowed into her mouth and turned into gushing and vast energy. Then, her cold and emotionless gaze landed on the many cultivators and living beings who had rushed over because of the strange phenomenon. These cultivators and living beings were very powerful. They were not ordinary people. They were all important figures of various orthodoxies and clans. Their strength was very strong, and the weakest was at the Great Saint realm. However, at this moment, they all felt a chill run down their spines. It was as if their backs were frozen. They felt as if they were being targeted by their natural enemy. Who is this? Could it be a vicious demon that was born at the bottom of the devil burial abyss? A clan's important figure trembled. Because of the woman in red's flawless appearance, he was a bit stunned. Then he reacted and couldn't help but want to retreat. Could it be that the seal of the devil burial abyss has been broken? But this doesn't make sense. There were also people who were terrified. Their souls trembled. They planned to leave this place. They were terrified and wanted to escape. This person with such a strange aura was clearly abnormal. Her strength was unfathomable and as vast as the sea. Not good, she has her eyes on us. Hurry and leave. This place is dangerous. We can't stay here for long. It's definitely the demon sealed at the bottom of the devil burial abyss. She has been born. Many people reacted. They felt as if the woman in red's gaze was like a heavenly knife that wanted to see through them. Even their souls would be destroyed. The other party wasn't looking at them. She was looking at their souls. After understanding this, they didn't dare to stay at all. Some people even burned their lifespan and activated secret methods. Their entire bodies burned and turned into divine rainbows to escape into the distance. They were terrified to the extreme. Who exactly was it that released this demon? They better not let this old one find out, or else I will definitely hack them into pieces and make them regret ever being born into this world. Some people cursed, feeling incomparable regret and fear. They used secret methods with all of their strength to escape this place. If they knew that something like this would happen, they wouldn't have come here out of curiosity. It was precisely because of this saying that curiosity killed the cat. However, in the next moment, boundless evil energy and demonic energy covered the heavens, covering heaven and earth as they descended. Not good. All of the fleeing cultivators and creatures were in fear and despair. Their souls were almost frozen, unable to escape this demonic energy's range. The woman in red's eyes were cold and emotionless. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation. She merely raised her palm and pointed forward. Scarlet multicolored light filled the sky, scattering down like blood-colored stars one after another. Immediately, heaven and earth seemed as if they were going to be split apart. Terrifying killing intent engulfed outer space, making countless stars tremble. Hong! It was just a single finger, yet it made heaven and earth become chaotic. It was incomparably terrifying, instantly passing through everyone in front of her. Then, with a boom, everyone was in despair. They exploded in the void, turning into a bloody mist. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. The surroundings of the devil burial abyss were immediately dyed with boundless killing intent and the color of blood. The woman in red walked out, walking in the void. Her face was flawless, and her fine black hair danced in the wind. She was very slow, but the nearby laws of heaven and earth changed because of her footsteps. Mountains and rivers flowed into a foot. She seemed to know where Guchanga's aura was. She slowly walked in the direction he left in, neither fast nor slow, indifferent and emotionless. All of the creatures along the way were casually slapped to death by her, until she reached the mountain gate of the suspended Buddhist temple. Here, she stopped and listened to the sound of wooden fish striking the ground. Buddhist light shone brilliantly, illuminating all directions with a sense of holiness and tranquility. However, she frowned, as if she didn't like this kind of aura. With a wave of her sleeve, a torrent of demonic energy surged out. The brilliance in front of the suspended Buddhist temple was boundless, dazzling the sky. The figures of ancient monks, Buddhas, and bodhisattvas appeared to resist this attack. All of the monks rushed out with great change in expression. However, it only lasted for a moment before they turned into fine powder and collapsed in the void. Even the formation of the suspended Buddhist temple only lasted for a breath before collapsing and exploding. Some of the old monks with profound Buddhist knowledge resisted for a breath, but in the next moment, they also coughed out blood and exploded, their bodies and souls destroyed. Under this kind of terrifying power, they were as weak as ants. Their years of cultivation were useless. Buzz! The next moment, a vast Buddhist light appeared, illuminating the sky. Golden light surged and the scene was solemn. A white-browed old monk sat cross-legged with a benevolent expression. He opened his eyes and floated in the sky, looking at the woman in red from afar. Amitabha, female benefactor, why don't you let go of your hatred? He chanted the name of Buddha and looked at what happened here. His heart was filled with grief and helplessness, but he still wanted to persuade the woman in red to let go of her hatred. However, he hadn't finished speaking when he felt the top of his head go numb, and a flawless and slender finger that was like a spring onion had already pierced through the space between his brows, causing him to swallow the rest of his words back down his throat. The white-browed old monk's eyes still had the last breath of astonishment and shock. He had no idea how the woman in red appeared next to him. Then the last light in his eyes dimmed, and his body and soul were destroyed. The woman in red walked past his corpse. Her eyes were as cold and emotionless as a knife, as if she found him an eyesore and crushed a small bug. She stopped here. Beside her was a sea of blood and corpses, which made her jade-like feet look even more white. Then she looked into the distance and walked again. On this day, the Devil Burial Abyss was in chaos. Demonic chi filled the sky. The star field within a radius of millions of miles dimmed. Many ancient planets and ancient cities turned into barren lands of death. This news quickly spread everywhere, causing a huge sensation. Many cultivators and creatures were shocked to the extreme. The origin of the Devil Burial Abyss was very mysterious and ancient. It even spanned countless eras. Many ancient existences guessed that the Devil Burial Abyss had existed for a long time, surpassing many orthodoxies of the upper world today. It could even be traced back to the Forbidden Era buried in the long river of time. Now there was a terrifying aura in the Devil Burial Abyss, as if a peerless demon had awakened and was going to massacre the world. The shock caused by this was simply unimaginable. There were cultivators who went to the Devil Burial Abyss to investigate, wanting to know what kind of existence was sealed inside. However, they died tragically before they could get too close. Over time, in the eyes of many creatures and orthodoxies, the Devil Burial Abyss was no different from the so-called forbidden zone of life. Now the demon inside was born. Its origin was definitely ancient, and its cultivation might even surpass the Emperor realm. All the cultivators and creatures who went to the Devil Burial Abyss to investigate were dead. Not a single one survived. The demon's methods were cruel and cold. Moreover, the most shocking thing was that the suspended Buddhist temple, which was responsible for guarding the Devil Burial Abyss, was drowned in a sea of blood within a day. It had turned into ashes, and all the monks inside died. This included an old monk whose cultivation had reached the quasi-emperor realm. He died tragically with a hole in his forehead. When this news spread, it immediately set off endless waves. Everyone was shocked and shocked. Behind the suspended Buddhist temple was Buddha Mountain. It had existed for countless years, and was responsible for guarding the demon beside the Devil Burial Abyss. But now it had turned into ashes and dust, disappearing without a trace. Moreover, a Boundary Emperor realm monk who had been cultivating Buddhism for countless years died so tragically. It showed how terrifying and powerful the red-robed female demon was. Many people were in danger, worried that the red-robed female demon would kill everyone after she was born. Until now they could not think of any way to deal with her. However, many people were puzzled because they knew that the seal in the Devil Burial Abyss could last for at least half a year. Why would the demon be born so early? What else had happened that no one knew about? When the demon was born, Guchanga, the saintess of the human ancestor palace, and the golden cicada Buddha child all went there to subdue the demon in an attempt to solve this disaster. Many people were puzzled and suspicious, wondering if this had anything to do with them. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? Moreover, there were very few cultivators who escaped the Devil Burial Abyss this time. Many of the experts who went with them died in there. Buddha Mountain suffered heavy losses, and it was said that only the golden cicada Buddha child escaped. This caused quite a stir, but the forces behind Guchanga, the saintess of the human ancestor palace, the golden cicada Buddha child, and the others were not to be underestimated, so no one dared to speak carelessly. However, there had to be a way to deal with this matter. At the same time, they had to find out why the red-robed female demon escaped. However, a piece of news soon spread, shocking everyone again. What? The red-robed female demon in the Devil Burial Abyss was released by the golden cicada Buddha child? Many cultivators and living beings who heard the news were extremely shocked. They stood rooted to the ground, not daring to imagine. Many orthodoxies were in an uproar because the human ancestor palace was the one who spread the news. This was very serious because the human ancestor palace would not frame Buddha Mountain for no reason. There had to be a reason behind this. The golden cicada Buddha child went to the Devil Burial Abyss to take away a Buddha Mountain treasure that was sealed at the bottom of the Devil Burial Abyss. Because of this, the seal loosened, and the red-robed female demon escaped. Moreover, the golden cicada Buddha child is the reincarnation of the former abbot of the Xiankong Buddhist temple. It was said that he was bewitched by the red-robed female demon at the bottom of the Devil Burial Abyss. He stole the Buddha Mountain treasure in an attempt to dispel the demonic nature of the red-robed female demon. In the end, he died for unknown reasons. Who would have thought that Buddha Mountain was hiding such a scandal? It has not been reported for all these years. Countless cultivators and living beings were shocked. This news was too shocking. Buddha Mountain, which had always thought highly of itself, actually had such a thing happen. The abbot of the Xiankong Buddhist temple was said to be a rare genius of Buddha Mountain. He had the wisdom of a Buddha and was destined to become a saint. However, in the end, he was bewitched by the red-robed female demon and lost his Buddha heart. After the news spread, it caused a sensation everywhere, but Buddha Mountain, as the person involved, did not respond. To many cultivators, this was Buddha Mountain's tacit admission. For a moment, many people were filled with righteous indignation. Some supreme experts even went to Buddha Mountain to demand an explanation, because some of their clansmen had died tragically at the hands of the red-robed female demon, but they did not dare to seek revenge. In the face of the anger and condemnation of all the orthodoxies, Buddha Mountain responded with silence. Many cultivators and living beings rushed to Buddha Mountain to demand justice. If the golden cicada Buddha child had not loosened the seal, the red-robed female demon would not have come out prematurely and caught everyone off guard. If the time had been delayed, they could have come up with a solution. Because of this, many people went to Buddha Mountain to demand an explanation. No matter what, this matter was related to the golden cicada Buddha child. We are in the wrong. Buddha Mountain cannot stand firm. But it has nothing to do with the golden cicada. I believe what he said. At this moment, in the dazzling golden palace of Buddha Mountain, many Buddhist lights shone brilliantly. It was incomparably holy and flowed with Buddhist rhythms. Many monks with high cultivation levels gathered here, surrounded by the light of merit. They looked at golden cicada Bodhisattva, who was kneeling in front of the Buddha. Their expressions were complicated. There was pity, anger, and sighing, but most of them were calm. The many rumors in the outside world seemed to have nothing to do with them. At this moment, the one who spoke was a kind-looking old monk. He wore a somewhat tattered monk robe and his aura was faintly discernible. If one closed their eyes, they would feel that there was no one in front of them. There was no such person in the 6 worlds. His cultivation had reached an unfathomable level. It was difficult to describe with words. His eyes were calm and clear. However, they contained endless vicissitudes of life, and all kinds of mysteries and rules of heaven and earth. The evolution of the universe and the collapse of the heavens appeared. Master, the golden cicada Buddha child lowered his head and knelt on the ground with a guilty expression. The old monk in front of him was the current abbot of Buddha Mountain, Ru-Fo. I believe you. You were just schemed against by Guchanga. You're lucky to be able to escape with your life. Ru-Fo shook his head slightly. He looked kind and gave off a sense of peace. Hearing this, the golden cicada Buddha child calmed down. He no longer felt uneasy. He also knew that with so many things happening in the outside world, even Buddha Mountain could not protect him. He needed to give an explanation to the various factions and orthodoxies. This made him angry, but more so he felt helpless. No matter how he explained, it would be difficult to change anything. Even if he explained that he planned to use another treasure to suppress the Buddhist robe, who would believe him? Instead, they would think that he was quibbling and would be even angrier. No matter what, Guchanga had him under control. He even felt that the red-robed female fiend was definitely born because Guchanga coveted the supreme treasure of Buddha Mountain and took it away. In the end, Guchanga even framed him and even exposed the secret scandal of his previous life, causing Buddha Mountain to lose face. Although the news was spread by the human ancestor palace, he did not believe that Guchanga was behind it. All these actions made him angry and cold at the same time. He felt that this opponent was extremely terrifying. For the sake of a supreme treasure, he did not hesitate to release the red-robed female fiend and bring disaster to the world. He also pushed all the blame away. He took the supreme treasure and brought disaster to the world, but he also won a good reputation. Chapter 437. Buddha Mountain will explain this matter to the outside world. Golden Cicada, recuperate well during this period of time. Tell the outside world that you have repented. In the palace, Buddha-Ru shook his head gently. Then, he put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. At the same time, he gave orders to everyone. Golden Cicada was the successor of Buddha Mountain, and also the candidate for the next abbot. They would not allow anything to happen to him. Even though there were many rumors in the outside world, they were very unfavorable to Golden Cicada. They had to think of a way to deal with him. The Sky Emperor Mountain, the Endless Fire Nation, and the other forces would take the opportunity to make things difficult for him. The situation was very unfavorable to them, but there was no other way. Guchanga was indeed a difficult person to deal with. It was hard to believe that he was just a young man. His methods and thoughts were already beyond the reach of many old monsters. I understand. Thank you, Master. Golden Cicada nodded. Since Buddha-Ru had said so, he did not need to worry anymore. In that case, he naturally didn't need to worry about this matter anymore. He only needed to properly recuperate from his injuries. This time, in order to escape, he did not hesitate to use a secret technique. He was seriously injured and would not be able to recover in a short time. Moreover, he was hit twice by Guchanga and his body almost collapsed. He was hanging on with spirit pills and divine items. Otherwise, he would have definitely died in the demon burial abyss. He was already wary of Guchanga to an unprecedented level, but he still fell for his trick. Then, Golden Cicada stood up and left the palace. Abbot Ru swept his gaze across the monks and said slowly, "Do as I said just now." "But Abbot, do we really have to be so patient?" Some monks looked angry. They knew that this matter had nothing to do with them, but they still gritted their teeth and swallowed it. This was not consistent with their cultivation. They were worried that if this matter was not resolved, they would have inner demons and would not be able to feel at ease. Guchanga is indeed too much of a bully, putting the blame on us like this. We can't let this matter go. The other ancient monks and Buddhas also more or less had a hint of anger on their faces. It was true that they cultivated Buddhism, but it was not to the point where they would obediently suffer losses. Moreover, it was well known that Foshan Mountain never suffered losses in any matter. This matter had nothing to do with them at all, but now they had to think of a way to deal with it and solve it, which made them feel extremely stifled. Guchanga's identity and strength were not simple at all. Even the mysterious Buddha Mountain feared the longevity Gu clan. When Abbot Rufo heard this, his expression did not change. He said, "Indeed, this matter cannot be settled like this. However, this is the only solution now. Everything in the world is predestined. Everything has its own karma. Since Guchanga did such a thing, he will naturally face his calamity. You don't have to worry about it." Hearing the abbot's words, the monks' expressions softened and they gave up. Later on, news spread from Buddha Mountain. Because of Golden Cicada Buddha Child's actions, he was willing to rid the world of evil. He would send many monks with profound Buddhist knowledge to suppress the evil woman in red. At the same time, they would compensate the orthodoxies who had encountered unexpected disasters. There was no need to mention the wealth that Buddha Mountain had accumulated over countless years. Furthermore, its followers were everywhere. When they said this, many orthodoxies' attitudes softened. However, many people felt that this matter was not so simple. The evil woman's cultivation had reached an unfathomable level. She was no longer someone who could be dealt with by ordinary enlightened masters. Her appearance was a catastrophe for the orthodoxies and orthodoxies along the way. Many ancient planets and ancient cities with life had turned into dead lands. Moreover, she seemed to have her own purpose for going there. She did not go there blindly. This made many cultivators feel strange. She did not kill everyone she saw. Instead, she headed in a certain direction after leaving the demon burial abyss. Because of this, many orthodoxies and forces along the way sensed danger in advance and moved their sects away. However, many cultivators were fearless and tried to see the evil woman's true appearance. This was because it was rumored that she had used her beauty to bewitch a genius of Buddha Mountain. This made many cultivators curious. They wanted to know how beautiful she was. However, no one knew the answer. This was because there was no living person within 10,000 miles of the evil woman. At the same time, in the Longevity Gu family, the palace was vast. Spiritual birds were flying in the air, accompanied by streams of light and falling flowers. It was extremely beautiful. Gu Chang'e stood at the peak of the mountain. His robes were as white as snow, untainted by even a speck of dust. He looked extraordinary as he gazed into the distance. Mist flowed and the red sun set. It was as if he was standing in the ancient archaic divinity world. Everything in the world was under his control. This glow is so similar to the color of blood. Don't you think so? Gu Chang'e praised softly. He looked at the red light in front of him and asked. Ada, who was standing behind him, was wearing a black battle suit with immortal light flowing around it. He looked like a guard. His face was hidden under the black iron, and his eyes were shining like godly flames. He said respectfully, Master, they look alike. Gu Chang'e smiled. Seeing this, the maidservant beside her hurriedly brought the tea from the stone table. He took a sip and said, It's a pity that this blood color is not enough. After leaving the demon burial abyss, he separated from Jiang Chuchu and told her to stay in the human ancestor palace. Then he brought Ada back to the Gu family. He asked the family to find nether iron and other extremely cold materials to reforge Ada's battle suit and weapons. After all, he was a first heaven quasi-emperor. The weapons and battle suit he used before were not even at the level of a supreme, so it was difficult for him to use his full strength. The news of the evil woman in red had caused an uproar in the outside world. It was comparable to the news of the war in the 8 desolates in 10 regions. Even the calamity of the unending sky was not as shocking as it was now. Compared to the evil woman in red, the calamity of the unending sky was not so important. Of course, this was because the unending sky had not really erupted yet. Therefore, Gu Chang'e had to consider other things. He originally thought that Chan Hongyi wouldn't be able to find him, but from the path she took after leaving the demon burial abyss, she clearly knew where he was. Therefore, no matter how far away he was, Chan Hongyi would find him sooner or later. However, before that, there were many things that Gu Chang'e could do first. When Chan Hongyi found him, he would consider her matters. Now that so many orthodoxies and forces in the upper domain wanted to eliminate the evil, he would let them do it first. Anyway, with Chan Hongyi's strength, it would be difficult to find anyone in the upper domain who could hurt her. During this time, he planned to first deal with the matter of the reclusive Ji family and the merchant alliance Tang family. At the same time, he would deal with the son of destiny, Qin Wuya, the eldest senior brother who had returned from the 9th heaven. As for Ji Qingxian and Su Qingge, he could deal with them later. After all, he had been rearing leeks for so long. It was time to harvest them. Yin Mei also sent news that she had encountered some trouble. This was because the matter of the Tang family did not go as smoothly as Gu Chang'e had expected. There was no problem with but at that time there were many outsiders who had not come into contact with cultivation. This caused the Tang family to have differences. Some of them had their life and death controlled by Gu Chang'e, while others took the opportunity to attack the Tang family main family. Among them, Qin Wuya noticed the changes in the Tang family and used his methods to help Tang Wan and the Tang family solve this matter. Then outside the Gu family's mountain gate, a sound shook the sky. 9 azure dragons flew across the sky, pulling the white jade carriage away. They pierced through the void and left quickly. The land of the Tang family was a small world that was like a paradise. It was very big. Rows upon rows of palaces and pavilions were surrounded by fog. Beautiful trees were lush and waterfalls were embellished. It was full of wealth. Many Tang family members came and went. Regardless of whether they were from the family or outsiders, they were all gathered here to discuss the Tang family's matters. In the main hall, a woman in white sat at the head of the table. Her expression was calm, and she was very beautiful. However, this kind of beauty was demonic and charming. Unlike other women, every frown and smile seemed to be able to turn the world upside down. Her oval face was not big, but it was as white as flawless jade. It flickered with a moving luster. Her bright red eyes were like gems glowing faintly. Behind her, 9 fluffy snow-white foxtails were held by a few maids. Her face was stern and dignified. Currently, the old master of the Tang family was respectfully standing behind her. The rest of the Tang family's upper echelons were the same. They were very respectful to Yin Mei. Tang Wan was in the crowd. She was very anxious. She did not know why the family suddenly decided to hand over so many of their businesses to Yin Mei. Even her grandfather, uncle, and the others did not have any objections. This was completely different from what she knew of them. Most importantly, all of this had happened without her knowledge. At that time, Yin Mei had brought people to the Tang family and said that she wanted to take over the Tang family's business in the business alliance. At that time, she had thought that Yin Mei was dreaming. Even if she had Guchanga behind her, she would not be able to make the Tang family give up on the family's interests. Unless Guchanga ordered her to persuade the Tang family, it would be very difficult for her to succeed. That was because she understood the personalities of her grandfather, uncle, and the others. They would not be willing to hand over the family's businesses that they had managed for so long. It was impossible for such a thing to happen. However, what shocked her was that when her grandfather, uncle, and the others saw the jade talisman that Yin Mei handed over, their expressions changed. Then they paled and dejectedly agreed. They did not tell her what was in that jade talisman. No matter how she asked, they did not explain. They only said that the Tang family's good days had come to an end, and they could only agree to Yin Mei's request. However, when this decision was made, it immediately caused a huge commotion in the Tang family. Although many of the Tang family's people were shocked, confused, they would never refuse the old master's orders. Many people felt that the Nine-Tailed Fox clan had seized their lifeline. Otherwise, the Tang family would not have reacted like this. The Tang family's people had decided to hand over their businesses to Yin Mei. However, the outsiders did not agree. That was because many of the Tang family's businesses were managed by them. Now that they were handed over to Yin Mei, wouldn't that be cutting off their lifeline? Therefore, many outsiders gathered together and came to the Tang family to ask for an explanation. Behind Tang Wan, Qin Wuya, who had disguised himself, stood there quietly. He knew that Tang Wan was in trouble this time. The lifeline of the Tang clan was controlled by the heavenly daughter of the Nine-Tailed Fox race. As for what that lifeline was, he still did not know. However, he believed that as long as he thought of a way, he would definitely be able to help her find it. As his wife in his previous life, he had seen the worry on her face these past few days. He felt pain in his heart. For example, he had secretly urged these outsiders to come here. His goal was to put pressure on the Tang family. At the same time, he had also put Yin Mei in trouble, making it difficult for her to resolve this matter. Fortunately, things were going smoothly. Just as he had planned, the matter of the Tang family handing over their businesses was temporarily delayed. Furthermore, if this matter did not succeed, he would have to find another way. He would either find an opportunity to kill Yin Mei or force her to tell him the truth about why the Tang family's people were so afraid and respectful of her. Qinya, what do you think is the reason? Why do my grandfather and the others listen to Yin Mei so much? Tang Wan looked at Yin Mei, who was sitting at the head of the table. She was very puzzled and couldn't help but ask Qin Wuya. Qin Wuya had changed his name to Qinya and was very calm. When he heard this, his gaze changed slightly. Perhaps they were threatened by something. Tang Wan sighed inwardly. She had also guessed that this was the reason, but the Tang family didn't explain. Furthermore, she knew that Yin Mei was the person behind Guchanga. She couldn't say anything to stop this matter. She was worried that Guchanga would notice. However, the outsiders had been coming to the Tang family to cause trouble these past few days, wanting an explanation. Yin Mei was very annoyed. However, these outsiders had a lot of resources in their hands, so it wasn't good for her to make a move. If a conflict occurred, it would be a huge blow to the Tang family's businesses. The gains did not make up for the losses. This matter made Tang Wan sigh in relief. She also didn't want the businesses that she had worked so hard to manage to fall into the hands of others. If this matter is related to Guchanga, Tang Wan sighed. She felt a headache coming on and didn't know what to do. After that, she and Qin Wuya left the main hall and didn't continue to participate in this matter. Right now, she only wanted to solve this problem. Miss Wanner, you don't have to worry too much about this matter. There will always be a path in front of the mountain, Qin Wuya said. He could faintly guess what Tang Wan was thinking. This made him more determined in his heart. With his ability, it wouldn't be difficult for him to secretly hide. Could it be that you have a way? Tang Wan looked at Qin Wuya. She knew why Qin Wuya stayed by her side. She could also feel that he cared about her from the bottom of his heart. However, this matter of her previous life was very difficult for her to accept. Although she had high hopes for Chu Hao, it didn't mean that she would accept Qin Wuya. Furthermore, Guchanga had ordered her to watch over Qin Wuya's movements and whereabouts. Therefore, she only felt guilty towards Qin Wuya and didn't have any other intentions. Now that she heard him say this, she felt some hope. Qin Wuya nodded and said, regarding this matter, I do have some ideas. At this moment in the main hall, Yin Mei didn't know that this was all Qin Wuya's doing in the dark. She had to deal with these outsiders every day, so she couldn't help but feel irritated. She told Guchanga about this matter and waited for him to personally deal with it. Heavenly Maiden Yin Mei, these outsiders really don't have good eyesight. You must not be angry at them because of this. After seeing the outsiders argue and leave, the Tang old master saw that Yin Mei's expression wasn't right and hurriedly said this. He felt very uneasy and worried. The lives of their clan were currently in the hands of Yin Mei. If they angered her, what if she destroyed their clan? Wouldn't they be unable to find a place to cry? He felt very bitter in his heart. He didn't know why, but all of a sudden, the lives of their entire clan were in the hands of Yin Mei. That was why he agreed to Yin Mei's request and handed over his clan's property. Unfortunately, even now, he still didn't know what had happened. I won't be angry because of this. Yin Mei indifferently glanced at him. She was just worried that she would disappoint Guchanga because she had not handled this matter well. It's fine as long as Lady isn't angry. These people don't have good eyesight and aren't worth Lady's attention. Relax, Lady. This old man will very quickly take back the properties in their hands. At that time, it won't matter if you want to kill them or cut them off. The Tang old master sighed in relief and couldn't help but promise. Through this matter, he could see the wild ambitions of these outsiders. He had not known before that they were planning to swallow up the rest of their clan's properties. Yin Mei nodded. I've already informed the young master behind me of this matter. He should be coming. It's fine as long as all of you are ready to welcome him. Relax, Lady. This old man will definitely be ready to welcome him. The Tang old master's expression turned solemn. He knew that Yin Mei was actually just taking over for someone else. There was actually someone else standing behind her. As for who this person was, Yin Mei had not previously revealed it. Although he had his guesses, he did not dare to be sure until he saw the person. The Tang old master quickly went to make arrangements. Yin Mei rubbed her forehead in pain, but because she was about to see Guchanga, she was somewhat happy and a bright and charming expression appeared on her face. Today she had specially dressed up. Her nose was high, her lips were red and lustrous, and her hair was soft and supple. She had even carefully groomed her foxtail. Its fur was snow-white and flawless, and as it swayed, it appeared very fluffy. A while ago, Guchanga had ordered someone to deliver a quasi-emperor artifact to her. While this had shocked her, she had also been very happy. It was not because the quasi-emperor artifact was precious. It was because Guchanga still remembered her, and had not cast her aside in a corner. She did not have extravagant hopes. It was enough for her to have a very, very small place in Guchanga's heart. As for the rest, she would not think about it, much less ask for it. Chapter 438. The Tang Old Master issued an order, and all the members of the Tang clan began to get busy, preparing to welcome the important figure who was about to descend upon the Tang clan. Although they did not know who this important figure was, this did not prevent them from treating him with respect. Although the Tang clan was not as old as the other great sects, the fact that it could occupy a place in the business alliance was proof of the strength of the successive generations of Tang clan heads. Moreover, the Tang clan had unimaginable trust in the words of the Tang Old Master. Many of the clansmen were shocked. An important figure? Could it be him? Tang Wan immediately thought of Guchanga and was shocked. Besides Guchanga, who else could make Yinmei treat him with such respect? Why is he coming to the Tang clan at this time? She began to feel uneasy. She felt that the reason the Tang Old Master and the others had submitted to Yinmei was probably because Guchanga was pulling the strings behind the scenes. This made her heart of resistance, which had risen with great difficulty, gradually quieten down. She had a good understanding of Guchanga's methods and knew how frightening he was. In this world one could offend anyone, but one could never offend Guchanga. If he wants to control the Tang clan's businesses, who can stop him? Tang Wan's heart was filled with bitterness and despair, incomparably gloomy. She did not know what method Qin Wuya had, but even if he did, would he be a match for Guchanga? There was no need to think about this. It must be known that even Qin Wuya was currently under Guchanga's control, though he did not know it. Is it finally going to end? Tang Wan sighed, her heart finally calming down. But after some hesitation, she still decided to warn Qin Wuya. In this period of time, Qin Wuya had shown her great concern, moving her heart and also making her feel very guilty. And this time the person Qin Wuya was going to face was Guchanga. Although Guchanga controlled her life and death, as long as she did not betray Guchanga, Guchanga would probably not care about a useless chess piece like her. Although the Tang family's actions made her feel bitterly disappointed, it was still the family that gave birth to her and raised her. Tang Wan couldn't just sit by and watch. However, when Tang Wan went to Qin Wuya's residence to look for him, she discovered that he was not there. He seemed to have gone somewhere else. This caused her to be shocked and stunned. At the same time, she sighed in her heart. Could it be that all of this was predestined? She couldn't change anything. On the second day, outside the Tang family residence, 9 azure dragons appeared in the sky. Many experts appeared, and the one in the lead was none other than Guchanga. The Tang Old Master and the others had been waiting respectfully for some time. Before this, they had already guessed that the person behind Yinmei was Guchanga, so they were not very surprised. They were very respectful and did not dare to be disrespectful. Tang Wan was also in the crowd. She watched as Guchanga walked down from the white jade carriage. After not seeing him for some time, his cultivation and qi had become even more terrifying. Even describing him as unfathomable was far from enough. Even more frightening was that his body now exuded a terrifying and invincible qi. Although he did not intentionally reveal it, as he walked, the people around him paled and felt like they were suffocating. His every movement was like that of a young immortal. Immortal light surged and auspicious clouds swirled around his body. His palms were shrouded in the mist of primal chaos. His strength had reached an unimaginable level. Greetings to young Master Changa. The Tang Old Master and the others respectfully greeted. Young Master. Yinmei stood at the very front, a smile on her charming face. Guchanga nodded. His gaze swept over them and finally fell on Yinmei. I already know of the matter. Since they are not obedient, just kill them. In his view, the matter of the Tang family's foreign surname was insignificant and not worth paying attention to. The reason he had come to the Tang family this time was mainly to deal with the matter of the child of destiny, Qin Wuya. Yinmei smiled and nodded. Since young master says so, then I will order people to deal with this group of foreign surname Tang family members. Since Guchanga did not care about the businesses and connections of these foreign surname Tang family members, she naturally would not ask. With Guchanga's current status, It was impossible for him to spend any time on this matter. Everyone, including the Tang Old Master, had a cold expression. In just a few words, Gu Chang'e had already decided the fate of these foreign surname Tang family members. To him it was as easy as crushing an ant to death. There was no need for him to care. This made the Tang family members even more fearful and respectful. Compared to the foreign surname Tang family members, their lives were also in Gu Chang'e's hands. However, they still could not figure out how this had happened. Nor could they have imagined that when Tang Wan's younger brother awoke from his coma, the mysterious scripture that had appeared in his mind would actually be problematic. Even now, they still felt that this was a mysterious immortal scripture that contained boundless value, something that could be passed down as a family heirloom for generations to come. They felt more and more that Gu Chang'e's methods were mysterious and unfathomable, that he had unknowingly taken control of their clan's life and death. Many of them even suspected that he had been inflicted with some sort of secret controlling technique, such as a poison pill or a goo worm. Alas, they could not find the slightest clue even after a thorough investigation. "Young Master Chang'e, please follow this old man." The Tang Old Master led the way, leading Gu Chang'e into a group of palaces. Mist flowed, spirit springs gurgled, and immortal energy drifted. The scenery was serene and beautiful. Even the bricks and tiles were not ordinary objects. They were solemn and ancient, flickering with multicolored light, and exuding a grand and noble air. Only our Tang clan's most esteemed guests are invited to this place. Back then, our Tang clan spent a large sum of money to have an ancient cultivator in charge of building this place. "This is in the style of the era before immortal ancient," the Tang Old Master respectfully said, a hint of pride on his face. After all, such palaces and pavilions were very rare. Each brick and tile had been carefully crafted. Gu Chang'e nodded and casually swept his gaze over the place. "It truly is in the style of the era before immortal ancient." Seeing that Gu Chang'e had no intention of saying more, the Tang clan members were not surprised. "Then young Master Chang'e, please rest here. We won't disturb you." The Tang Old Master and the others quickly withdrew, but Gu Chang'e called Tang Wan and had her stay. Many of the Tang clan members were shocked. They looked at Tang Wan with various expressions. They didn't know when she had gotten to know Gu Chang'e. The Tang Old Master was also surprised. Tang Wan had not told them that she knew Gu Chang'e. They did not know that Gu Chang'e was the mastermind behind Tang Tian's scheme by Yin Mei. They thought that it was a confrontation between Yin Mei and Tang Wan. Tang Wan also did not expect that Gu Chang'e would leave her alone. She pursed her lips, feeling somewhat uneasy. The other Tang clan members tactfully left, not daring to ask any more questions. If the Tang Old Master didn't know that Tang Wan and that man called Chu Hao had feelings for each other, he would have suspected that there was something going on between Tang Wan and Gu Chang'e. But given Gu Chang'e's status, Tang Wan would find it very difficult to enter his eyes. Paying respects to young Master Chang'e, Tang Wan was somewhat uneasy. She feared Gu Chang'e from the bottom of her heart, and didn't even dare to raise her head. Moreover, in front of Gu Chang'e, she felt like all her thoughts and secrets had been seen through. Her soul trembled in fear. Gu Chang'e leisurely found a stone stool and sat down. Then he asked with interest, "Do you know why I've come to find you?" Tang Wan's heart trembled. She hurriedly said, "Young Master Chang'e, I didn't go against your wishes. In this period of time, I have been monitoring Qin Wuya's movements and have not revealed anything about you to him." She thought that Gu Chang'e had sensed that she had intended to warn Qin Wuya. This made her feel very uneasy. Now that the lives of everyone in the Tang clan were in Gu Chang'e's hands, she did not dare to go against his will. She was worried that she would bring disaster to the Tang clan. Gu Chang'e smiled. "Is that so? That's good. I don't believe that you have the guts." Tang Wan sighed in relief. She was worried that Gu Chang'e would not believe her and ask her to prove it. "This time, I came to the Tang clan to kill Qin Wuya. This is immortal burial water. Make him drink it. After the matter is settled, I will let the Tang clan go. If you can't do it, then your clan will accompany him." However, in the next moment, Gu Chang'e's tone changed. He glanced at Tang Wan with interest and then took out a small white jade bottle from his bosom. Tang Wan's expression changed. Her face turned pale with disbelief. Her fingers trembled under her sleeves. Even Mei, who was standing obediently behind Guchanga, had a slight change in her expression as she felt a chill. She looked at the small white jade bottle with fear. Immortal burial water. Tang Wan's voice trembled with fear. At the same time, she felt a shocking chill on her back. Guchanga actually wanted her to personally poison Qin Wuya. Immortal burial water, as the name suggested, was a strange poison. Its origin was unknown. It was said to be able to bury immortals. Just a drop of it was extremely expensive. Ordinary cultivators didn't dare to come in contact with it, nor were they qualified to. This was because immortal burial water contained a terrifying permeability. It was rumored that immortal burial water was an item that was contaminated with immortal realm cultivators' baleful aura. Cultivators who came close to it would uncontrollably suffer a backlash. Their internal organs would turn into pus and blood. It was difficult to cure them with the immortal medicine. Immortal burial water was extinct in the upper realm. Very few people had seen it. It had only appeared in rumors. But now a bottle appeared in Guchanga's hand. Even if there was only a drop of immortal burial water in this bottle, it had an unimaginable value. What? You don't want to? Guchanga had a faint smile on his face. His facial features were so handsome that no one could find any flaws. He even gave people a feeling of bathing in the spring breeze. However, Tang Wan's entire body was cold. Her hands and feet were ice cold. She felt as if a basin of ice water had been poured on her. She was terrified to the extreme. Her fingers trembled. She wanted to take the small white jade bottle in Guchanga's hand and calm herself down. However, he couldn't control his fingers. They were trembling so much that they felt like they were sifting chaff. The small white jade bottle in front of her seemed to be burning hot and was about to fall from her hand. You have to hold it tight. Don't drop it. It took me a lot of effort to find such a small bottle. I didn't want to go through so much trouble. However, this is your punishment for sympathizing with him. Guchanga had a slight smile on his face. However, his tone was somewhat regretful. It was as if he did not want to do this. I understand. Tang Wan's face turned even paler. Her heart was filled with fear. At the same time, she was filled with regret and despair. Indeed, when she had the idea and wanted to warn Qin Wuya, Guchanga knew. She actually thought that she was lucky and thought that he did not care. After you're done with the arrangements, inform me. I don't want to miss this good show. You may leave. Then Guchanga smiled and waved her hand, asking Tang Wan to leave. It seemed that she had no intention of making things difficult for Tang Wan. Yes. Tang Wan's hand trembled as she held the small white jade bottle tightly. Her heart was filled with bitterness and despair as she left this place. She did not dare to hate Guchanga. She only hated herself for being soft-hearted and having such thoughts. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. She did not dare to gamble the fate of her clan and the lives of her clansmen. Furthermore, Qin Wuya did not have the slightest chance of winning against Guchanga. Everything was destined to happen. After Tang Wan left, Mei asked curiously, "Young master, are you really going to let Tang Wan poison that person?" She felt that with Guchanga's strength, there was no need for him to go through so much trouble to deal with one person. She knew about Qin Wuya's identity. Naturally, she knew about the enmity between him and Guchanga. The Purple Mansion that was once destroyed, as well as the Purple Sun Sovereign, were inextricably linked to Qin Wuya. Guchanga looked at her with a smile and gestured with his hand. Mei's face turned red as she obediently went into his embrace. I just want to know if Tang Wan will kill him. As for whether she will kill him or not, it doesn't matter. Because from the moment I came to the Tang family, Qin Wuya was already a dead man. Guchanga smiled and did not really care. He placed his hand on Mei's foxtail and gently stroked it as if he was stroking a cat. Looks like Tang Wan is not stupid. She will know what to do. Mei's face was filled with rosy clouds. She was so soft that it was as if she had no bones. In fact, he had another goal. The more desperate Qin Wuya was, the more fate points he would obtain. After all, he had nurtured Qin Wuya for a long time. Qin Wuya had a lot of fate points. Furthermore, this eldest senior brother who had returned from the Nine Heavens might have some secrets about the Nine Heavens. After the Forbidden Era ended, the upper realm shattered, the immortal palace collapsed, and thousands of immortals died. The remaining immortals went to the Nine Heavens and sealed the immortal gate. From then on, no true immortals appeared in the upper realm. Today, many powers such as the Longevity Gu family and Buddha Mountain were closely related to the Nine Heavens. However, the era they were involved in was too long. Very few people knew about it. They could only look up some things in ancient books. Therefore, there was a saying that the river of time before the Forbidden Era was actually a collapse. In the previous era, before the Immortal Palace, there was an even longer era. However, because of the existence of the Forbidden Era, many people did not dare to mention that era. Because just hearing those two words made one's soul tremble in fear. This was the reason why no one dared to mention it. It was a kind of fear and palpitations that could be felt from just these two words, even if one didn't know the story. However, with Qin Wuya's cautiousness, he might be able to sense it. However, it depends on whether he is willing to drink the poisonous water given to him by his previous life's wife. Gu Chang'e smiled with a playful expression. Young master, however, Yin Mei did not have the time to listen to him. Her voice was trembling slightly. The nine-tailed fox clan's foxtail was their lifeline. If others dared to touch it, they would risk their lives and cut off their hands. She looked at Gu Chang'e with watery eyes and took the initiative to deliver her red lips. After returning to her own courtyard, Tang Wan's mood finally calmed down. The small white jade bottle in her hand was not as hot as before. She had no choice. If she refused, Gu Chang'e would not let her go, let alone her family. Immortal burial water, she softly muttered those three words. She had already made a decision in her heart. In fact, when her life was controlled by Gu Chang'e, all of this was already destined. After that, she took the initiative to go to the dining hall, planning to personally cook for Qin Wuya. She wanted to make him a meal so that he would not starve on the Yellow Springs. Tang Wan knew that Qin Wuya was not in the clan but outside. He was busy because of her matter. Previously she still felt guilty, but now she did not dare to have such feelings. In the end, she was only herself, not Qin Wuya's wife. Whether it was the flower of likeness or reincarnation, it was not important to her. Qin Wuya's actions were just wishful thinking. She did not take the initiative to ask Qin Wuya to do anything for her. Soon, Tang Wan became busy in the dining hall. She prepared various spirit fruits and ferocious beast meat. After cooking, they became fragrant and enticing. Many of the spirit chefs present were shocked when they saw this scene. They did not expect that Miss Tang Wan would dare to personally come here and cook for someone in the middle of the night. They did not know who had such good fortune. A rich fragrance filled the air. Every piece of meat had a faint glow flowing on it. It looked sparkling and translucent. The color, fragrance, and taste were all perfect. It made one want to eat. Tang Wan's gaze was complicated. She busied herself for a full 2 hours before she finished cooking. At the same time, she carefully poured the immortal burial water into it. Although the immortal burial water sounded terrifying, it did not look much different from ordinary spring water. It was pure and clear. In fact, she had thought of drinking the immortal burial water with Qin Wuya as a way to repay him for his kindness. However, after thinking about it, she gave up. In the end, she was only using Qin Wuya. She did not want to end her life like this. Bring these to my courtyard, Tang Wan ordered the servants. Then, she got up and walked towards the courtyard where Qin Wuya usually rested. She knew that he should have returned at this time. Dong! Dong! After arriving, Tang Wan took the initiative to knock on the door. Then she quietly waited. Miss Wan, why are you here in the middle of the night? Qin Wuya was wearing a robe. Clearly, he had just fallen asleep. However, he did not expect Tang Wan to knock on the door at this time. He was very familiar with Tang Wan's aura. Therefore, when she approached, he sensed it. This caused his heart to tremble slightly, and a sense of expectation appeared in his heart. After all, a single man and woman visiting in the middle of the night? Furthermore, Tang Wan's identity was his wife in his previous life. This caused Qin Wuya to make guesses in that direction. During this period of time, Tang Wan must have seen everything that he had done. It was impossible for her to not be moved. I made a table full of wine and dishes. Come to my courtyard. Tang Wan faintly smiled. Her words were concise and to the point. Her expression did not reveal the slightest abnormality. Miss Wan, are you personally cooked? Qin Wuya was somewhat surprised, but more than that, he was pleasantly surprised. Tang Wan smiled and nodded. Then she walked towards her courtyard. As she walked, she said, I have troubled you with the Tang family's matters recently. I have no words to thank you. I could only personally cook and reward you. In Tang Wan's opinion, the reason why the outsiders had banded together to protest should be because of Qin Wuya's schemes. However, today, Gu Chang'e had already given the order for Yin Mei to not interfere. Since these outsiders were obstructing them, then it would be better to just kill them. However, Qin Wuya should not know about this matter. Many thanks, Miss Wan. Hearing Tang Wan's words, Qin Wuya felt somewhat moved in his heart. It made him feel that everything he had done was worth it. Oh, that's right. Miss Wan, I've already contacted a friend of mine about the Tang family. I'll have him help me capture Yin Mei and force her to tell us how she's controlling the Tang family. On the way to Tang Wan's courtyard, Qin Wuya took the initiative to speak of his plan. He had a lot of good things on him, all of which he had obtained when he had mistakenly entered the ninth heaven. Therefore, it was not difficult to find someone to help him. Capture Yin Mei? Tang Wan was startled. She did not expect that this was Qin Wuya's plan. It seemed that he still did not know that Gu Chang'e had already arrived at the Tang family. Yes. Qin Wuya nodded. His heart was filled with confidence and certainty. He continued, Miss Wan, don't worry. I have already arranged this matter properly. No one will notice anything strange, and no one will find any evidence. Hearing this, Tang Wan did not continue to say anything. In any case, after tonight, Qin Wuya would be a dead man. The Tang family's crisis would also be easily solved. His plan would not have any effect at all. Soon the two arrived at Tang Wan's courtyard. The moon was mottled and the candlelight was faint. The stone table was filled with all kinds of delicacies. The multicolored light shone brilliantly. There were all kinds of meat, melons, and fruits. The wine and chopsticks were already prepared at the side, waiting for Qin Wuya to sit down. Did Miss Wan personally make all these? Qin Wuya exclaimed in admiration. However, he was not too surprised that Tang Wan, who had a gentle temperament, would be able to make such dishes. This scene made him feel the warmth of his previous life. Why don't you try it? Tang Wan smiled, indicating that he should try it. Qin Wuya looked at her and smiled. Miss Wan, don't you want to try it yourself? Tang Wan shook her head slightly. I've already tasted it in the dining hall. I'll just watch you eat it. Although she said that, she could not help but feel nervous. She was worried that Qin Wuya would see something strange. However, Qin Wuya was not worried about her. Hearing this, he only smiled and said, Since it's like this, I will definitely eat all of these dishes tonight. Only then will I not disappoint Miss Wan's good intentions. After saying that, he began to eat. In order to make Tang Wan feel that he was enjoying it, he appeared to be wolfing down the food, afraid that someone would snatch it from him. Seeing this, Tang Wan could not help but shake her head and smile. Eat slowly. Don't choke. There is still wine here. No one will snatch it from you. As she spoke, she filled his cup to the brim. Seeing Qin Wuya raise his head and drink the wine in one gulp, the faint smile on Tang Wan's face disappeared without a trace. What's going on? At this time, Qin Wuya's expression suddenly changed. He could not believe it. The bowl and chopsticks in his hand fell to the ground with a clang and shattered. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of black blood that contained fragments of his broken lungs. A terrifying pain engulfed him, causing his face to lose all color. He directly fell to the ground. Chapter 439. In the courtyard, the moonlight was mottled, the wind was rustling, and the shadows of bamboo were dancing. Many dishes and wine fell to the ground, and even the stone table exploded. The moment Qin Wuya fell to the ground, he couldn't control his aura and leaked it out, causing the surroundings to explode. Even the void almost collapsed. After all, he was a quasi-supreme. Even if he was poisoned, ordinary cultivators couldn't get close to him. He spat out a few mouthfuls of black blood mixed with pieces of his internal organs. However, the pain didn't stop. It was as if his body was going to turn into pus and blood. It was terrifying and terrifying. Qin Wuya's face was pale as he quickly got up. Enduring the excruciating pain, he took out many pills from his storage ring and stuffed them all into his mouth. Then, he sat cross-legged and tried to expel the poison from his body. He knew that he was poisoned. The wine and dishes before him contained a very frightening poison. Even quasi-at most exalted experts would not be able to escape from it. "Why are you like this?" Qin Wuya looked at Tang Wan with pain and disbelief as he tried to expel the poison. His voice was trembling. He knew that he was poisoned because he was careless. He didn't think that Tang Wan would harm him. The vigilance that he had trained in the 9 heavens was gone. Therefore, he didn't realize that the dishes were poisoned by Tang Wan. He couldn't believe that Tang Wan would harm him. Moreover, she had specially prepared the dishes for him and called him in the middle of the night. At this moment, Qin Wuya's heart was in pain because of betrayal, regret, sadness, and disbelief. Although Tang Wan hadn't recovered the memories of her previous life, he had done so much for her during this period of time. How could she not see it? Qin Wuya also didn't know why Tang Wan wanted to harm him. There was no hatred between the two of them. "I'm sorry, but I had no choice but to do this." Tang Wan's expression was calmer than what Qin Wuya had imagined. Moreover, she had only said this one sentence, which made her seem very cold. Tang Wan's attitude made Qin Wuya feel even more pain and despair. Why did she do this? "Who is threatening you? Can you tell me?" Qin Wuya's body soared with divine light. It was like a golden flame. It was incomparably dazzling as it tried to expel the poison. This was a secret technique from the 9 heavens. However, he discovered that the poison was extremely terrifying. It had even seeped into his divine soul. This kind of poison was not something that Tang Wan could have obtained. Therefore, there must be someone secretly instructing or threatening her, forcing her to do this. Tang Wan looked at him calmly and didn't say anything. She just stood there with the number 490. She did not expect Qin Wuya's strength to be so terrifying. Needless to say, the immortal burial water was terrifying. However, Qin Wuya had persevered for such a long time that even his complexion had somewhat recovered. Not only did he possess a mysterious secret technique, but he also possessed all kinds of rare divine pills and elixirs to heal his injuries. "Qin Wuya, I actually knew my identity a long time ago. Thank you for your kindness these past few days, but it's impossible between you and me. I'm not your wife, and we shouldn't have any interactions in this life." Just as Qin Wuya was feeling unbearable pain in his heart. Once again, Tang Wan calmly stated a fact that made his mind go blank. "What?" Qin Wuya's eyes widened in disbelief. These words actually came out of Tang Wan's mouth, especially now that she had said his real name. He had no choice but to accept this shocking fact. "You already knew that you were my wife in my previous life?" Qin Wuya's voice was trembling. Didn't that mean that Tang Wan had only been playing along with him these past few days? It was just that he was incomparably stupid and didn't know about it at all. For a moment, Qin Wuya's face twisted. It was very sinister, like an enraged vicious beast. He had never thought that he would learn such a big truth tonight. It made him feel pain, despair, and even more so, anger and hatred. Tang Wan calmly nodded. Looking at Qin Wuya's current appearance, the little bit of guilt that had just risen in her heart also disappeared. In Qin Wuya's eyes, she was only his wife in his previous life. Everything he did to her was because of this reason. She was very clear about this point. Who is behind all of this? From the beginning, I was schemed against. You saw all of my actions. That's why tonight's matter happened. At this moment, Qin Wuya had also thought through everything. His gaze became very cold. Tang Wan clearly knew the premise of his identity, but she still treated him like this. This made him incomparably angry. The anger in his heart was simply difficult to vent. Furthermore, how did Tang Wan know about this matter? She didn't drink the water of the reincarnation lake. Could it be that she had awakened the memories of her previous life? You will know sooner or later. offending someone you shouldn't have. This is your fate. Tang Wan indifferently said. As long as she got rid of Qin Wuya, the matter of the Tang family would be easily solved. To her this was worth it. You actually plotted against me. Qin Wuya's heart was filled with anger. Unable to calm down, he couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of black blood. Wrong, it wasn't her. At this moment, a faint laughter suddenly sounded from outside the courtyard. A slender figure appeared from the void. Gu Chang'e took the initiative to appear and walked over. He seemed to be interested. You didn't disappoint me. Gu Chang'e casually laughed. Following which, he unhurriedly walked in front of the shocked and dumbfounded Qin Wuya. I don't dare to go against the will of young Master Chang'e. Tang Wan was very afraid of Gu Chang'e. Hearing this, she lowered her head. It could be considered as a covert explanation to Qin Wuya as to who was the mastermind behind all this. Gang, why are you here? You are the one who secretly plotted against me. The person Qin Wuya hated the most in his heart. If Gu Chang'e was ranked second, no one could be ranked first. He clenched his teeth. His hatred overflowed to the heavens. He could no longer maintain his usual calm and steady appearance, because he didn't expect that Gu Chang'e would appear here. He also didn't expect that Tang Wan would be ordered by him. The scene of his junior brother Heavenly Monarch Xiang dying in Qin Wuya's hands was still vivid in his mind. It was hard for Qin Wuya to forget. Now that this great enemy had taken the initiative to appear, Qin Wuya simply couldn't wait to fight to the death with him. Qin Wuya, we meet again. The last time I let you escape, you didn't learn your lesson. You can't blame me now. Gu Chang'e had a warm smile on his face. He walked in front of Qin Wuya and stopped. He looked at him with interest. His expression was as if he was looking at a little bug struggling before death. Gu Chang'e, you are despicable and shameless. To scheme against me like this, you don't deserve to be the leader of the upper realm. Qin Wuya felt a chill on his back. He couldn't help but curse. His eyes were full of hatred and anger. Under Gu Chang'e's gaze, he felt as if his entire body was about to explode. Especially in the current situation where he was poisoned, it was impossible for him to display his true strength. Moreover, Gu Chang'e's strength was clearly much more terrifying than before. It was as vast as the ocean, simply making him tremble. Do you know that the current you gives me the feeling of a drowning worm that can drown at any time because of a wave? Gu Chang'e didn't care about his cursing. His face still carried a carefree smile. Actually, I am more curious. With your ability, how did you manage to live for so many years in a place like the Nine Heavens? Did you live in the borderlands? Or did I overestimate you? Hearing this, Qin Wuya's expression changed again. His experience of living in the Nine Heavens for hundreds of years was his greatest secret. Apart from himself, no one else knew about it. But now, Gu Chang'e actually said it out loud. This simply made his scalp numb, as if it was about to explode. He couldn't believe it. Who exactly are you? Qin Wuya's voice contained an unprecedented trembling and fear. He suddenly understood why Ziyang Heaven Monarch would be killed by Gu Chang'e, and why Tang Wan knew his identity in his past life. This was definitely something that Gu Chang'e told her. Who am I? You don't need to know this. Gu Chang'e smiled. His smile was gentle and natural, but there was no emotion in his eyes. They were cold and deep. Seeing that Qin Wuya's luck had fallen to the lowest point, he didn't bother to talk nonsense and directly reached out with his palm. Divine light surged and a terrifying aura, as if the blue sky was collapsing, smashed down on him. Gu Chang'e, I will fight it out with you. Seeing this, Qin Wuya simply gave it his all, disregarding life and death. He shouted angrily, and a golden light soared from behind him. The chains of order, as sharp as heavenly blades, slashed toward Gu Chang'e with a whoosh. But before they could touch Gu Chang'e, they were shattered by the aura behind him, and couldn't get close at all. At the same time, Gu Chang'e's palm was incomparably domineering, like the hand of a celestial emperor. Divine light lingered, and when it descended, it could destroy everything. All of Qin Wuya's counterattacks collapsed in an instant. They weren't on the same level, so there was no chance of resistance. The next moment, He endured the intense pain and spat out a golden flag. This was a mysterious secret treasure he obtained from the 9 heavens. It was very powerful and possessed terrifying might. The golden flag expanded in the wind, and some bloodstains and broken star fragments hung on it. It rapidly enlarged and appeared in his palm. Golden multicolored light surged, shaking heaven and earth. In the night, this scene was incomparably shocking. However, it was firmly locked in the courtyard and couldn't be transmitted out. A hazy mist of primal chaos spread out in all directions, sealing everything. Boom! Qin Wuya's eyes were about to split open. He held the flagpole with both hands and waved it with all his strength, shaking it fiercely. In just an instant, a boundless fluctuation shook out. The stars and moon dimmed, and heaven and earth were reversed. It even almost split open the seal of this place. The golden flag was very special. It fluttered continuously with terrifying divine might, smashing towards Guchanga's palm. However, in the next moment, it was accompanied by a ripping sound. Guchanga's expression didn't change at all. This palm also didn't have any excessive fluctuations. It merely pressed down from the sky, bringing with it a boundless and majestic ancient aura, and tore apart the golden flag. No, how is this possible? Qin Wuya was overwhelmed with shock. He was already at the end of the road. The golden flag was an incomparably mysterious object from the 9 heavens. How could it be destroyed by Guchanga? He didn't dare to believe it. However, even if he didn't believe it, there was nothing he could do. This was the bloody truth. Qin Wuya despaired. He had no way to resist. Guchanga's strength was not something he could contend against. Even if he wasn't poisoned and was in his peak state, it would still be the same. In the next moment, this palm landed with a loud rumble. The void collapsed, completely covering Qin Wuya. He was directly slapped to death, turning into a bloody mist that collapsed and exploded. His divine soul was also swallowed by Guchanga. He planned to flip through some of Qin Wuya's memories regarding the 9 heavens later. As for Qin Wuya's remaining storage ring, it was directly taken by Guchanga. He knew that Qin Wuya had a lot of good things. When he probed with his divine sense, he immediately discovered that there were all kinds of dazzling multicolored lights. In addition to many divine materials, there were all kinds of secret treasures, incomplete scriptures, tablets, and so on. They all came from the 9 heavens and were not things of the current upper realm. Guchanga even saw a divine pill sealed in a jade container. When he opened it, the fragrance of the pill pervaded the air. There were even resplendent multicolored lights that appeared in the void, as dazzling as the Milky Way. Taixian pill, 8 trigrams yang emptiness pill. Then he rolled up his sleeves and put away all these things. As for the heavenly treasure chest, the luck points and the like, he also obtained a lot of them. The heavenly treasure chest dropped by killing Qin Wuya was obviously much dimmer than that of war immortal Li Xiu. Guchanga guessed that it was because of the difference in strength between the two at their peak. Accompanied by bursts of golden light, the heavenly treasure chest opened. The thing that appeared attracted Guchanga's interest. It was a tablet inscription that was shrouded in purple. There were many ancient words written on it. It was very vague and had a kind of grand and ancient feeling. Spacetime tablet. Guchanga looked at the explanation that appeared and quickly understood the use of this object. It was very similar to a teleportation array. However, a teleportation array could only be used to teleport people in the same era. Although the distance could be very far, or even endless, the time pass would be on the same line and there would not be any deviation. However, the spacetime tablet could be used to teleport people across time and space. Before touching on the mysteries of the river of time, this object could allow people to travel through time. It is somewhat similar to the creation immortal boat. However, the spacetime tablet is only a coordinate. Once it is confirmed, it cannot be changed. As for the coordinates, it can only be found in the river of time. Reversing time is not something that can be done by humans. Guchanga kept the spacetime tablet. He might be able to use it in the future. After doing all this, Guchanga glanced at the shocked Tang Wan. Then, he withdrew the sealing power that enveloped the surroundings and left without caring about her. Tang Wan didn't have much value to him now. However, considering the matter of Chu Hao, there might be other uses for Tang Wan. It ends just like that. Seeing Guchanga's figure disappear, Tang Wan heaved a sigh of relief. The uneasiness and fear she felt just now also gradually disappeared. Her heart calmed down. In her opinion, Qin Wuya's strength was already very terrifying. A normal supreme martial artist would not be his match. Although he was poisoned, he could not even withstand one palm strike from Guchanga. There were many rumors in the upper realm that underestimated Guchanga's true strength. Qin Wuya's death was not a big deal to the Tang family. Other than Tang Wan, no one knew what happened last night. The Tang Old Master and the others did not know that Qin Wuya was by Tang Wan's side. After dealing with Qin Wuya, Guchanga did not care about the matters of the Tang family. Moreover, he had already told Yin Mei that she could just kill those who did not obey. There was no need to care about the trouble. Without the instigator behind the scenes, the members of the Tang family naturally did not have any confidence. After killing a few people, they were intimidated and obediently handed over the properties behind them. As a result, many of the properties of the Tang family were firmly controlled by Yin Mei. Then Guchanga sent a message to Bai Lian, of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion, asking her to make a trip here. He could let Yin Mei deal with the information that he lacked the most. This way, the assassination efficiency of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion would increase by several folds. Chapter 440. Within the dazzling hall, Yin Mei's countenance was absolutely beautiful. Her appearance was enchanting, and it was enough to turn all living things upside down. She wore a fiery red dress. Her waist was slender and her skin was as white as snow. She looked as if she was carved out of flawless white jade. She was shockingly beautiful. This is the purple gold badge of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Das. As long as there is a branch of the Business Alliance with this badge, you have the authority to dispatch spies, she said calmly and took out a mysterious purple badge. In front of Yin Mei stood the black-robed Bai Lian. Her hair was like the clouds, and her facial features were exquisite and moving. She was as cold as ice, but there was a natural charm about her. Hearing Yin Mei's words, she raised her eyebrows and looked at the purple badge in front of her. The purple badge was mysterious. There were many divine runes on it and it looked ancient. Guchanga asked her to come and talk to Yin Mei. After she received the order, she immediately rushed over. She had to take the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion seriously. The purple gold badge is something that has the authority of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Das. Bai Lian took the purple badge in Yin Mei's hand and clicked her tongue in wonder. This way, the problem that had been troubling her was easily solved. If it was in the past, she would need at least a few million years to develop her spies to the level of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Das. At that time, whether or not the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion would still exist would be an unknown. However, in the hands of Guchanga, this problem was solved with a single order. This made her feel amazed. The more she knew about Guchanga, the more she realized that the methods and strength he had displayed were only the tip of the iceberg. Was there anything in this world that he couldn't do? If that's the case, I'll leave the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion to you. I don't think you will disappoint me. Guchanga, who was drinking by himself, suddenly looked at Bai Lian and said casually, "Don't worry." Bai Lian harumphed. She felt that Guchanga had underestimated her. No matter what, she had founded the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion all by herself. She had even reached the point where she could stand on equal footing with the rest of the assassin organizations. It could be seen how powerful she was. "Of course I'm not worried about you." Guchanga smiled, then took out a very simple, nameless ancient book and gave it to her. There was a type of boundless and grand aura that was released from the great firmament silver gold, to the extent where there was even dazzling divine light that pervaded the air. One look and one could tell that this ancient book was extraordinary. "What is this?" Bai Lian looked at him in shock. She felt that this ancient book was not so simple, and it made her heart tremble. She was the successor of the Slayer Emperor, so she had been exposed to all kinds of killing techniques in her life. However, he still felt fear from this ancient book. When selecting people and training the assassins, pass this cultivation technique to them. Guchanga didn't explain anything and just ordered. Bai Lian was confused by his order, but she didn't ask more. She thought that it might be a special technique. It could either increase the assassin's capability quickly, or it could allow Guchanga to control their life and death more easily. Then I will leave first. Then, seeing that Guchanga had no other orders, Bai Lianer decided to leave. She wanted to find some suitable assassins to train. Don't rush, this is for you. Guchanga shook his head and took out a small white jade bottle. Before he opened it, a strong medicinal smell filled the air. There were even strange phenomena in the air. There were palaces, pavilions, and rotating stars. It was very mysterious. Bai Lianer was a little shocked. She carefully looked at Guchanga, as if to see if he was joking or not. She naturally felt that the item in this white jade bottle was extraordinary. It was at least a rare dan that made her reach the peak of the Zun level show signs of loosening. At her level, there weren't many pills in this world that could work for her. Otherwise, with her status and strength, what kind of pill couldn't she get? Barrier-breaking pill. Guchanga casually said. I see that you have been stuck at the peak of the Zun level for quite some time. If you rely on yourself to break through, who knows how long it will take. Since you are working for me, your strength can't be too low. Hearing the first sentence, Bai Lianer thought that Guchanga was being kind and willing to give her a breakthrough pill, but the next sentence made her roll her eyes. Since when was the peak of the Zun level considered too low? Guchanga actually thought that her strength was too low. What kind of barrier-breaking pill is this? It can actually help me break through? Bai Lianer took the jade bottle. There was no need to be polite with Guchanga, but she was still curious. A pill that could loosen the shackles of her cultivation with just a wisp of pill fragrance couldn't be unknown. Barrier-breaking pill? How could there be such a random name? Guchanga didn't explain. After all, this was a pill that he exchanged from the system store, so it was naturally difficult to find in the upper realm. He shook his head slightly and said casually, Why are you asking so many questions? If you don't want it, then give it back to me. Or are you worried that I will poison it? Bai Lianer rolled her eyes at him and said, I still have this bit of trust in you. Thank you. But don't think that you can make me loyal to you with just this pill. After saying that, she left with the jade pendant. She was a smart person and knew that Guchanga wouldn't harm her at this time. Moreover, with Guchanga's strength, if he wanted to kill her, it would be too easy. Guchanga didn't care about Bai Lianer. After giving her the pill, he drank by himself and didn't look up, thinking about other things. Young master, this is the route that the red-robed female devil has been on recently. After Bai Lianer left, Mei took out a miniature map of the upper realm from the other side. Although it couldn't be compared to the real upper realm, many of the main areas and ancient cities were marked. This was what Guchanga ordered her to investigate. For the business alliance of 10,000 das, it was easy to find out where the red-robed female devil was. It seems that she really did follow my aura. Guchanga looked at the ancient cities on the map with interest. He had stopped at these places before, but they were all killed by Chan Hongyi, leaving no survivors. Her speed is faster. Or is she more clear-headed and not as delirious as before? Her strength is also steadily recovering. This isn't good news for me. At this time, Guchanga frowned slightly. He noticed that the red-robed female devil's speed on the map had increased. Previously, she would stay in the ancient city for a day to absorb the life essence. However, after arriving here, she didn't stop at all. This meant that she didn't need to be like before. After absorbing so much life essence, Chan Hongyi's strength had recovered a lot. When she was at her weakest, even a boundary emperor could be easily killed by her. Her current strength was even more unfathomable. When she was at her peak, Chan Hongyi's strength had definitely surpassed the immortal realm. There was no doubt about that. However, in her current state, she would be at a disadvantage if she encountered an orthodoxy with a terrifying and deep foundation. Guchanga only wanted her to vent her hatred first. He didn't intend to hurt her. Otherwise, he would have gone to the Gu clan's patriarch for help. Chan Hongyi's current strength was very strong. However, compared to the Gu clan's patriarch who had lived for a long time, it was hard to say who was stronger. Not to mention the longevity Gu clan did not have many things, but they had many patriarchs. Even if the immortals in the upper realm couldn't defeat her, they could use the advantage of numbers to exhaust her to death. It seems that she's in for a hard time. Guchanga thought for a while and felt that he could use this opportunity to exhaust Chanhongyi's hostility. If he guessed correctly, the various orthodoxies in the upper realm would do something about it. They couldn't possibly remain indifferent after Chanhongyi's bloodbath and stay out of it. During this period, the appearance of the red-robed she-devil could be said to have shaken the upper realm and set off a boundless sea of blood. Many orthodoxies and forces were very busy because of this matter, especially the forces that the red-robed she-devil encountered along the way. They were even more frightened. Some refused to believe it and were unwilling to move out of their clan's territory, so they tried to stop her. However, they were killed by the red-robed she-devil from afar. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Because of the demon burial abyss, Buddha Mountain also sent out many eminent monks to encircle and annihilate the red-robed she-devil. In this regard, many orthodoxies in the upper realm expressed their cooperation. The Archaic Yi Clan, Sky Emperor Mountain, Endless Fire Nation, Primordial Lake, Longevity Qing Clan, Longevity Wang Clan. Many powerhouses were transferred from the armies sent to 8 Wilderness 10 regions to hold a demon extermination assembly. They wanted to nip the threat of the red-robed she-devil in the bud. Once this news spread, it shocked everyone once again. Many cultivators were boiling with righteous indignation, and they all expressed their desire to participate in this battle. Otherwise, if they were attacked from the front and back, they would be the ones to lose. However, because the red-robed she-devil's strength was too terrifying, cultivators below the Great Saint Realm were not qualified to participate. As a result, many powerhouses of the older generation appeared. Many old monsters who had lived in seclusion for a long time came out from various parts of the upper realm, as well as supreme powerhouses like the sect masters of various great sects and the clan masters of everlasting families. Some people seem to have passed away, but because of the demon extermination assembly, they appeared again. Their seniority was unimaginably ancient, and it set off endless waves. In this demon extermination assembly, the younger generation could only watch from afar. They were not qualified to get close. This battle was incomparably vast and involved many people. There were even some of the older generation who took out their inherited emperor's artifacts and swore not to give up until the red-robed she-devil was killed. One could imagine that this battle was bound to be earth-shattering. It was normal for the sea to be turned into ashes and the universe to be turned upside down. At the same time, in southern Huan Heaven, within an ancient and grand tower, an elder dressed in green Daoyuo child robes stood on a stargazing platform surrounded by multicolored light. He stood on a round plate that was 100 zhang in height, gazing into the distance. He was incredibly old, unknown just how many years he had lived. His face was full of the scars of time. However, his eyes were incomparably clear, without any expression of great changes. At this moment, a heavenly eye between his brows suddenly opened, shooting out a divine radiance that seemed to be able to see through the past and present. Even with their cultivation base, they could feel a terrifying suppressive force. What kind of realm was the existence that sealed the demoness in red? I can't imagine that such a formation pattern exists in this world. An imperishable sect leader stared at this corner of the formation pattern with a solemn expression. He seemed to see a supreme mystery evolving in it. The others also stared at it without blinking. They were very shocked. What kind of existence could lay out such a supreme formation pattern? Hearing this, the elder in the green robe frowned deeply. He seemed to be quite afraid. In the end, he hesitated for a long time before spitting out 2 words from his mouth. Forbidden. He only said these 2 words and didn't dare to say anything else. This was because this corner of the formation pattern was obtained by chance when he was deducing what happened in the demon burial abyss. It could only be regarded as an imitation. At most, it had 1% of the original formation pattern, or perhaps 1,000th of the divine power. The outside world said that he had failed to break through to a higher realm, which led to the disappearance of life and death. In fact, this was not the case. This was the terrifying backlash he suffered when he was deducing the origin of the demon burial abyss. He could only vaguely feel the despairing and extremely terrifying aura. It was definitely an existence above all living beings. Its realm was unfathomable. It stood at a level that they dared not imagine and could not touch. 0. That was why he called it forbidden. With this corner of the formation pattern we are much more confident. The sect masters' expressions were heavy. Their hearts were solemn, and they didn't dare to say anything more. At their level of cultivation, they naturally knew what the 2 words the green-robed elder spoke represented. It was an unfathomable thing. Talking too much would only bring them misfortune and calamity. Then, they left this place with this corner of the formation pattern. They planned to set it up and carry out the Demon Extermination Conference. Soon, the news of the Demon Extermination Conference spread throughout the upper realm. It caused an uproar. Many cultivators even rushed back from the Boundary Monument C. They wanted to personally participate in this war. In the eyes of many cultivators, conquering the 8 desolates in 10 regions couldn't be rushed. They needed time to wait for the Boundary Monument C to dry up. At that time it would be time for the upper realm to launch a large-scale invasion. Therefore, the key thing now was to deal with the red-robed female devil that appeared in the demon burial abyss. Many orthodoxies were slaughtered by her, and were removed from the upper realm. Many ancient planets were also devoured by her, and turned into a land of death. She was evil and deserving of death. In the blink of an eye several days passed. Within a majestic and ancient enormous divine city, multicolored light shone brilliantly, incomparably dazzling. Divine islands floated in the air, silver springs pouring down like waterfalls. Clouds rose and multicolored light shone, creating a myriad of scenes. Streaks of divine rainbows descended from the horizon one after another. Their bodies all carried divine radiance, their auras extremely terrifying. Great Tao extended beneath their feet. The void became blurry, as if deities were descending one after another. In other places there were also terrifying qi and blood that pierced into the heavens like smoke signals. They were incomparably thick, and chaotic mists swirled about them. This was the embodiment of cultivation that was deep and immeasurable. These were all supreme experts, their cultivations even exceeding the half-supreme being realm. They descended here to discuss the Demon Extermination Conference. Great roars sounded from the distance. A few ancient vicious beasts descended. Lightning and thunder rumbled, and golden multicolored lights surged. Many secluded old monsters and old freaks appeared. Could it be that something big happened? Why are there so many experts here today? I can't even see these existences on a normal day. Many cultivators and creatures were shocked. They trembled under the strand of aura they casually leaked out, trembling with fear. Then, a surging golden magical body towered between heaven and earth, appearing in the horizon. Its eyes swept over all of the cultivators below, and its voice was loud and clear like a great bell. This place will soon become the battlefield of the Demon Extermination Conference. We will hunt the red-robed female devil here. Those who are unrelated hurry and leave, do not cause unnecessary casualties. When these words were spoken, all of the cultivators and creatures in the divine city were stupefied. Then their hair stood on end, producing chills. The red-robed female devil's terror and viciousness was something everyone knew about during this period of time. This place was actually going to become a battlefield for supreme experts to slaughter the red-robed female devil? This left them horrified. This place quickly exploded, and everyone began to flee. They brought along their valuables, not daring to stay here for long. According to the path the red-robed female devil took, she will definitely come here in the end. We just need to set up formation patterns here and make all kinds of arrangements in advance. In the end we will trap her here. Even if we can't deal with her now, we will definitely be able to kill her after a long time. In an ancient and magnificent palace, several ancient monks and Buddhas surrounded by Buddhist light were here. Their auras were unfathomable and unimaginable. At this moment, an ancient monk with a kind face who looked like a monk spoke. His ears were very big like jade, shining with a strange Buddhist charm, as if he could hear the 6 realms and 3 realms. They were all supreme experts of Buddha Mountain, and the weakest among them was a quasi-supreme. They held Buddhist treasures in their hands and were in charge of killing the red-robed female devil. Then we will do as the eminent monks say. Opposite them, There were many supreme experts who nodded after hearing this. Their bodies were surrounded by divine light, and they were from the other imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies. In addition, there were all kinds of rogue cultivators standing around the palace. Their strength was not weaker than theirs. Ordinary. Chapter 441. This was an extremely powerful force, and their numbers were not small. They came from various imperishable sects, supreme orthodoxies, everlasting families, and immemorial royal families. Every single one of them could cause a huge commotion with a stomp of their feet. Their strength and status were unimaginable, and they were not usually seen. Regardless of whether they were individual cultivators who lived in seclusion or old monsters who came out, their cultivation was extremely terrifying. It was far from enough to describe them as unfathomable. When they opened and closed their eyes, streaks of divine light flowed like the great Tao, as if they could evolve the universe. But today they were all gathered in the divine city to discuss how to kill the demoness in red. According to their calculations, it wouldn't be long before the demoness in red arrived at this area and came here. And this divine city within a radius of 1,000,000 miles was the best location. It had a population of 10 million and had existed for a long time. Many of the palaces were engraved with powerful formation patterns, and even the walls were mixed with divine materials. They shone brightly and emitted a powerful aura. Fighting in the divine city could even withstand the fluctuations of a quasi-supreme, which was why the divine city was named. So, they would set up formation patterns here and ambush people. When the demoness in red arrived, they would attack and trap her here. In this way, not only could they solve the problem of her killing everywhere, but they could also slowly erase her. And they were only the first batch of people. Later, there would be powerhouses from various clans who would come with all kinds of artifacts and secret treasures. They would definitely solve the problem of the burial demon abyss. This time, we will have to trouble you all to encircle and kill the demoness in red. The ancient monks of Buddha Mountain sat cross-legged in place. They looked dignified, and there was a faint golden halo behind their heads. The Buddhist light illuminated everywhere. They spoke amiably, conversing with the powerhouses in front of them. Esteemed monks, you are too polite. The demoness in red is something that all orthodoxies in the upper realm must face. Even if there was no Buddha Mountain, the demoness in red would still appear in half a year. An old man with faint golden rock wings smiled and replied. He was very friendly with the esteemed monks. He was an ancestor of the golden-winged Great Rock clan, and his cultivation was at the quasi-supreme level. As for the golden-winged Great Rocks, they were very close to Buddha Mountain. This time, Buddha Mountain was going to hold a demon extermination assembly. The Great Golden-Winged Pung clan immediately supported it, and sent many experts from their clan. Hearing this, the other utmost powerful beings nodded their heads in agreement. There were patriarchs from the Golden Godly Ho race, Nine-Headed Lion race, Heavenly Demon race, and Feather race patriarchs. All of them had close ties with Buddha Mountain. This group of people was very close to Buddha Mountain. Not far away in a pavilion, there were also many supreme cultivators gathered. Their faces were blurry, and their figures were majestic. It was as if they were standing in another time and space. As strands of divine light lingered around them, it made people tremble involuntarily and feel the urge to worship them. They were the true sect masters of the great sections. Their strength was unfathomable, and their authority was overwhelming. Even though this wasn't his true body, it was still not too far off from his true strength. If this matter is resolved, we can think of a way to get a piece of the red-robed female demon's flesh. It's said that she came from that unspeakable epoch. She has been sealed for countless epochs. Even if her cultivation was once unparalleled, it's now gone. If we can find out the mysteries of her Tao, it'll be a great benefit for us. That's right. The red-robed female demon has done many evil things. If we don't get rid of her, we won't be able to appease the wrath of the heavens. At this moment they were all discussing in low voices. They had different plans for the red-robed female demon. Although they had the intention to get rid of evil for the people and get rid of the red-robed female demon, they were more interested in other benefits. The red-robed female demon's cultivation was very likely to have surpassed the immortal realm. If they could get a small piece of it, it would be a supreme fortune for them, especially in the current epoch where the immortal path was not obvious and the immortal gate was not open. Perhaps they could get a glimpse of the immortal path because of this. Wouldn't that be an unimaginable opportunity? Just as everyone was discussing, an aura fluctuation suddenly passed through outside the palace, causing many sect masters and old monsters to frown and look over. Now that the divine city was empty, many cultivators had already evacuated. Apart from those who were extremely daring and didn't fear death, no one dared to stay here. Of course, there were also some young geniuses behind them who wanted to see the world. Although their cultivation was not high enough, they had precious treasures that could be used to fight at critical moments. As long as they did not participate, they could find a place to hide and observe, which was a rare opportunity. Those young geniuses were also favored by them, which was why they brought them here at such a dangerous time. This was also why they were so confident. Boom! In the sky there were thousands of rays of light, and a golden path extended out. It was misty with divine light and chaotic light. Two figures stood on it. The person in the lead was dressed in black clothes. His figure was tall and slender, and his facial features were peerlessly handsome. He was handsome like jade, and he had an extraordinary aura. He was very young, and he could be said to be a child when compared to the sect masters and old monsters present. His age could be ignored. Behind him, there was a tall figure wearing a nether iron armor. His eyes were golden, and he held a black spear in his hand. He stood there like a guard, and there was a terrifying and majestic aura on his body, which made everyone's expression turn solemn. Very strong. Unprecedentedly strong. That was the first reaction of many supreme experts. They did not dare to underestimate him, and felt that an extraordinary figure had arrived. Young Master Chang'e. He actually came here too. Could it be that he also wants to watch the battle? The young men and women standing behind some imperishable sect masters recognized the young man on the golden path. Regardless of gender, they could not help but show shock and respect in their eyes. Although they were of the same generation, their opponent's cultivation had reached the point where they could not even catch up to him. Gu Chang'e's current cultivation and power could be said to be unprecedentedly strong. He could even sit on the same level as the sect masters in front of them and talk to them as equals. In front of Gu Chang'e, they did not deserve to be called geniuses. By now, Gu Chang'e was already recognized as the leading figure of the upper realm. Many people felt that if the immortal gate opened in this world, with his talent, he would definitely become an immortal, and no one could stop him. Of course, many people's eyes fell on the tall figure behind Gu Chang'e. They carefully identified him, but they did not know who he was. With such strength and cultivation, it was impossible for him to be unknown in the upper realm. For a moment it caused quite a commotion. Both the older and younger generation walked out of the palaces and pavilions. Soon Gu Chang'e landed in front of the pavilion from the sky. There were already many people here, all of whom were sect masters of various great sections. They looked at him with complicated gazes. It was also their first time seeing this young man with their own eyes. They could not even figure out his strength, which made them feel a little shocked. Greetings, young Master Chang'e. The young geniuses were very restrained in front of Gu Chang'e. They greeted him respectfully and did not dare to treat him as an equal. Chang'e greets many seniors. Gu Chang'e smiled and nodded slightly. Then he looked at the rest of the older generation, seeming very casual. Among the younger generation here, he even saw many familiar faces. For example, the young master of the immemorial Yi clan, Yi Langtian, and his sister Yi Liuli. Yi Langtian, who used to be on the same level as him, was now standing respectfully behind the clan master. He looked at Gu Chang'e with a complicated gaze. As for Yi Liuli, she was also looking at him in a daze. They had not seen each other for a few years, but he was already standing at the same height as their parents. They had to look up to him. The things that happened in the lower world would occasionally appear in her mind. May I know why young Master Chang'e is here? At this moment, a rather elegant middle-aged man holding a feather fan asked. He had an extraordinary temperament and was quite scholarly. He was a sect master of a great sect. As he spoke, many people looked at Ada, who was standing respectfully behind Guchanga. They were very wary. Because it was difficult to guess his cultivation level, they felt that he was only stronger than them. Now, such a powerhouse was only looking like a guard beside Guchanga, which made them feel very incredulous. I'm here because, like all of you, I want to contribute my little bit of strength to destroy the red-robed female demon. If I had stopped her in time in the demon burial abyss, the successor of Buddha Mountain would not have caused such a disaster. When I think of this, I feel guilty. Guchanga smiled, but his tone was somewhat regretful as he explained to the crowd. The sect masters and old monsters of the great sects were all shrewd people. They had lived for countless years, and their eyelashes were empty. They did not completely believe his words, and wondered if he had any other purpose. On the other hand, the young men and women were in awe. They felt that Guchanga's actions were worthy of many rumors, and it was admirable. Even if the red-robed female demon's birth had nothing to do with him, he still wanted to come here and contribute. In the other palace, the group of ancient monks from Buddha Mountain also appeared and walked over when they heard the discussion. However, when they saw Guchanga and heard what he said, their expressions were slightly unnatural. Some were even very angry and sullen. Others might not know, but how could they not know? Buddha Mountain just could not explain the birth of the red-robed female demon. So they took the blame for Guchanga. The real instigator was himself. However, he was still pretending to be a good person, which really made them angry. They had never seen such a shameless person. Oh, esteemed monks, you've come at the right time. I'm a little curious. How did Buddha Mountain solve the golden cicada bodhisattva's mistake? Seeing the people of Buddha Mountain come over, Guchanga looked at them and then asked with a smile, as if he was very concerned. The expressions of the sect masters of the other large sects changed. They did not expect Guchanga to make things difficult for the people of Buddha Mountain as soon as he arrived, and then sprinkled salt on the wound in front of everyone. If it were others, they might be afraid of Buddha Mountain and would not mention it. However, Guchanga was not afraid of that. He seemed to be very casual, as if he was asking about a trivial matter. The eminent monks of Buddha Mountain could not maintain the kind expression on their faces anymore. They looked unnatural and hid their anger. No matter how good their state of mind was, they could not remain calm in the face of Guchanga's provocation. Guchanga had really gone too far. She knew the truth of the matter, but still humiliated them in front of so many people. At that time, Guchanga did not hesitate to release the fiend in red, in order to take away the treasure of Buddha Mountain. Although he was here now, it was very likely that he was trying to make up for his mistake. However, he still wanted to humiliate them. They even saw the mockery hidden in Guchanga's smile. Young Master Changa, you don't have to worry about this. Golden Cicada Bodhisattva has already received the punishment he deserves. The old monk with long eyebrows shook his head and said. Hearing that, Guchanga said regretfully, "Is that so? Then I feel sorry for the innocent people who died because of the birth of the fiend in red." Hearing that, not only did the monks of Buddha Mountain look cold, but the hearts of the other sect masters and old monsters also jumped. They felt that there was a conflict between Guchanga and the Golden Cicada Bodhisattva. Otherwise, Guchanga would not have said that in front of the people of Buddha Mountain. It was obvious that he was not just not giving the other party face but drawing hatred. Young Master Changa, you are wrong. The fiend in red will be born in half a year at the latest. In terms of time, it is not much later. Moreover, I think there might be some misunderstanding about what the Golden Cicada Bodhisattva did. Buddha Mountain will not ignore the birth of the fiend in red. You are still young and see things too one-sided. You don't understand Buddha Mountain's good intentions. At that moment, the patriarch of the golden-winged Great Pung clan saw that the situation was not right and could not help but frown. In his opinion, as a young man, Guchanga was being too impulsive. He was close to Buddha Mountain, so he was not as afraid of the faction behind Guchanga as the others. Therefore, although his words sounded very polite, he was implying that he was just a young man, so what did he know? Everyone present understood and looked at the patriarch of the golden-winged Great Pung clan with interest. Is that so? So it's because I don't understand Buddha Mountain's good intentions? Senior, how should I address you? Guchanga's expression did not change at all. Instead, he checked out the patriarch of the golden-winged Great Peng clan and asked casually, "I am Jin Yuntian." Though the golden-winged Great Peng clan did not understand why Guchanga was asking for his name at a time like this, he still answered, "Oh, then why don't you explain Buddha Mountain's good intentions to me? I am all ears." He was indeed a little surprised. He didn't expect these people to set up so many tricks to deal with Chan Hongyi. With Chan Hongyi's current state, she would definitely be at a disadvantage once she entered this trap. Of course, what caught Guchanga's attention the most was the corner of the formation pattern related to the demon burial abyss. This was probably the key. However, since he knew about this plan, he definitely wouldn't let them do as they wished. How could his disciple be schemed against by someone other than him? Chapter 442. Guchanga's request made many sect leaders look at each other with strange looks in their eyes, but they did not refuse. Moreover, judging from the strength that Guchanga had displayed, he was indeed qualified to participate in this hunt. On the contrary, the ancient monks of Buddha Mountain frowned slightly and had a bad feeling. They did not trust Guchanga very much and were worried that he was harboring evil intentions. This worry was not without reason. Since Guchanga dared to release the red-clothed female demon, what else in this world would he not dare to do? However, in front of everyone, no matter how strong Guchanga was, he probably wouldn't dare to risk the whole world by snatching this corner of the array pattern. Thinking of this, they were relieved, but their eyes still fell on Guchanga and stared at him. This is the formation pattern that Elder Qing gave back then. It's very mysterious. Soon, the sect masters of the great sects looked at each other. Without hiding anything, they worked together to take out the rune from a space. Because they were worried that there would be an accident, they had sealed this corner of the formation pattern and guarded it together. Now that they saw this scene, many people looked over curiously. The divine runes in their eyes were shining brightly, and they were extremely curious about this corner of the formation pattern. They wanted to know how mysterious it was. Was this the key to this demon extermination conference? This is that corner of the formation pattern? Guchanga frowned slightly and said in surprise. He felt an aura similar to the formation pattern in the demon burial abyss. However, it was only similar. At most, it could only be regarded as copying a cat and drawing a tiger. It could not even be considered an imitation. However, in the current era, such a formation pattern was simply unimaginable. It was not something that an ordinary person could set up. The divine power contained was vast and unfathomable. It was majestic and heavy. As the pattern imprints appeared, they were as dense as stars and shone brightly. This corner of the formation pattern was made of an unknown material. It was only the size of a palm, and it was shining brightly. There was a mysterious aura that was faintly discernible and constantly floating in the void. The moment it appeared, it made the void tremble, to the extent where traces of time even fluttered about. Everyone's expressions changed greatly, feeling a great pressure. One could imagine how terrifying the power contained within the rune would be once it was activated. This made them rejoice and their hearts calm down. After all, wouldn't the chances of killing the woman in red be much higher? With this corner of the formation, we can rest assured. If it is combined with young Master Changa's strength, killing the red-robed female devil will not be a problem. Just as everyone was sizing up this corner of the formation, the patriarch of the Cyan Phoenix clan spoke with a smile. His words seemed to be fawning on Guchanga. She also cast a fawning look at Guchanga. At this scene, many experts of the golden-winged Great Peng clan had ashen expressions. If the Cyan Phoenix clan fawned over Guchanga, it was definitely a heavy blow to their clan, especially when their great ancestor had just been killed by Guchanga. These bald donkeys of Buddha Mountain were very selfish and would not care about their matters at all. Even when their great ancestor was killed by Guchanga because of what happened at Buddha Mountain, they did not say a word. They were incomparably cold and detached. Chang'e casually glanced at the Cyan Phoenix clan and did not pay much attention to them. There were many people fawning over him, and not everyone was qualified to do so. He was still thinking about this corner of the formation. Judging from the aura just now, this corner of the formation could indeed pose a threat to Chan Hongyi. If she was more rational, she would not have stepped into this trap. But now that he had appeared here, Chan Hongyi would definitely sense his aura and quickly chase after him. When that time came, her ferocious nature would erupt like a ferocious beast that had lost its mind. Why would she care about traps? This corner of the formation has to be controlled by me. If it is controlled by others, it will ruin my plan. Chang'e thought for a while and retracted his gaze. He had a plan to deal with this matter. This is the plan this time. What we need to do next is to set up a shocking formation in the Divine City with this corner of the formation as the eye of the formation. Send experts to guard the 4 directions in the north, south, east and west. Seal the heavens and lock the earth with Emperor's weapons. I don't believe that the red-robed female demon can escape after stepping in. At that moment, a very old monster stepped forward and spoke with confidence in his tone. He looked very thin with sunken eye sockets, but chaotic fog lingered around his body. His eyes were golden like divine lamps. He had white hair and a youthful face. His cultivation was unfathomable. At their level, everything in the world was just a show. Even if the red-robed female demon wanted to slaughter all the people in the world, as long as it did not threaten them, they would not care. The reason why they came out this time was that they were interested in the cultivation of the red-robed female demon. After killing her, they planned to study her flesh and blood to see if they could be inspired to improve their cultivation. Otherwise, they would not be so kind as to gather in this divine city and spend a lot of effort to hunt the red-robed female demon. So what if they killed hundreds of millions of people? If their lifespans were to dry up in the future, they would also devour the blood of others. After all, their level was already different from ordinary creatures. Hearing this, everyone did not say anything and retracted their gazes. They had different thoughts and plans. If that's the case, why don't you let me guard the array eye with the people of Buddha Mountain? Seniors, if you're still worried, you can send more experts here. However, I feel that this amount of people is enough for this formation core. However, at this moment, Chang'e suddenly spoke again. He glanced at everyone and smiled. Young Master Chang'e, what do you mean? A sect master was puzzled and couldn't help but ask. The others also looked at Chang'e in confusion, not understanding why he suddenly said this at this time. The people of Buddha Mountain frowned, not understanding Chang'e's intention. They felt that they had been led by the nose by Chang'e. Why don't you leave the array eye to me and the eminent monks of Buddha Mountain? You just need to seal the 4 city gates. Chang'e smiled and replied, if there's a mistake, I'll bear the responsibility with the eminent monks of Buddha Mountain. Young Master Chang'e, do you really want to do this? With your strength, you don't have to take the risk. A sect master persuaded, not because he felt that Chang'e could not do it, but because he was worried that something would happen to him here and implicate them. Besides, the array eye was very important and they could not afford to lose it. Therefore, they had been discussing over the past few days how to guard the array eye, and who was the most suitable person to send. When the time came, if the woman in red tried to break through the array pattern, she would definitely attack from the array eye. Therefore, it went without saying how dangerous that place was. Many powerhouses were unwilling to go there, feeling that it was extremely dangerous and could easily lose their lives. This was also the problem that they were considering, but now Chang'e actually took the initiative to ask to guard the array eye with the ancient monks of Buddha Mountain. This shocked everyone and made them look a little strange. Chang'e was not on good terms with the people of Buddha Mountain. This was a visible fact. And now he wanted to guard the array eye with the people of Buddha Mountain. Could it be that he wanted to take this opportunity to settle the score with Buddha Mountain? Or was it that he was worried about Buddha Mountain and wanted to take this opportunity to watch over them? In short, everyone had different thoughts and guesses. Since young Master Chang'e said so, we naturally have no objections. At this moment, the ancient monks of Buddha Mountain also spoke in unison, agreeing with Chang'e's words. If Chang'e had any ulterior motives towards that corner of the array pattern, with them watching from the side, he wouldn't dare to do anything. If that's the case, then when the time comes we will send some powerhouses to help you. Seeing that the ancient monks of Buddha Mountain and Guchanga all agreed, the sect leaders looked at each other and also agreed. They inexplicably sighed in relief. Then powerhouses once again appeared in the divine city. Their abilities were terrifying, and a stomp of their feet could cause a huge earthquake. They brought their own methods and many rare heavenly materials and arranged them all around the divine city. Today's events had shocked many people. Guchanga's abilities had reached a point where they dared not underestimate him. Even the ancestors of a clan had to treat him with respect. The Qingwang clan was one of the top ancient clans in the upper realm. Now, even the ancestors of their clan had to carefully please Guchanga. This already explained the problem. His wings were growing? No, he had reached a point where he was on equal footing with them, and some even had to look up to him. After today's incident, the divine city was no longer peaceful. Many ancient monks of Buddha Mountain, together with many powerhouses of the affiliated forces, began to discuss what to do next. Guchanga, on the other hand, was quite leisurely. He even looked for the brother and sister of the ancient Yi clan to talk about old times. However, Yi Langtian was extremely respectful to him, and was no longer as carefree as before. After Yi Liuli returned from the lower realm, her temperament had also changed greatly. She had forgotten many things, but she couldn't forget that she was once humiliated by Guchanga, and was almost killed by him. However, she just buried these things deep in her mind. She was afraid of Guchanga from the bottom of her heart. In the next few days, the divine city began to get busy. Almost all the powerhouses were setting up and carving formation patterns on the city walls, palaces, pavilions, and other places. The world changed and an inexplicable qi appeared, enveloping the entire world. It was as if the sun, moon, and stars were being pulled in, as if the Milky Way was surging and gathering. Endless qi of heaven and earth surged and gathered in the divine city. The constellations in the sky began to dim. Starlight sprinkled down and was extremely dazzling. The profound meaning of the great path appeared in the void space. At the same time, endless runes were evolving. Many shadows of ancient immortals were hidden in the space. They seemed to be worshipping the divine city, kowtowing continuously. A vast and ancient chanting of sutras sounded. It was as if immortals had appeared in all directions of the world, sitting there cross-legged and chanting about rebirth. The entire divine city was enveloped in a faint divine light. Multicolored light flowed and intertwined, disappearing between the walls and palaces. The formation had been completed. It could be said to be the creation of the world, the reversal of the sun and the moon. The center of the formation was misty. The corner of the formation pattern connected the heavens and the earth. It floated there, flashing with dazzling light, vast and unpredictable. Guchanga appeared here. His black robe was spread out, and his sparkling hair was flowing with faint chaotic light. Ada followed behind him, in charge of guarding the center of the formation. In another direction, along with the Buddhist light, many ancient monks of Buddha Mountain appeared. They looked dignified and there was a bright divine light behind their heads. There were also overlords from other directions, including a few old monsters with unfathomable cultivation. They all came to the center of the formation. All the overlords were ready. They were hiding in the dark, waiting for the red-robed female demon to appear. The cultivation of the guard behind young Master Changa is really unfathomable. An old monster's eyes flashed. He took the opportunity to chat with Guchanga. Many people were curious about the identity of the guard behind Guchanga, and were afraid of his cultivation. Guchanga smiled lightly. Ada's strength is needless to say. After all, I picked him carefully. Hearing that, the old monster was even more afraid of Guchanga. He had lived for a long time and had sharp eyes. This guard, who was wearing the dark iron armor, had reached an unprecedented level of respect for Guchanga. How could a young man like him be so talented and powerful? How could he make such an overlord follow him wholeheartedly? Half a day after the formation was set up, a terrifying rumbling sound was heard in the distant sky outside of Divine City. It sounded like a boundless sea of blood was pushed over by someone. The murderous aura covered the sky and covered the earth. In an instant the vast earth shook. Even the stars in the outer region trembled, as if they were about to fall. The red-robed female demon is here. Within the divine city, the faces of almost all the utmost powerful beings changed. Their faces were grim as they stared at the horizon. Everyone felt the incomparably terrifying energy, as if thousands of soldiers and horses had come from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It was cold and pierced through the divine soul, making people tremble. At the end of heaven and earth, a blood-red light soared into the sky. It was a rolling red cloud condensed by a murderous aura. It was boundless and the world shook. A red-robed woman, her black hair reflecting the blood-red light, was barefoot, like a lotus flower blooming in a sea of blood. She was elegant and beautiful, but there was no trace of emotion on her face. She was cold and heartless. She walked slowly. Her pace was not fast, but with every step she took, the world seemed to tremble. Everyone's heart couldn't help but tighten. They felt as if she was walking on top of their hearts. Even the Supremes had a change of expression. They were incomparably solemn and uneasy. At this moment, some of them even doubted that the red-robed female demon was so powerful that her murderous aura alone could shatter the sky. Could the formation this time kill her? Almost in the blink of an eye, the red-robed female demon arrived in Divine City. The blood-red clouds pressed down on the city. She didn't seem to care about the many formation patterns here. Perhaps even if she knew that this place was extremely dangerous, she still didn't hesitate to set foot here. A monstrous murderous aura spread, covering hundreds of thousands of miles of Divine City. She stood high in the sky, her eyes cold and emotionless, sweeping across the many buildings and pavilions. His aura could be found in this ancient city. He was now hiding here. Why don't you come out to see me? At this moment, the expressions of all the supreme experts changed drastically when they heard the voice coming out of the red-robed female demon's mouth. Although it was as pleasant as the sounds of nature, it contained an extremely terrifying hatred that made one's hair stand on end. Many people couldn't help but shudder. They had always thought that the red-robed female demon was irrational. Since the appearance of the demon burial abyss, she only knew how to kill. And now, she was actually speaking in an incomparably obscure and ancient language. At the eye of the formation, Gu Chang's expression was calm. He knew that Chan Hongyi was talking to him. However, he was still unmoved. If he went to see her at this time, not to mention the hidden danger of his identity, it would be difficult to resolve the hatred that Chan Hongyi had for him. The red-robed female demon seems to be asking, "Why don't you come out to see her?" Who is she talking to? An old monster who had a deep understanding of ancient history couldn't help but frown. From the obscure language that the red-robed female demon had uttered just now, he could discern the meaning. This made them look at each other. Could it be that the red-robed female demon had come all this way and killed along the way just to find a person? From the deep-rooted hatred in her words, it was likely that there was a deep relationship between her and this person. There were many secrets that were unknown to others. Perhaps it was love and hatred, or perhaps it was a monstrous hatred. They knew very well what kind of era the red-robed female demon was from. At this moment, there was no doubt that there was a stormy sea in their hearts. If what she said was true, then did it mean that there was someone in the same era as her in this world? Of course, it didn't rule out the possibility that she was just muttering and not talking to a specific person. She has entered the city. Activate the Great Formation. At the next moment, a sect leader of a great sect shouted in a low voice and suddenly activated the rune in his hand. In an instant, brilliant rays of light gushed out from all parts of the divine city. The profound mysteries of the Great Tao circulated and immediately shrouded the entire city. At the same time, pillars of light soared into the sky and seemed to slash into the dome of heaven. Then a cracking sound was heard. The chaotic fog fell from the dome of heaven in clusters and covered the entire divine city. This place suddenly became misty and blurry, as if it had come to the most ancient time, before heaven and earth were separated. The Great Formation was activated, and a terrifying aura appeared, trapping the red-robed female demon within. However, her expression didn't change at all. After walking into the city gate, she didn't show any emotions because of the formation patterns or the traps set here. She was cold and emotionless as if she only knew how to kill. Boom! Quickly kill this demon and return peace to heaven and earth. Kill. Then Supreme Masters appeared at the 4 city gates in the north, south, east and west. Divine light lingered on their bodies and began to cooperate with the formation patterns here to attack her. He's there. The red-robed female demon's eyes were sparkling with a hint of red, like flawless red gems. At this moment, she landed in the depths of the divine city and felt a familiar aura there. As a result, she took a step forward. Streaks of formation patterns awakened on the streets beneath her feet, erupting with incomparable, peerlessly powerful divine might that bombarded her body. Every part of the void here was full of formation patterns, not allowing her to take a single step forward. A dazzling brilliance erupted here, like countless stars exploding, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. Under such powerful divine might, even those who had achieved the Tao would find it difficult to resist. Even the red-robed female demon seemed to be blocked at this moment. Her gaze fell into the distance, and she struggled to move forward. She's looking for the formation core. Her gaze is fixed there. She's quick, stop her. Otherwise, if the red-robed female demon escapes, all our efforts will be in vain. Seeing that the red-robed female demon seemed to be absent-minded at this moment, a big shot from the far ancient royal family suddenly shouted. He held a purple gold hammer in his hand, and thunder crackled. Purple runes flooded over like stars, and he charged in front of the red-robed female demon. Countless divine lights were evolving on his palm. However, the red-robed female demon only glanced back at him, as if she was driving away an annoying fly. She waved her sleeve, but there was no fluctuation. This big shot from the far ancient royal family wanted to retreat in horror. However, it was too late. The sleeve hit his body, causing him to scream. His divine abilities were immediately obliterated, and he exploded into a bloody mist. The bloody mist filled the sky. It was incomparably shocking, and it made people's hair stand on end.